Recorded Books presents an unabridged recording of Dead by Sunset by Anne Rule, narrated by Richard Ferrone. This book is copyrighted 1995 by Anne Rule. This recording is copyrighted 2003 by Recorded Books. When attorney Cheryl Keaton's brutally bludgeoned body was found in her van in the fast lane of an Oregon freeway, her husband, Brad Cunningham, was the likely suspect. But there was no solid evidence linking him to the crime. He married again for the 5th time, and for his stunning wife, a physician named Sarah, the marriage gradually becomes a nightmare. And now, Dead by Sunset.
Written laws, which were like spiders' webs and would catch, it is true, the weak and poor, but could easily be broken by the mighty and the rich. Anacharsis, 6th century B.C. Violence and injury enclose in their net all that do such things, and generally return upon him who began. Lucretius, 99 to 55 B.C. Part 1. The Crime. Chapter 1. September 21st, 1986, was a warm and beautiful Sunday in Portland, in the whole state of Oregon, for that matter. With any luck, the winter rains of the Northwest were a safe 2 months away. The temperature had topped off at 69 degrees about 4 that afternoon, and even at 9 p.m. it was still a relatively balmy 58 degrees. Randall Kelly Blyton had traveled west on Highway 26, the Sunset Highway, earlier that evening, driving his youngsters back to their mother's home in Beaverton after their weekend visitation with him. A handsome, athletic-looking man with dark hair and a mustache, Blyton was in his 20s, a truck salesman. His divorce from his wife was amicable, and he was in a good mood as he headed back toward Portland along the same route. The Sunset Highway, which is actually a freeway, can often be a commuter's nightmare. It runs northwest from the center of Portland, past the OMSI Zoo and through forest-like parks. Somewhere near the crossroads of Sylvan, the Multnomah, Washington County line sign flashes by almost subliminally. Then the freeway angles toward the Pacific Ocean beaches as it skirts Beaverton and the little town of Hillsboro. The land drops away past Sylvan, giving the area its name, West Slope. Route 8 trails off the Sunset Highway down the curves of the slope, past pleasant neighborhoods until it runs through a commercial zone indistinguishable from similar zones anywhere in America. Pizza parlors, supermarkets, car dealers, strip malls. Approaching Hillsboro, the Washington County seat, Route 8, the TV highway, slices through what was only recently farmland. The Tualatin River Valley, once richly agricultural, is now a technological wonderland. Its endless woods are dwindling, and the area has become known as the Silicon Forest. There are acres and acres of corporate parks in Washington County now. Intel, Fujitsu, NEC, and Tektronix. Intel is already the largest single employer in Oregon. Soon there will be more workers in the computer and electronics industry in Oregon than there are timber employees. Apparently serenely untroubled by the encroachment of modern technology, the Sisters of St. Mary have been stationed along the TV highway for many years, their nunnery and school on the left, their home for wayward boys on the right. In an instant, Route 8 becomes 10th Avenue in Hillsboro. A left turn on Main Street leads toward the old city center and the county courthouse. Main Street is idyllically lined with wide lawns, wonderful old houses with gingerbread touches, jack-o'-lanterns at Halloween, and spectacular lights during the Christmas season. But it hasn't fared so well commercially since the new Target store and the mall went up south of town. Its chief businesses are antique stores and, except for the Copperstone restaurant and cocktail lounge, the kind of restaurants where ladies linger over tea. The Washington County Courthouse is surrounded by manicured grounds with magnolias and towering sequoias planted more than a century ago. It smells like a courthouse, at least the original structure does. Wax, dust, the daily lunchroom special, and old paint baking on radiators. The people employed there are comfortable and at home, bantering with one another as they go about their work. The people who come there on all manner of missions are more often than not angry, worried, grieving, frightened, annoyed, or apprehensive. Some walk away with a sense of justice done, and some don't walk away at all. They are handcuffed and locked up in the jail next door. Not far from the courthouse, something terrible happened on the Sunset Highway on September 21st, 1986, at the Sylvan Marker just inside Washington County. And in the end, it would all be settled in this courthouse as Christmas lights glowed in the branches of a tall fir on the corner of Main and First Streets, and icy rain pelted court watchers and witnesses alike. The end would be a long time coming. It was about 8:30 on that Sunday night in September, and dark enough so that Randy Blyton needed his headlights to see what lay ahead of him on the curving Sunset Highway. He was startled as he came around one of those curves near Sylvan in the West Slope area and saw that cars a half-mile ahead of him were suddenly swerving out of the fast lane into the right-hand lane. It looked as if there might be something in the road ahead that they hadn't been able to see until the last moment. A dead animal, perhaps, or maybe a truck tire. Whatever it was, it had to be dangerous. A last-minute lane switch only worked if the right lane was clear. Blyton traveled another 100 feet, and now he could make out the dark hulk of a Toyota van turned crossways on the freeway. Its lights were off, and it was in a perilous position, completely blocking the fast lane. Luckily, the drivers ahead of Blyton had been alert, but it would be only a matter of time before someone came around the curve in the fast lane and smashed into the van. People usually drove the Sunset Highway between 55 and 65 miles an hour, and a crash like that would undoubtedly escalate rapidly into a fatal multi-car pileup. Blyton was grateful that, for the moment at least, the freeway was not heavily traveled, and that was only a freak circumstance. At 8:30 on a Sunday night after a weekend of good weather, there had to be hundreds of vehicles heading back to Portland from the coast. Randy Blyton's first inclination was to swerve around the van. He had things to do at home. "I was going to go on by, too," he later recalled. "But then I spotted the silhouette of an infant seat in the van. I couldn't ignore that. I just left my own kids, and I could never live with myself if there was a baby or a little kid in that van." Blyton's reflexes were good. He tapped his brakes, pulled his car over on the right shoulder, grabbed a couple of flares, and then ran across the freeway toward the van. As he got close to it, he could see that it was perpendicular to the median that separated the eastbound and westbound lanes, its front bumper repeatedly tapping the concrete Jersey barriers. The van's engine was still turning over, and it was in gear, inching forward and then being held back by the barriers. Blyton knew that he was as much a sitting duck as the Toyota if a car came around the curve, and he hurriedly lit the flares and set them out in the fast lane to warn motorists in time, he hoped, to veer to the right. He had no idea what he might find as he reached for the driver's door handle of the van, possibly someone who had had a stroke or a heart attack. It might even be a driverless vehicle that had slipped its brakes and somehow ended up on the freeway. In 1986, at this point on the Sunset, there were still some neighborhood streets from which cars could enter the freeway as if the Sunset was merely another intersection. Southwest 79th, just to the south of the accident, was one of those streets. Maybe the driver of the van, unfamiliar with the Sunset's eccentricities, had turned far too widely and rammed into the barriers. Blyton opened the driver's side door. The van was not empty. He could make out a figure lying on the front seat. The person's legs were near the gearshift console and extended over the driver's seat. The back was on the passenger seat, and the head was tucked into the chest and drooping over toward the floor. He didn't know if it was a man or woman, but he saw a smallish loafer-type shoe on one foot that looked feminine. There was no time for Blyton to try to figure out who the driver was or how he or she had ended up crosswise on the freeway. He stepped up into the driver's side, pushing the legs out of the way as much as he could. Now he could see that there was a woman's purse jammed between the accelerator and the firewall. That would explain why the van continued to move forward. Blyton felt along the dash to try to find the switch for the emergency flashers, but he couldn't locate it. He didn't know that it was overhead. There was the child's car seat right behind the driver's seat. It was empty, but that didn't make Blyton feel much better. The baby could be on the floor someplace. Counting on the flares to warn other cars to go around, he slid the side passenger door open and patted the floor and seats with his hands. Everything he touched was wet, and he realized why it had been so hard to see through the driver's side window. Something dark splattered the glass. On some level, he knew he was running his hands through pooled blood, but finding the baby that might be there was more important than anything else. When he found nothing, he ran to the back of the van, opened the hatchback, and looked in. No baby. Thank God. No baby. Instinctively, Blyton wiped his hands down his shirt and pants, wanting to get the wet, iodine-smelling stuff off them. He shuddered, but he didn't stop to consider how there could be blood if the van hadn't been hit by another vehicle. He ran back to the driver's door, hopped into the van, expertly shifted into reverse, and backed the van across the freeway and onto the shoulder of 79th, where it met the Sunset Highway. Only when he had assured himself that the Toyota was no longer in danger of being hit by oncoming traffic did Blyton turn to look closely at the person lying across the seat. He thought it was a woman. Her hair was short and dark, but he didn't know if she was young or old. She didn't respond to his questions, but he still kept asking, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Blyton ran around to the front passenger door and found it was slightly ajar. He opened it and picked up the woman's hand, feeling for a pulse in her wrist. There was no reassuring beat. He could see blood on her face, and one of her eyes protruded grotesquely, as big as a hard-boiled egg. Even if he had known this woman, he would never have recognized her. His first thought was that he had to get help for her. Maybe she did have a pulse, but too faint for him to detect. He ran back to the driver's side and reached in, running his hands along the dash, searching frantically again for the emergency flashers switch. He finally saw it overhead and switched them on. They clicked in eerie rhythm, but that was the only sound he heard. The woman wasn't breathing. Blyton stuck more flares in the gravel along the shoulder of the freeway, and traffic in both lanes slowed down as it passed, hundreds of cars whose occupants had no idea how close they had come to being in a massive, fatal pileup. Blyton then looked around for a place where he could call for help. He saw lights along Southwest 79th, the street that ran at a right angle onto the Sunset Highway. No one responded to his knock at the first house, even though he could hear voices inside. He pounded on the door of the second house, and a young woman opened it. "There's a bad accident on the freeway," he gasped. "Call an ambulance. I'm going back out there." It was hard to judge the passage of time, but Blyton estimated that about 10 minutes had passed since he first saw the Toyota van angled crazily across the freeway. Cars were inching by in a single lane now, and he caught glimpses of curious faces darting a look at what appeared to be nothing more than a roadside breakdown. The woman who lay across the seat hadn't moved. Sirens wailed somewhere in the distance, and soon Blyton could see the flashing red lights of an ambulance. Thomas Stewart Duffy, Jr., Tom, was on duty at Washington County Fire District No. 1, the West Slope Station, that Sunday night. The station was just east of the IGA supermarket between Canyon Drive and Canyon Lane at Southwest 78th Street. The alarm bell sounded at 20:44:50, 8:44 p.m. and 50 seconds, and the call came in as a probable DOA on the Sunset Highway. There were a lot of calls from the Sunset, and a fair amount of them were fatals, so Tom Duffy and his partner, Mike Moran, both paramedics, were familiar with the area. Running for their rig, a Chevrolet van, the two men leaped in and headed up Canyon Lane, turned left on West Slope Drive, and then went northbound on 79th toward the Sunset Highway. It was an older neighborhood with houses on big lots set far off the street and well apart from each other. Huge trees edged the narrow roadway, and there were no street lights. The medics' rig lights were on, but they still had trouble seeing until they spotted the flares at the southwest corner of the Sunset and 79th. In a heartbeat, the quiet, dark street ended in a usually roaring freeway. That night, they saw cars backed up to the west for miles. It had taken them 2 minutes and 20 seconds to reach the site. Tom Duffy was a former Army combat medic who served in Vietnam. He had worked for 13 years as a paramedic with the Washington County Fire District and Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue. Altogether, he had over 28 years in the medical field. Very tall and lean, he rarely smiled. He had seen people die in all manner of ways. He had seen scores of fatal accidents, and they always bothered him. He had long since learned to shut his mind to the terrible things he saw during those moments when he fought to save lives, but he never really forgot, and he would have almost crystalline recall of that Sunday night. Duffy and Moran saw a blue Toyota van parked facing north along 79th. A man ran up to them, shouting, "A lady's in the van. She's hurt really bad." "How long has it been since the accident?" Duffy asked. "I don't know for sure. It took me a while to find a phone. I think about 15 minutes, the man answered. "We saw the van," Duffy would remember, "and we assessed the situation quickly. We saw no hazards around it, no power lines down or gas leaking. There was very little damage to the van itself." As for the man who had run up to him, Randy Blyton, Duffy didn't know who he was, and he had no idea what had happened. Blyton's clothes were streaked with dark stains that could have been blood. The van didn't look wrecked. For all Duffy knew, he and Moran might be walking into trouble. The three men went over to the van, and Blyton opened the passenger door so the paramedics could see the woman inside. "She's in here," he said. "The van was crosswise over there in the fast lane." Duffy attempted to find some sign of life in the woman who lay sprawled across the front seat in the shadows of the van. He put a hand on her shoulder and asked, "Are you all right?" There was no response. He exerted more pressure and gave the woman a trapezius squeeze on her shoulder muscle. Someone even semi-conscious would have reacted to that force. There was no response. Duffy held sensitive fingers to the carotid artery along the side of her neck and felt nothing. There was no response at all, he would remember. I could palpate no pulse. no respiration. Turning to Mike Moran and 3 firefighters who had arrived at the scene in a fire truck, he said, "We need to get her out of this van fast." They maneuvered her limp body out of the front seat with extreme caution, careful not to aggravate any cervical spinal injuries she might have sustained in the accident. They circled her neck with a bracing collar so that her spinal processes wouldn't be jostled as they took her out of the van. If by some miracle she was alive, they didn't want her to be paralyzed. They placed her on the road beside the van and began attempts to resuscitate her, even though they were quite sure it was an exercise in futility. The gravelly shoulder alongside the Sunset Highway now bristled with people who wanted to help when there was no longer any way to help. A buck ambulance and its crew, Mike Moran and Tom Duffy, the firefighters and EMTs, and a half-dozen state police. In the yellow rays of headlights and flashlights, they could all see that the victim who lay on the ground had suffered massive trauma. The top of her head was, in the blunt words of an observer, like mincemeat. One of the paramedics thought he saw brain matter leaking. There was so much blood, so terribly much blood. It was as thick as curdled sour milk already beginning to coagulate. Duffy knew that meant that more than 5 or 10 minutes had passed since the woman had last bled freely. Depending on her own particular clotting factor profile, it might have been up to half an hour. There was no hope of saving her. The dead do not bleed. The patient fit into the category of a patient who could not possibly be resuscitated, he would say later. Not at all. She was in cardiopulmonary arrest. That meant her heart no longer beat, her lungs no longer drew breath. Even without the tremendous loss of blood, the assault to the brain itself would have been fatal. An injured brain responds by swelling, and as it does so, it bulges into centers that control heart rhythm and breathing, effectively shutting down all activity needed to continue life. By 8:53 p.m., when Oregon State Police Traffic Officer David Fife arrived, the paramedics had given up. There was no hope. The victim lay still, covered partially by a blanket. Fife walked around the Toyota van and saw it had virtually no damage. But when he lifted the blanket to look at the dead woman, he was appalled at the wounds on her head. How could she have suffered such massive injuries when the van was scarcely marred at all? Fife moved his patrol unit to the west of the scene and turned on his overheads and emergency lights to warn the drivers who were inching along the Sunset Highway. They weren't going to get to Portland by this route, not for a long time. When his sergeant, James Hinckley, who had been dispatched from the Beaverton substation, arrived, Fife turned the immediate scene over to him and pulled out his camera. He took 36 photographs of the victim and the Toyota van, routine for any accident. By this time, senior troopers Bill Duggan and Lloyd Bile, along with Washington County Chief Criminal Deputy D.A. Bob Herman, had also arrived to join the group of investigators at the nightmarish scene on the Sunset Highway. Tom Duffy and his fellow paramedics had quickly reassured themselves that the dead woman had been all alone in the van. Just as with Randy Blyton, breath had caught in their throats when they noticed the child's car seat behind the driver's seat of the van. They knew the woman was beyond their help. They did not know if a baby or a toddler lay somewhere in the darkest spaces of the van or was perhaps caught beneath a seat. They steeled themselves to feel with their bare hands all around the inside of the van, running their fingers through the rapidly cooling blood that had spattered, stained, and pooled there. Finally, they were satisfied that the child who used that safety seat had not been present in the van when the woman died. The paramedics' hands and arms came away covered with the blood of the female victim. There was a lot of blood, Duffy would recall much later. A pool of clotted blood, A big circular pool on the carpet behind the passenger seat. There was blood on the ceiling and on the inside of the windows. Blood has its own smell, metallic, and that odor clung to the paramedics now. No one knew who the dead woman was. No one knew what had happened to her. But Tom Duffy was certain of one thing. He had seen literally thousands of car wrecks, and he knew that he was not looking at the aftermath of an automobile accident. He was looking at a crime scene. The mechanisms of injury, the damage to this vehicle, could not have produced what we found, he said later. The blood on this person was dried and clotted. There was absolutely no sign of life. The Oregon troopers came to a similar conclusion. A slight dent, a few shards of glass from a broken signal light, and a couple of paint chips out by the Jersey barriers that divided the freeway were the only signs that the van had hit anything. The woman hadn't died in an accident. Her injuries had nothing to do with this wreck. There are always acronyms for official records. Those on the scene at the Sunset Highway used familiar shortcuts now as they filled out forms. DOS, dead on scene. MVA, motor vehicle accident. And finally, POSS, possible homicide. And because this bizarre incident seemed indeed to be a POSS, Oregon State Police Sergeant Hinckley radioed in a request that detectives from the OSP Criminal Division respond to the scene. In Oregon, the state police investigate homicides and other felonies as well as traffic accidents. Detective Jerry Finch wasn't on call that night, but he was the first investigator the dispatcher could raise. Finch ran to his unmarked Ford LTD-2 and headed for the Cedar Mill home of Detective Jim Ayers. Ayers, in his mid-30s, had been assigned to the Beaverton OSP station for 3 years and was just arriving home from an evening out when he heard the crunch of tires on gravel and saw Finch's car turn into his driveway. Finch told Ayers they had a call out to a possible homicide. Jim Ayers had investigated all manner of felonies in his 14-year career with the Oregon State Police. Like most officers who hired on as troopers, he was tall and well-muscled. He had thick, wavy hair and a rumbling, deep voice. He had worked the road for 8 years investigating accidents. And like Tom Duffy, like all cops and all paramedics, he had seen too much tragedy. But he had also learned what was normal tragedy, if there could be such a thing, and what was abnormal tragedy. Ayers had become an expert in both arson investigation and psychosexual crimes, and he had investigated innumerable homicides. Jerry Finch had a few years on him, both in age and in experience. Together, the two men drove to the scene at 79th and the Sunset, not knowing what to expect. The best detectives are not tough. If they were, they would not have the special intuitive sense that enables them to see what laymen cannot. And Jim Ayers was one of the very best. But like his peers, he usually managed to hide his own pain over what one human can do to another behind a veneer of black humor and professional distance. It was 2 minutes after 10 p.m. when Finch and Ayers arrived at the scene, and as Ayers gazed down at the slender woman who lay on the freeway shoulder, her face and head disfigured by some tremendous force that had bludgeoned her again and again, he was still the complete detective, curious and contemplative. The two detectives walked around the blue Toyota van and saw the minor damage to its right front end and where a turn signal lens was broken out. There was a buckle in the roof of the van on the right. That could be explained easily enough. It was unibody construction, and a blow to the front end would ripple back along the side. Randy Blyton was still on the scene, and he told Finch and Ayers how he had found the van butting against the median barrier of the freeway, That would have broken the signal light. They found the signal lens itself lying on the freeway in the fast lane, and they also saw the beige purse that had been forcing the accelerator down before Blyton kicked it away. It would have been enough to keep the engine running while the car was in gear. With flashlights, Finch and Ayres looked into the van, playing light over the child's car seat, the blood spatter on the interior roof, the splash of blood on the hump over the transmission, and the pools of blood on the floor behind the front seats. A white plastic produce bag fluttered on the passenger side floor. It, too, bore bloodstains. The van would have to be processed in daylight, but Jim Ayres had already come to a bleak conclusion based on the physical evidence he saw and on Blyton's description of how he found the victim and his recollection that the driver's side window had been rolled part way down. "I felt the victim had been beaten while she was in the vehicle," he would say later. "My conclusion was that whoever had beaten her had intended to send it, the van, across the eastbound lanes of the Sunset Highway so that it would be hit by other vehicles. Had that happened, the cars approaching at 55 to 65 miles an hour would have rounded the curve and smashed into the driver's side of the Toyota van. Even if the van hadn't burst into flames, that would have destroyed every bit of evidence on the woman's body and in the vehicle itself. The massive head injuries she had suffered would have been attributed to the accident. Worse, in all likelihood, she would not have been the only fatality. State policemen have seen too many chain reaction accidents in which a dozen or more people die. Met by the horrifying sight of another vehicle directly in front of them, drivers cannot stop or even take evasive action. Usually, chain reaction pileups happen on foggy nights or when smoke from burning crops drifts across a highway. But this van, deliberately left crosswise in the fast lane of the Sunset, would have been like a brick wall appearing suddenly in the night. Clearly, whoever had bludgeoned the woman to death had not given a thought to how many more might die. All he or she had cared about was that the crime of murder would be covered up in a grinding collision of jagged steel, flying glass shards, and broken bodies. The dead woman's purse contained her driver's license and other identifying documents, or rather it contained some woman's identification. This woman, lying beside the road, was so disfigured by her beating that it was impossible to be sure that she was the woman whose picture appeared on the driver's license. However, given the laws of probability, Ayres and Finch were reasonably sure that the purse belonged to the victim. The address on her license was 231 Northeast Scott in Gresham, a suburb about as far east of downtown Portland as the accident scene was west. Ayres and Finch had just dispatched Senior Trooper Al Corson to the Gresham address to notify the victim's next of kin of her death when Finch carefully lifted a checkbook from her purse. "Look," he commented to Ayres, "these checks are personalized and the address is different than the one on her registration." The checks bore the same name as the driver's license, Cheryl Keaton. However, the address imprinted on the checks was 2400 Southwest 81st, located on the west slope, only 0.3 of a mile from where they now stood. The woman lying on the ground was probably Cheryl Keaton, whose date of birth was listed on her driver's license as October 27th, 1949. That would make her less than a month away from her 37th birthday. The height and weight on the license seemed to fit the slender victim. Hair color didn't matter much anymore on a driver's license. Women changed their hair shade so often. But it was listed as brown, and the victim's hair appeared to be brown, although it was now matted with dried blood. "I don't think she lived in Gresham," Finch told Ayres. "I think that's an old address. You hang in here, and I'll take a run up to the address on 81st. Oregon State Police Sergeant Greg Baxter radioed the Portland Police Department dispatcher, who relayed a message to Al Corson calling him back from Gresham. The next of kin of the victim were no longer there. Ayers was relieved to let Jerry Finch notify whoever might be waiting at the West Slope address for Cheryl Keaton to come home. Of all the responsibilities of a policeman's profession, that was always the hardest. Sometimes the survivors scream, and sometimes they stare unbelieving at the officers who bring them tragic news. Ayers wanted to be sure that the tow truck driver from Jim Collins Towing understood that the Toyota van was a vital piece of evidence and should be hooked up to the tow rig with extreme care. Collins's own son, Harley, had arrived to remove the van from the edge of the sunset. "I told him not to touch it any more than he had to, and not to go inside at all," Ayers said later. "Not to strap the steering wheel the way they usually do." Harley Collins said he would be careful and promised to lock the van behind the cyclone fence of Jim Collins's personal yard so that no one could come near it. Ayers felt better hearing that. Although he didn't know the tow driver, he knew that the tow company's owner was reliable. All the steps that were post-tragedy protocol had been followed. The investigators at the scene radioed a request for Eugene Jacobus, the chief deputy medical examiner for Washington County. The body was released to Jacobus at 11:35 p.m. The hands were bagged, and Jacobus was careful to see that the body itself was placed in a fresh plastic envelope inside the heavier body pouch so that any trace evidence would be preserved. He also took possession of the victim's purse and locked it in a drawer in his office on Knox Street. It was after midnight before the scene alongside the Sunset Highway was cleared, and the many men and women working there with measuring tapes and sketch pads were all gone. This death was not a normal death, nor was it an accident. It was almost certainly a homicide, one that investigators felt confident would be solved in 48 hours, just as Washington County's other homicide that weekend was. A male murder victim had been found stabbed multiple times in western Washington County on Friday, September 19th. By 6 o'clock on Sunday night, police had arrested and charged the suspected killer. But the investigators on this new homicide were wrong when they expected a quick solution. It was as if they were grasping the end of a thread, expecting to pull it loose. They could not know that the thread was only one infinitesimal piece of a fabric so snarled and tangled that it might well have been woven by a madman. And, in a certain sense, it had been. Chapter 2. The good weather on the weekend of September 19th to the 21st, 1986, made little difference to Dr. Sarah Gordon. She was working on trauma call at Providence Hospital in Portland, and there was no day or night, no sense of the seasons in the operating rooms. The only sounds were muted voices or the music some surgeons preferred. The only lights were focused on the operating field. Trauma duty is by its very nature unpredictable. Sarah Gordon often worked a full day's shift and all through the night, too. She was an anesthesiologist called in for emergency treatment of accident victims or for the innumerable surgeries that couldn't wait, some life-threatening and some more routine. A beautiful, delicate woman, Sarah looked more like a kindergarten teacher than a physician. She had huge blue eyes and dimples, and her figure was slender and petite. In truth, she was a workhorse, a woman whose hand was steady no matter if blood might spray chaotically from a nicked artery in the patient she hovered over, no matter if a heart stopped beating or lungs stopped expanding. She had struggled too many years to win her medical degree to be anything less than professional, and she often worked 60 hours a week napping in the on-call suite between operations. Sarah Gordon had grown up in McMinnville, Oregon, one of 10 children. She and her sister Maren were identical twins, but mirror-image twins. "I'm right-handed," Sarah would explain. "My twin is left-handed. We're identical but opposite. Math and science were always easy for me, and Maren was the creative one. When I graduated from high school with a 4.0 grade point average and she got a 3.8, she felt dumb, but it was only because I had a slight edge in math." Looking at Sarah and Maren, their teachers couldn't tell them apart, and they played the usual twin pranks, attending class for each other, fooling their friends. They would always be close, but as adults they would look more like just sisters than twins. Sarah was thinner, her blonde hair lighter than Maren's, and her face often showed signs of stress, perhaps to be expected in her profession. All the Gordon children were intelligent. One brother was an attorney, another was a millionaire who owned thousands of acres of prime Oregon grazing land and as many head of prize cattle. Their grandfather pioneered in the Lake Oswego suburb of Portland long before it became a suburban paradise. Grandfather Cruz's land turned out to be virtually worth its weight in gold. His old house, barns, and outbuildings remained in Lake Oswego just as they always were, but they were surrounded by posh homes, condos, office buildings, and parkways. Sarah's father was not rich, however, and it was a struggle to raise his large family. He was a dairy farmer, and dairy farmers rarely have the money to finance medical school. Sarah's parents had no money even to send her to college, much less medical school, and, like the rest of her siblings, she worked her way through college, graduating from Willamette University in Salem, Oregon, in 1973 with a Bachelor of Science degree. At Willamette, she dated a young man who would one day be a deputy district attorney in Washington County, Oregon. She also knew Mike Shin, who was a football star at Willamette and would become a prominent civil attorney in Portland. She never dated Shin, and they didn't expect to see each other much after college. Sarah had always wanted to be a doctor. Most of the men who were attracted to her didn't take her ambition seriously. She was too pretty, too diminutive, and she was always so concerned about other people's feelings. Maybe she didn't fit the accepted picture of a physician, but she was completely committed to achieving her goal. Sarah married a young teacher who convinced her he supported her dream of a career in medicine. He didn't, not really. He wanted a stay-at-home wife. Accepted at Oregon Health Sciences University in 1974, she decided not to go. She tried to be a perfect housewife, but she yearned to continue her education, and after a frustrating year in Astoria on the coast of Oregon, her marriage ended. Sarah also had to convince the University of Oregon's medical school in Portland that she was really serious. Her application was passed over in 1975, but she was finally reaccepted in 1976, and she put herself through medical school by working as a cocktail waitress at a Red Lion Inn in Astoria. The job was far afield from her ultimate ambition, but the tips were good, and she had the perfect figure for the abbreviated outfits she had to wear. Sarah's second marriage worked, even though she began medical school in 1976, probably because her husband's job kept him out at sea as much as he was ashore. She wanted very much to prove that she could succeed at marriage, but she also wanted desperately to be a doctor. She was able to juggle the demands of medical school and marriage until 1980 when she received her degree. But when she began a 4-year residency in anesthesiology at the same medical school, her second marriage ended too. There was just no time for anything but her career. Nevertheless, she tried again during her residency, this time with a physician, but her third marriage was as abbreviated as the first two. In 1984, she finally finished her residency and established her own practice as an anesthesiologist. She regretted her 3 failed marriages, but they had all ended with little acrimony. She still worked with her last ex-husband, Dr. Jeff Morrow, head of the Contagious Disease Department at Providence. Theirs was an amicable, if final, divorce. Perhaps she just wasn't meant to be married. Sarah was 33, and she had been in school for 28 years of her life. She still had medical school loans to pay back, and she worked every extra shift she could at Providence Hospital. But despite her native intelligence and her sophistication in all things medical, she was a trusting, almost naive woman. Because she always told the truth and took great pains never to hurt anyone's feelings, she tended to believe that other people worked under the same moral code. When it came to evaluating men, Sarah had made some misjudgments. She had never expected to be divorced even once, much less 3 times. Without children, with little trust in the permanency of relationships between men and women, Sarah had immersed herself in her career, doubtful that she would ever find true love. There was another obstacle. She earned so much more money than most men that many of the eligible males she was attracted to were scared off. It would take a highly confident and liberated man to feel secure dating a woman who was not only beautiful and extremely intelligent, but whose projected income was close to $500,000 a year. And she certainly didn't want a man who was attracted to her because of her money. In the spring of 1986, Sarah was dating Jack Kincaid, who had a successful advertising agency with several offices on the West Coast. Kincaid was divorced with 2 teenage daughters, and he was a confirmed born-again bachelor. He and Sarah were not dating exclusively. Kincaid was also seeing a woman in her 20s. If Sarah had been completely frank about her feelings, she would have admitted to a smidgen of jealousy about that. But even so, she and Kincaid were good friends. She counted on his being around, and she didn't expect that he would commit either to her or to his other girlfriend, Sandy. One night, Sarah and Jack and her friend Lilia Sarnen, who was dating one of Sarah's fellow doctors, Clay Watson, were attending a dance at the Multnomah Athletic Club, the MAC, one of Portland's more exclusive clubs. Lilia didn't feel that Jack was good for Sarah. He was too much of a playboy. When the men were away from the table, Lilia expressed her feelings and said she knew the perfect man for Sarah. She wanted to set her up with a blind date with an old friend of hers. "His name is Brad Cunningham," Lilia said. Sarah wasn't looking for anyone else to date, and, like almost everyone else, she hated blind dates. Men that friends described as really fascinating too often turned out to be anything but. Nevertheless, Lilia persisted. She had once dated Brad Cunningham herself. Now she was happy with Clay Watson, Lilia said, but she and Brad were still friends. He was newly single, and she felt he and Sarah would be a perfect fit. She described him as a very special man. Actually, Lilia went into such graphic detail about how skilled Brad Cunningham was as a lover that Sarah was a little embarrassed. She had never heard a woman speak so openly about a man. Indeed, she wondered why, if this Brad was such a marvelous lover, Lilia had let him get away. But she said she had no romantic interest in Cunningham any longer, and she thought Sarah would like him. A little reluctantly, Sarah said it would be all right for him to call her. "He got my phone number from Lilia," she later recalled. "He phoned me and we agreed to meet for dinner. I had a date with Jack that week, the last week in March, too, and he had to change the date, so I called Brad and we switched days." Sarah spoke to Lilia early on the day of her blind date. She kept talking about the relationship they had had, how she had been in love with him. I still thought it was weird that she'd want to introduce me to Brad, but she insisted. Sarah had no intention of meeting Brad Cunningham alone. What would they talk about? She didn't even know him. So she arranged to have her friend Ginny Burton, who worked as an operating room technician at Providence, and Ginny's boyfriend Gil come to dinner that night, too. "I was in a security building, so I could see Brad on the monitor when he buzzed to get in," Sarah remembered. "I went down and met him. He was very good-looking." In fact, Brad Cunningham looked as if he wouldn't need someone to fix him up with a blind date. When Sarah let him in, she found him tremendously attractive. He was a big, broad-shouldered man with thick dark hair and slow eyes. He appeared to be a few years older than she was. He dressed impeccably, and he had an air of success about him. He was certainly self-assured. Too self-assured for Sarah's taste. "I didn't like him on our first date," she recalled. "He talked too much about Lilia and about himself, and he seemed egotistical." Brad monopolized the conversation that first night, while Sarah, Ginny, and Gil listened politely. It was very obvious that Brad had once had a lot of money, Sarah remembered. But his conversation about his wealth and his possessions didn't impress her. Besides that, Brad seemed so taken with Lilia Sarnan that Sarah wondered why he wasn't still dating her. She had raved about Brad, and now Brad kept going on about her. I really thought that he wouldn't be interested in me because he kept talking about Lilia. Easter Sunday was on March 30th that year. Although she had expected him to, Jack Kincaid didn't invite Sarah out for Easter brunch. It didn't really bother her. He said he was going to take his daughters out to brunch. "I told him I'd just leave his Easter basket on his front porch," Sarah said. Kincaid looked uncomfortable when he said, "You'd better not do that, Sarah. I'm going to be with Sandy." Sarah didn't take an Easter basket to Jack Kincaid, and she accepted a second date with Brad Cunningham when he called. Even though her 3 months of dating Kincaid hadn't been an exclusive arrangement, her feelings were a little hurt that he was with Sandy. She undoubtedly said yes to another date with Brad Cunningham more quickly than she ordinarily would have. She was glad she did. "On our second date, Brad was charming," she said. "He asked about me." Sarah figured that he had been just as nervous about their first date as she was. He wasn't really conceited. He had just been hiding his own discomfort and trying too hard to fill the conversational silences. After all, he hadn't known Sarah or her friends that first night. The man Sarah met for their second date was considerate and concerned, and she found herself extremely drawn to him. Her feelings for Brad were not what she had expected, but there it was. She was surprised at how wrong she had been about him. Every time she saw him, she liked him better. And from the beginning she had found him physically attractive, not classically handsome, but there was something about him. Maybe it was his eyes. Bradley Morris Cunningham was not yet 40, but he was a bank executive at Citizens Savings and Loan. And shortly after he met Sarah, he had a new job. He was hired to be part of the top echelon of the Spectrum Corporation, a branch of the U.S. Bank in Portland. He told Sarah he would oversee all of their commercial acquisitions. He also told her he had been a real estate entrepreneur involved in a huge project in Houston, Texas, where he had controlled $600 million. Although that project had gone sour when the oil disaster hit Houston, Brad said he had brought suit against his contractor and the bonding company, litigation that, he said, would eventually net him millions of dollars. And as if that weren't enough, Brad also had his own company which had diversified interests, some having to do with construction and others in the biotechnology field. Sarah and Brad dated often that spring, going out to dinner and to plays. He invited her to his home, a 2-bedroom apartment on the 14th floor of the Madison Tower along the Willamette River in downtown Portland. Brad introduced Sarah to his 15-year-old son Brent, who lived with him, a child of his first marriage. He told her he had 2 daughters, Amy and Kate by former marriages, and 3 other sons, Jess, Michael, and Philip, who were 6, 4, and 2, respectively. By the end of April, Sarah had also met Brad's younger sons. They were adorable little boys with their father's dark hair and eyes, polite and endearing children. "I thought they were wonderful," Sarah remembered. Brad told Sarah that he shared custody of his 3 younger boys with his estranged wife. He planned to move to a larger apartment on the 18th floor where they would have their own room furnished and decorated especially for them. The little boys were with him as much as they were with their mother. Sarah was touched when she saw how deeply Brad cared for his children. He seemed to build his whole life around them. He confided that their mother was totally unfit and that he was struggling to gain full custody of the boys. He described his ex-wife to Sarah as bitchy. Sarah remembered his words. "He said she would fly off the handle and yell at the kids. He told me she was sexually promiscuous, but that he really thought she hated men." Sarah's heart went out to Brad. He was so worried about his kids that it seemed to color his whole life, and she saw the shadows of pain wash across his face when he thought she wasn't looking. Even so, she found Brad fun, bright, and attractive. She had met very few men in her life who were not intimidated by her intelligence and her income. Not this man. Brad had a remarkably keen mind, and Sarah found him more and more fascinating. His lifestyle and his interests were different from anything she had ever known, but there was an almost electric energy about him. He was enthusiastic and charismatic, and he had risen so high so rapidly in the business world. Incredibly, just when Sarah had pretty much reconciled herself to being alone, Portland's spring of 1986 surprised her. It brought not only its usual profusion of rhododendrons, azaleas, and dogwood blossoms, but also this remarkable man who seemed to be ideal for her. She stopped seeing Jack Kincaid, and Jack dated Sandy exclusively. Sarah and Jack were still friendly. It was just that they rarely met any longer. Brad Cunningham was everything that Sarah had ever imagined she would want in a husband, and he had come along just at the time when she believed she would never find anyone. It was funny how life turned out sometimes. That the 2 of them should ever have met and fallen in love defied the laws of probability. Their backgrounds were so different. Sarah was Dutch. Brad was half Indian, half Celtic. She was small and blonde. He was large and dark. They were both, however, determined and ambitious people who could focus on a goal and channel all their energies until they achieved it. Before April blossomed into May, Brad and Sarah were extremely close. "He waited a long time before he would make love to me," she recalled, "and that was thoughtful. He told me that he didn't want to be intimate until he was sure that we were going to stay together." Brad proved to be both a tender and an exciting lover. a caring, passionate man. He told me over and over again how much he loved me, how beautiful I was, Sarah said. He was always telling me what a lucky man he was to be with me, how lucky his boys were. Sarah had every reason to believe that Brad loved her. A nurse friend of mine told me after a party that it was obvious Brad was in love with me, she remembered. She said he never took his eyes off me the whole evening. Sarah felt just as lucky to have found Brad. It was a transcendently perfect spring for both of them. Brad gave her a friendship ring, which they both knew meant a commitment that far exceeded friendship. He urged her to rent an apartment in the Madison Tower so that they could be closer together. The 3 round towers, Madison, Grant, and Lincoln, were the place to live in Portland in 1986. Their windows looked out on a renewed riverfront, on all the arching bridges that cross the Willamette River to connect the bisected city, and on the long park blocks that are not unlike Manhattan's Central Park. Brad had moved to a 3-bedroom unit on the 18th floor where the rent was $1,000 a month. In June, Sarah found a unit she liked on the 14th floor. It was $800 a month. In New York, Chicago, or San Francisco, their apartments would have rented for at least 3 times as much. The rooms were large and tasteful, and there was an outside walkway running around each floor of the soaring towers. Basement parking facilities were available to all tenants. It was, of course, a security building where no one gained entrance to the tower elevators without permission of the guards on duty. Coincidentally, Brad's former girlfriend Lilia Sarnan, who had been responsible for bringing Brad and Sarah together, lived in an apartment on the ground floor of the Madison Tower. That didn't concern Sarah. Although Lilia was a very sexy woman, it was apparent that whatever she and Brad had shared was over, and Lilia was in love with her surgeon boyfriend, Dr. Clay Watson. He was 2 decades older than Lilia, but that didn't bother her at all. She was a pragmatic woman, and Watson took wonderful care of her. Like Brad, Lilia had a career in banking, but her health was unpredictable. She needed someone like Watson. Sarah and Lilia were very different types. While Sarah was sweetly feminine, Lilia's style was subdued. She chose loose clothing in earth tones, pulled her long hair back in a bun, and wore horn-rimmed glasses. Even so, men seemed to find her almost bland but perfect features spectacularly sensuous. She had a manner about her that suggested a sexuality barely under wraps. She spoke softly, as Sarah did, but Lilia had hidden promises in her voice. Sarah was not surprised that Brad had been attracted to Lilia, but now he was completely devoted to her. He had turned her life upside down, and she was gloriously happy that summer. She was so much in love that she never felt fatigued, even though she was working such brutal hours in the trauma unit. It seemed as though everything she had longed for in life was suddenly within her grasp. Sarah adored children, although she had never been lucky enough to have any of her own. She had found Brad's 3 young sons delightful from the moment he introduced them to her. Jess, Michael, and Philip were as smart as their father and well-behaved. Sarah and Brad took the boys sailing on a week's vacation, and it was as if they were already a family. Sarah hated to say goodbye to them when they went back to their mother, and she worried about them. Brad had come to trust Sarah so much that he gradually revealed more and more about what their mother was really like. He confided that she called the children 4-letter words and screamed at them continually. The custody of his little boys was desperately important to Brad. All of his business success meant nothing, not if his children were being mistreated. That summer, Brad and his estranged wife wrangled constantly about the boys. It was the one shadow over Sarah's happiness. She heard Brad argue with his wife on the phone, though she never really saw the acrimony between them. She accompanied him sometimes when he went to pick up his sons, but she never spoke to his wife. "I saw her working in her yard," Sarah recalled. "Once we took the boys back and she came running up holding her arms out for Philip, but we never talked." Sarah worried about what effect all this was having on the boys, but she tried to stay out of the arguments. It wasn't her place to interfere, and she was confident that Brad could handle things in the best way for his sons. Sarah continued to pay the rent on her 14th-floor apartment in the Madison Tower that summer, but she spent so little time there that it seemed like an empty space with no human energy. "I kept my clothes in my apartment, but I was basically living in Brad's apartment," she said. His apartment reflected both his taste and his ability to buy the best. He even had a baby grand piano, although he couldn't play. It was only natural that Sarah wanted to spend her few off-duty hours with Brad. "I was very much in love with him, and I thought he was very much in love with me." She had no reason to think otherwise. Brad assured her many times a day of his love. He was always on time to meet her or pick her up. He was always where he said he would be, and their time together was wonderful. In a sense, it was as if they were both recouping the years they had lost in bad relationships. Sarah knew that Brad had been married 4 times and that he had been disappointed in love just as she had. But now, finally, almost serendipitously, they had found each other. They were both under 40, and they could plan for so many good years together. Except for all the hassle that Brad was having with his wife over the custody of Jess, Michael, and Philip, Sarah's and Brad's lives were idyllic. Her practice was well established, his business interests seemed to be booming, they loved each other, and they planned to get married as soon as Brad was divorced. Their days had fallen into a happy pattern. When Sarah wasn't working at Providence, she was with Brad. Every other weekend they planned their time around Jess, Michael, and Philip. And on the weekends that Sarah was on call, as she often was, Brad took the boys to the park blocks or entertained them in his apartment. He had the boys in the middle of the week for a few days, too. It seemed that he and his wife had calibrated their joint custody almost down to the minute. Sarah sensed that Brad was often sad, and he finally confessed to her that his wife was continuing to make his life miserable. Sarah wondered just what kind of woman she was. Why did she have to make everything so difficult? Sarah knew that she was a successful attorney, but she certainly sounded like a terrible mother. Brad needed Sarah, and not just because he was having such a bitter struggle to protect his sons. He suffered a wrenching loss in July. Sarah was at Providence on an overnight shift when Brad called. He had just learned that his father, Sanford Cunningham, had died of a heart attack at his fishing cabin in Darrington, Washington. "He was sobbing so hard I could barely understand him," Sarah remembered. "He needed me, and I managed to find someone to cover for me so I could go home and be with him." Sarah knew how close Brad had been to his father, and she tried to help him and his stepmother Mary, too. She went with Brad and the boys to Yakima for Sanford Cunningham's funeral, and afterward she said she would buy a practically new 25-foot Prowler trailer that Mary and Brad's father owned. Mary needed the money, and Sarah paid her $8,000, far more than the book value of the trailer. They left the trailer in Yakima, but Brad drove his dad's Chevy pickup truck back to Portland and kept it in the garage of the Madison Tower. He was grieving hard, but he went back to his job at the U.S. Bank, usually walking to work, although he owned several vehicles and Sarah had a Toyota Cressida. He was in top shape, and enjoyed the exercise. All that summer, Brad and his wife continued to butt heads over the little boys. There were trips to child psychologists, endless meetings with their respective attorneys, and more dissension when it was time to register Jess for school. Brad had made arrangements for him to go to Chapman School near the Madison Tower, but on August 13th, his wife apparently ignored his wishes completely and enrolled Jess in Bridle Mile Elementary near her recently rented home in the West Slope area just outside of Portland. When Brad found out, he was furious. "You can't do that, Cheryl!" Sarah heard him shout at his estranged wife over the phone. Her name was Cheryl. Cheryl Keaton. Chapter 3. Jim Carr, Cheryl Keaton's half-brother, had been living with her and her 3 sons at her rented home on the West Slope for about 3 months. He had gotten close to his nephews, Jess, Michael, and Philip. "I was their nanny," he later remembered. "I was there to take care of them while Cheryl was at work." Jim was fully aware of how acrimonious Cheryl's divorce from Brad Cunningham had become, how they fought over every step in the process. He knew that it made her feel better just to have him living in her home. Although they seldom talked about it, it seemed to Jim that Cheryl lived in a constant state of dread. Brad wanted the boys, Cheryl wanted the boys, and sometimes it seemed that their fierce arguments would never end. On Sunday, September 21st, 1986, Jim Carr spent most of the day at a girlfriend's house in Gresham, and they watched the Seattle Seahawks football game. He usually felt guilty about leaving Cheryl alone too long, but not on that weekend. It was Brad's weekend to have the boys, and Cheryl wasn't home. She had gone up to Longview, Washington, on Saturday to visit their family and planned to stay overnight. There was no reason for Jim to be around the house. He didn't expect Cheryl to return until sometime Sunday evening. It would, of course, be before 7 because that was when Brad was supposed to have the boys back. Jim called Cheryl about 7:30 p.m. to make sure that the boys had gotten home. He knew she worried if Brad didn't bring them back right on the dot of 7. Cheryl was crying and upset when she answered the phone. "The boys aren't home yet," she said. "Brad had car trouble." "Should I come home?" Jim asked. "No," she said. "Not right away. It'll be okay." With most divorcing couples, it would have been. But Jim knew that Brad threw a fit if Cheryl didn't have the boys ready when it was his turn to take them, and Cheryl went nuts if they were even 5 minutes late getting home. But anybody could have car trouble, and evidently Brad had called Cheryl to tell her that he would be late. Cheryl seemed nervous, Jim thought. True, she always seemed nervous these days. The subtle and not-so-subtle psychological war that Brad was waging against her kept her constantly on edge. She was always afraid that on some visitation, Brad wasn't going to bring the boys back, that he was just going to disappear and take her sons with him. But lately, she seemed convinced that if things looked bad for Brad in the custody fight, she herself wasn't going to survive. Literally not survive. Whether her fears had any basis or not, Jim had caught them the way you catch an infectious disease. Cheryl was so smart and so intuitive, and yet she had become almost stoic when she told Jim that she might die soon, and that it would be his job to find out the truth. That was nothing like Cheryl's usual behavior. She had always been so strong, so resilient. One thing about his half-sister, she had never, ever been passive. So even though Cheryl had told him he didn't have to come home early that Sunday night, Jim was uneasy, and he headed for the West Slope house within an hour after he spoke to her on the phone. When he drove up to the house at 9:15, he saw that all the lights were blazing, but Cheryl's van wasn't there. That scared him. Once inside the house, Jim noticed that the vacuum cleaner was sitting in the middle of the living room floor. It looked as if Cheryl had rushed away in the middle of house cleaning. With a hollow feeling in his stomach, Jim walked quickly through the empty rooms. It was very quiet, and his heart was beating too loudly. There was a note on the kitchen counter. It was from Cheryl, written on a sheet of paper she had torn from the notebook in which she recorded the content of all of Brad's phone calls. "I have gone to pick up the boys from Brad at the mobile station next to the IGA. If I'm not back, please come and find me. Come right away." Cheryl would have written that note between 7:30 and 8, Jim thought, and she should have been back with Jess, Michael, and Philip within 15 minutes. Now it was almost 9:30. Jim called their mother Betty in Longview, an hour's drive north of Portland. Betty picked up the phone before the first ring had even ended. When Jim told her that Cheryl had obviously left the house in a hurry and then read the note, Betty started to sob. That scared Jim even more. That wasn't like his mother. "She's dead," Betty cried. "She called me. I told her not to meet Brad alone. I know she's dead." Jim tried to comfort his mother. He said there had to be a reasonable explanation why Cheryl wasn't back yet. He told her he was heading down to the mobile station, and he promised to call her as soon as he got back. But Jim knew that the station had been closed down 2 days earlier, the windows soaped over, the pumps empty. It would be very lonely and dark at night. It was an odd place for Brad to bring the boys for Cheryl to pick up. If he was having car trouble, there would be nobody at the mobile station to work on it. Still, Jim kept hoping that he would find his sister there, loading up her precious sons, just beginning to start for home. It was a short drive, but his mind went over a dozen possible reasons why Cheryl would be there, safe. She was not there. The mobile station was dark and deserted, just as he had expected. The place was abandoned. It was out of business. Even the IGA supermarket next door was closed for the night. Jim scanned the parking lot there for Cheryl's Toyota van, but he didn't see it. There were only a few cars, probably those of employees who were emptying the cash registers and preparing night bank deposits inside the store. Jim returned to Cheryl's house, and when he stepped out of his car, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Jerry Finch, who was there to find out what he could about the woman whose body was now on the way to the medical examiner's office. He asked Jim Carr to identify himself, and when he learned that Jim was Cheryl Keaton's brother, he drew a deep breath. He had to tell Carr the monstrous truth. It was a truth that somehow Jim already knew. His sister was dead. Jim wasn't even very surprised. That was why his mother had sobbed when he called her. Every single one of them in the family had tried to save Cheryl, as if they could somehow build a wall of love and solidarity around her so strong that nothing and no one could harm her. And yet all the time they had known it was like trying to stop Mount St. Helens from erupting. Something had to blow, something inevitable, and all the love and concern in the world never could have stopped it. "He did it!" Jim Carr shouted to Jerry Finch. "That bastard did it!" He didn't say which bastard. Chapter 4. It was 1:45 when a group of law enforcement officers headed to the Madison Tower to inform Brad Cunningham that his estranged wife was dead. Because they had no idea what they might find when they got there, Detectives Jerry Finch and Jim Ayers and Senior Trooper Keith Mecklem from the Oregon State Police had asked for backup from the Portland Police Bureau. Officer Richard Olson joined them in the parking lot of the new apartment complex. Together, the four men took the elevator to Cunningham's floor. A railed walkway ran around the perimeter, and the apartment's main door opened off that. Rick Olson stood back near the rail as the state police investigators knocked on the door of Cunningham's apartment, watching silently while Finch and Ayres spoke to the tall, dark-haired man who answered the door. Olson could not hear the conversation, but he could see the face of the man in the doorway and knew that he had just been told his wife was dead. Olson heard no loud exclamations, and he saw no emotion flicker across the man's face. He didn't look surprised or shocked or agitated, Olson would later recall. That didn't necessarily mean anything. Shock does funny things to people. They can hear their whole world end in one sentence and never blink an eye. Not until later. For that matter, there are no rules about how the human mind or the human body will react in any given situation. People have been known to sustain a bullet wound to the heart and run half a block before they drop. Ordinarily, it would not have taken 4 officers to bring such terrible news to the family of the deceased, but Finch and Ayres were already convinced that Cheryl Keaton had not died in an automobile accident. She had been murdered. At this point in the investigation, they could not say whose powerful hand held the weapon that had struck her repeatedly, could not say who had then maneuvered her van onto the eastbound lanes of the Sunset Highway where it was almost certain to be struck by other vehicles. Finch had talked with Cheryl's half-brother Jim Carr, who had reacted in a more predictable way to ghastly news. He had shouted, "He did it! That bastard did it!" and handed over the note Cheryl had left behind. Finch had told Ayres about the note as they drove to the Madison Tower. Even so, they were still only at the embryonic and dicey stage of this investigation. They knew who Jim Carr meant by that bastard, but there was a great deal more they needed to know. When Brad Cunningham came to the door, he was barefoot and wearing a gray University of Washington t-shirt and reddish-orange jogging shorts. Ayres noted that he seemed wide awake, not like a man roused from sleep. And when he told Brad quietly that his estranged wife, Cheryl Keaton, had been killed, Brad blurted out, "Was it in a traffic accident?" "No." Ayres offered no more explanation. "How?" Even up close, the Oregon State Police detectives could discern no sign of grief on Cunningham's face. That wasn't too unusual. Cheryl Keaton was apparently his estranged wife, not a woman, perhaps, who was still a big part of his life, or even a woman he had any fond feelings for. Divorces could be bitter. Ayres had recently gone through one himself. He knew too well how nerves and emotions can be frayed in the wringer of divorce. "How?" Brad Cunningham asked again. "How was she killed?" "We haven't determined that yet," Ayres said. That much was true. There wouldn't be a post-mortem examination until the next day. Ayres wasn't about to reveal his own conclusions. "Should I contact an attorney?" Brad asked next. Now that was a little over the line. They were still in the doorway of this man's apartment. He had just heard that his estranged wife was dead. He hadn't been told how she had died, and he was already asking if he needed a lawyer. "You could, I suppose," Ayres said slowly. "But we're only here to see what your last contact with her was." Brad finally opened the door wide enough for the detectives to go inside. Rick Olson stayed outside on the walkway, Trooper Mecklem waited in the front hallway of the apartment, and Jerry Finch deliberately stayed behind in the living room so Cunningham wouldn't feel that they were double-teaming him. Brad led Ayres into the dining room and gestured for him to take a seat at the table. They began to talk, an edgy and strange conversation. After a while, Finch walked into the dining room and sat at the end of the table. Brad was leaning casually on his elbows, looking at Ayres, who sat directly across from him. They would talk for almost 2 hours. At one point early in their conversation, Brad moved to the back of the apartment to check on his sons. He said that he didn't want them to wake up and find their home full of strangers. Later, Brad would recall leaving his conversation with Ayers because he was so upset that he had to vomit. But Ayers couldn't locate that violent reaction in his memory. He heard no one vomiting in the apartment that night. Ayers did not Mirandize Brad Cunningham. There was no reason to. He wasn't a suspect. He was merely one of the bereaved in this tragedy. Ayers only asked Brad when he had last seen Cheryl Keaton. Brad recalled the weekend just past for Ayers. He hadn't seen Cheryl, he said, since sometime between 5:30 and 7 on Friday evening when he had picked the boys up for their weekend visit with him. He either forgot or chose not to mention that Cheryl had broken their custody agreement by showing up at Jess's soccer game at the Bridal Mile playing field on Saturday. Today, Brad struggled to recall, running his mind back over the previous 24 hours when Ayers asked him to try to give as much detail as he could about that Sunday. I took the boys to the park to play. What about earlier this evening? Ayers asked. We went to meet my fiancée, Dr. Sarah Gordon, Brad said. She was on call at Providence Hospital. We went out for pizza with the boys. Brad said that Sarah had his Chevrolet Suburban and that he was driving her Toyota Cressida. He didn't mention why they had switched vehicles. You own any other vehicles? Ayers asked. Brad nodded. He had a pickup truck and several motorcycles. He said that his father had died in July and he had inherited his pickup truck. It was a tan Chevy, license number HS12936, parked in one of his assigned spaces in the garage of the Madison Tower. Cheryl had possession of their Toyota van, Brad said, although its final disposition was in contention. Finch and Ayers knew where that van was. It had been taken away by Collins Towing and was currently awaiting processing by criminalists from the OSP Crime Lab. Finch quietly left the apartment to check the garage for the vehicles Brad had mentioned. He returned sometime later and silently shook his head at Ayers. The Chevy pickup and Sarah Gordon's Toyota Cressida might be there in the multi-level garage, but he hadn't found them. Ayers kept his face blank of expression. It didn't mean much. Cunningham's vehicles probably were somewhere down in the cavernous garage. Brad told Ayers that he hadn't actually seen his estranged wife that evening, Sunday, but he had spoken with her on the phone. I called her around 7:30, he said. I told her I was running late and that the boys were watching the last half of The Sword and the Stone. Cheryl had been short with him, Brad said, and anxious to get off the phone. It had been his impression that she was not alone, that she might even have been drinking. From his demeanor, that didn't seem to be an unusual circumstance to Brad. He said he had called Cheryl back an hour later, and she had grudgingly agreed to come over to the Madison Tower to pick up their sons. She had never shown up. Ayers nodded noncommittally. If that had been Cheryl Keaton's plan, it meant that she could have been driving east on the Sunset Highway somewhere around 8 or 8:30 p.m., within the same time frame when Randy Blyton found her dead in her Toyota van. That would jibe, at least partially, with the tragic event that had occurred. Brad's explanation that he had expected Cheryl to pick up their sons at the Madison Tower didn't seem unusual. Ayers didn't know yet how stringent and meticulous the custody transference rules were in the Cunningham-Keaton divorce, but he and Finch had gone over all the facets of the case that they had gleaned in the first hour or so, and Ayers knew that Jim Carr believed fervently that Cheryl had gone to meet Brad Cunningham in her own neighborhood over on the West Slope just before she died. She had left a note that was very explicit about that. The note said nothing at all about plans to drive into Portland. Cheryl left a note for her brother that she was meeting you at the mobile station on the West Slope, Ayers said to Brad. She told her mother that, too, when they talked on the phone this evening. No, Brad shook his head. She was coming here to pick up the boys. They had been talking for about 45 minutes, and Jim Ayers had yet to detect any sign of emotion in the man sitting before him. It was very quiet, high above the city of Portland in the early hours of a Monday morning, a long time before the city below woke up to begin the business week. Somewhere in that large apartment, 3 little boys slept unaware. Brad's older son, Brent, was also in the apartment, although the detectives didn't yet know that. "Did you kill Cheryl?" Ayers asked, suddenly blunt. The question hung heavily in the air. Ayers's dark brown eyes bore into Brad Cunningham's. Brad stared back, unflinching. No. At that time, Ayers saw what he later estimated to be 15 seconds of emotion. Brad seemed startled and even a little frightened, but those feelings washed over his face like a slight wind rippling a pond, gone as quickly as it blew in, leaving no sign that it had ever been there. Ayers pulled back. "When were you in the Toyota van last?" March, I think." March was almost 6 months ago. Of course, even if they found Brad Cunningham's fingerprints in the Toyota van, they would likely be useless as far as physical evidence went. Mom-and-pop homicides were tough when it came to physical evidence. Both victim and killer had good reason to leave their prints, hair, cigarette butts, semen, urine, you name it, where they lived or had once lived. Fingerprints could be retrieved after decades, and Cunningham's prints could be expected to be found in a van he had often driven. Unless they happened to find his prints in blood, they wouldn't necessarily link him to this investigation. Having sprung his most straightforward question on the man before him and gotten little in the way of response, Ayers excused himself and went out on the walkway to have a cigarette, allowing the events of the evening to sink into Cunningham's mind. Sometimes silence was more intimidating and productive than questions. At this point, Ayers and Finch knew next to nothing about Cheryl Keaton or her estranged husband, other than that there seemed to have been no love lost between them. The two detectives were akin to researchers just beginning a scientific project. They would weigh any number of variables that might eventually bring them to the truth. Brad had not spoken of his newly deceased wife in hushed, shocked tones. Whatever love or respect or friendship he might once have felt for Cheryl, it was patently clear he felt it no longer. He was coarse and voluble about the woman who had been his wife for 7 years, who had borne him 3 sons. He told the two detectives that Cheryl had been fooling around with a large number of men, primarily other attorneys with whom she worked at the law firm of Garvey, Schubert, and Bearer. These men, he said, were all married. "There are a lot of mad wives," Brad said a little smugly. Of course, he admitted with a half-grin, half-grimace, he hadn't been exactly celibate himself. Why should he have been faithful once he found out Cheryl was cheating on him? He told Ayers and Finch that initially he had been involved with a woman named Lilia Sarnen, who worked with him while he was a bank executive in Salem and then in Lake Oswego. Coincidentally, Brad said, Lilia also lived in the Madison Tower. In fact, it was she who introduced me to Dr. Gordon, and we started dating. Ayers let Brad continue his odd, almost stream-of-consciousness conversation until he eventually wound back around to Cheryl. His description of his dead wife was hardly flattering. He said that she had been a great fan of country music and had often hung out at the Jubitz truck stop south of Portland alongside the I-5 freeway where she went to pick up men. Finch and Ayers exchanged glances. Why would a woman who was a partner in a prestigious law firm be picking up truck drivers? But then, why not? The OSP detectives had seen all varieties of human sexual peccadillos. Brad went on to describe Cheryl as narcissistic, a woman who enjoyed going to nude beaches along the Columbia River, and she hung nude photographs of herself around the house. Ayres had, in fact, noted several artistic photographs of a nude female on the walls of Brad's apartment. He couldn't know if they were of Cheryl. At this point, he didn't know what Cheryl Keaton might have looked like in life. She had been so brutally beaten that she was unrecognizable, and the nude's head was cropped from the photographs, revealing only an exquisite torso. They weren't Playboy shots. They were beautifully done. The woman Brad was describing sounded as if she had been a wanton creature who might very well have been a setup for violent murder. Ayres had no way of knowing if he was hearing an accurate description of Cheryl Keaton, but her alleged avocations and preferences certainly sounded bizarre. Maybe she had been one woman in the courtroom and another after dark. Ayres asked again for specific details on Brad's movements during the hours preceding Cheryl's death. Brad seemed calm and confident as he thought back over the evening. After he returned to the Madison Tower from the pizza parlor with his 3 sons, he said, he had left only once, and that was just long enough to put some things in his car, shoes and work clothes he needed because he had an on-site inspection of some property the next day. "In fact," he said, "I talked to a cop in the garage. He was talking to 2 people down there, and he nodded at me." Ayres made a note to check on that. He asked if it might be possible for him to ask a few questions of the 3 Cunningham children. "No," Brad said firmly, "not until I talk to an attorney about it." Again the 2 detectives' eyes met, but they said nothing. Glancing at the jogging outfit Brad wore, Ayres asked, "Are you athletic?" "No, I used to jog, but I haven't for some time." "Was Cheryl athletic?" "Cheryl?" Brad looked surprised. "No, not at all." As Brad became more expansive, seeming to relax slightly, Ayres commented that he himself had been through a divorce and could empathize with the stress and frustration involved. And then he caught Brad up short again by repeating the question he had asked earlier. "Did you kill your wife?" The second time was too much. Brad got up from the table and walked to a phone. He called Wayne Palmer, a Portland lawyer, and left a message with his service. Within a short time, the phone in the apartment rang, and Jerry Finch answered. Wayne Palmer, who said he was representing Bradley Cunningham, asked that all questioning of his client stop. He informed Finch that he didn't want the children to be questioned either. "Don't wake them up." So at close to 2 a.m., the questioning had to end. After Brad denied for the second time that he had killed Cheryl Keaton, and after his attorney demanded that the detectives' questioning stop, there was nothing more for them to do. They had informed Brad of his estranged wife's death, and he seemed no more troubled than if they had told him someone had dented the fender of his truck. Now he wanted them out of his apartment. Whatever had happened to Cheryl Keaton, the answers were not going to come easily. Her almost ex-husband, now her widower, was most assuredly not devastated to learn that she was dead. He wasn't surprised either, he said, not given the lifestyle she had chosen. But he had assured the detectives that what had happened to Cheryl had nothing to do with him, with his children, or with his activities during Sunday evening, September 21st, 1986. His duty now was to protect his children, and he intended to do just that. Chapter 5. At 6:30 on Monday morning, September 22nd, Brad called Sarah Gordon at Providence Hospital with news so shocking that she could scarcely believe what he was saying. "Cheryl's dead. The police came by at 11 last night and informed me." "Brad!" Sarah gasped. Why didn't you call me?" "I didn't want to disturb your sleep." Disturb her sleep? Didn't he know that her profession disturbed her sleep all the time? Way back when she was an intern, Sarah had learned to fall asleep leaning against a wall if she had to. She could wake in an instant, be perfectly alert during delicate surgery, and then immediately fall back asleep. All doctors could. They had to learn to sleep when they had a chance, or they wouldn't survive. Sarah couldn't understand why Brad hadn't called her the moment he learned the awful news. When his father died only 2 months before, he had called her at once, begging her to come home and be with him, and she had moved heaven and earth to go to him. Of course, he had loved his father deeply, and he detested his ex-wife, but even so. Sarah and Brad talked for 5 or 6 minutes as she tried to assimilate the fact that Cheryl was dead. Brad said he didn't know how Cheryl had died. The police hadn't been specific, but they had said it wasn't in a traffic accident. Finally, he hung up, and Sarah's hand trailed down the phone. She sat, leaden, wondering what on earth could have happened. And then Sarah simply had to call Brad back. In some ways, she and Brad had had such a strange weekend. They had even had an uncharacteristic squabble on the phone the night before. Earlier, Brad had said something about Cheryl that was almost unbelievable. "Brad had told me Friday night, when we picked up the boys, that Cheryl and her mother were planning to poison him," Sarah remembered. "He had told me that before, that he had listened in on their phone conversation while they plotted against him." Sarah had never known Brad to be frightened of anything before, except for the safety of his children. Now she had to find out more. She called Brad back. There was something she had to ask him. She hoped he wouldn't be hurt or angry, but she was aware that the rage between Brad and Cheryl had escalated tremendously over the past few weeks. She had seen his face when he talked to her on the phone. "Brad," Sarah said quietly, "do you swear that you had nothing to do with Cheryl's death?" His voice was firm and clear. "I had nothing to do with it." She believed him. She didn't sense a trace of deception in his voice. Reassured, she hung up the phone. Sarah was scheduled to administer anesthesia for 2 eye surgeries. There was nothing she could do to help Brad at the moment, and so she walked to the operating room. Dr. Karen Gunson, a forensic pathologist and deputy state medical examiner, was a soft-spoken woman with blonde hair, high cheekbones, and lovely large eyes usually hidden behind glasses. On Monday afternoon, September 22nd, she performed a post-mortem examination of the body of a young woman who had been found dead the evening before. Dr. Gunson had been with the state of Oregon's ME's office for about 8 months. To date in her training and career, she had performed approximately 300 autopsies. But this one among the hundreds would prove to be memorable for many reasons. One dead woman whose foreshortened life and sudden death she would never forget. Seldom had Dr. Gunson seen so many injuries inflicted upon one person. In the end, she would estimate that the victim had been struck approximately 24 times, 21 to 24 separate and distinct blows, but some of the injuries' edges merged into others, so she could make only an educated guess. How long does it take to strike a struggling adult human being 24 times? The yellow band on the victim's right wrist gave a tentative identification and an estimated age, 37. She was still dressed in the blood-soaked clothing she had worn when she was found. A pullover, a t-shirt, blue jeans, zipped, a white bra, beige bikini panties, black socks and loafers. She wore a gold chain with a pendant containing clear stones around her neck and a watch on her left wrist. There was a blue cord with a key attached to it, wrapped around her other wrist. Undressed, The dead woman was almost anorexically thin, so thin that her ribs and hip bones glowed through her skin. She was 5 feet 5½ inches in height, but she weighed a mere 100 pounds. Only her face was swollen and puffy. There, Dr. Gunson saw a mass of injuries, lacerations, contusions, and abrasions. She counted 5 different shapes of lacerations on the top of the head. Some were linear, some were U-shaped, and some were too ragged to label accurately. The facial bones themselves had been fractured, but the skull had not. Dr. Gunson dictated into a tape recorder as she listed the fractures to the left mastoidal area, 6 in all, 4 horizontal and roughly linear, 1 oblique, 1 vertical. There were bruises on the left upper neck. The cartilage on the top of the left ear was fractured. There are a series of lacerations and contusions involving all planes of the face, linear, Y-shaped, triangular, all full-thickness lacerations, including contours of the upper and lower eyelids, lacerations of both cheeks, multiple small and large lacerations around the mouth. The dead woman had 4 broken teeth. Her upper jaw was broken, her right lower jaw was broken, and the force of that blow had even displaced her teeth. Dr. Gunson continued the post-mortem procedure with an internal examination of the skull. She cut the skin at the back of the dead woman's neck with a scalpel and peeled away the entire scalp like a tight latex mask up over the top of the skull and inside out down over the face. She then sawed away the top of the skull so that the brain itself was exposed. The smell of burned bone, no longer noticeable to experienced pathologists, filled the room. Dr. Gunson found extensive hemorrhaging all over the surface of the brain, but again no fracture of the skull itself. Like 1,000 other variable characteristics that differentiate one human body from another, thickness of the skull is one. This victim had a rather thick bony calvarium. It had done her no good. Ironically, her strong skull had been an unyielding force that helped to destroy her brain. Dr. Gunson noted the thick subdural hematoma, large blood clot over the right side of the brain. The dead woman's brain had been literally displaced and squeezed because of traumatic swelling and tremendous bleeding. The subject has suffered contre-coup injuries. The head was supported on the right and struck on the left, Dr. Gunson recorded. A contre-coup injury to the brain occurs when the head is hit on one side and the brain is then macerated as it is slammed forcibly against the opposite side. It is an injury seen often, tragically, in battered infants and children, inflicted when they are shaken violently. At the time this victim was struck repeatedly, the right side of her head had probably been trapped against some unyielding object. When her head didn't move, her brain had bounced again and again into that side of her skull. It was obvious that this shockingly slender victim had not gone down easily. Her hands and left arm and shoulder bore defense wounds. Even her lower legs and feet were bruised, injuries that had occurred perhaps as she fought her attacker or struggled to get away. There was a peculiar linear abrasion near her waist, a scarlet line where the waistband of her jeans had been. Dr. Gunson knew that detectives would ask how long someone could have lived with the terrible brain injuries this dead woman had suffered. She estimated only minutes. The growing blood clot pushing her brain to one side, compressing it until it could no longer sustain her breathing and her heartbeat, had built up rapidly. She would not have been paralyzed, but she could not have fought back for long. And while she was still alive, the terrible hemorrhage into her brain continued. Paradoxically, the bleeding stopped when she died. The huge hematoma grew no larger once it no longer mattered. Although the dead woman had been fully dressed when she was found, that didn't preclude the possibility that she might have been sexually assaulted. Dr. Gunson found no vaginal or rectal contusions, but she routinely took swabs from the vaginal vault and the rectum and slipped them into labeled test tubes so that an acid phosphatase test for the presence of semen could be done. If semen was present, the chemical would turn the swabs a bright purplish red. Criminalist Julia Hinckley of the Oregon State Police Crime Lab stood by during the autopsy and took possession of the evidence Dr. Gunson collected. Hinckley also attempted to retrieve fingernail scrapings beneath the dead woman's nails. There was nothing there but her own blood. Sometimes the contents of the stomach can provide a clue to time of death, to place of death, to a myriad of other questions. Not this time. The victim had only about 100 cc of brown liquid in her stomach, most likely coffee. There was no food. She was so thin that this didn't surprise Dr. Gunson, and there was no urine in her bladder. In further tests that had grown routine at a time when drug use was rampant, Dr. Gunson took blood samples and secured them in gray-stoppered tubes. If the dead woman had ingested alcohol, cocaine, barbiturates, amphetamines, psychotropics, or any of an array of drugs, a scanning electron microscope with a laser probe could isolate that. The metabolites of most of the drugs would last for years, even if the test tube was not refrigerated. Autopsy means quite literally to see for oneself, and there is a sad kind of justice in the fact that the body of a murder victim contains secrets that often either convict or free a suspect. But even if Dr. Gunson had seen a photograph of the woman who lay before her when she was in life, she could not have said that it was this victim. Her eyelids were blackened and swollen closed, and her face was so misshapen. Beneath those closed lids, the dead woman had worn soft contact lenses, tiny circles of transparent material that gave her myopic eyes perfect vision. The contacts had either been displaced during the violent beating she had endured or lost in a mass of blood and tissue. Dr. Gunson could only speculate about what kind of weapon had been used to inflict such terrible wounds. Certainly it would have to have been dense and heavy and something with many sides and varying surfaces. A wrecking bar? A tire iron? A heavy flashlight, maybe? Unless the weapon itself was found, no one would ever know for sure. When she completed her examination, Dr. Gunson knew how this woman had died. She could not know why or by whose hand. It would not have taken a particularly powerful person to do so much damage, but it certainly would have taken a person so full of rage that he, or again she, kept striking and hitting, again and again and again and again. 24 times. Chapter 6. It had, of course, been too good to last, a love affair too wonderful in a world where nothing perfect ever seems to endure. Sarah and Brad would never be able to resume their untroubled romantic courtship. From the moment he called her at 6:30 a.m. on September 22nd, Sarah knew that everything had to change. And she knew, too, that Brad and his little boys would need her more than they had ever needed her. Sarah couldn't feel any personal sense of loss for Cheryl Keaton, although all human life mattered to her. That was why she was a physician. When she learned that Cheryl had been beaten to death, Sarah, long inured to disasters of the flesh, would shudder. The police believed that she had been murdered, and Brad seemed to agree with them. But how could Sarah grieve personally for Cheryl? She had never known her. She had never seen her except at a distance. She had never talked to her. The last time she saw Cheryl, it was through a car window, and her voice had been muted by distance and rainy wind and thick glass, so that Sarah had only seen her mouth moving. Cheryl had seemed angry, harried, and rather desperate on that last Friday night before she was murdered. From what Brad had told her, Sarah knew that Cheryl's life was untidy and full of unsavory characters. She had not been a fit mother for the children. Brad had said that often enough, too. But now Cheryl was gone, and her little boys had loved her, as all children love their mothers. Sarah's heart broke for Jess, Michael, and Philip, and she vowed to try to be there for them. She wondered what part she would play in their lives now. She loved them, that was certain. Would they be with Brad all the time, or would they go to Cheryl's parents? Brad had denied having any part at all in Cheryl's murder. He had been at home with the 3 boys at the time of her death. It was true that his voice had sounded rather flat when he told Sarah about Cheryl, but he had probably been in shock. When you lose someone who has been a part of your world for as many years as Cheryl was part of Brad's, shock is natural. And then he had been furious with Cheryl for blocking him at every turn in his efforts to give his children a peaceful home. Sarah reasoned that Brad couldn't be expected to mourn the woman who had made his life miserable for so long. Sarah had continued with her scheduled surgeries that Monday morning. Once she was masked and gowned, she had always been able to shut away the outside world. Her only concern was for the patient beneath her hands. She had to monitor pulse, respiration, oxygen content in the patient's blood. For those hours she was in the operating room, she didn't have to think about how Cheryl died. Brad paged her sometime before 10 that morning. He said he had lost the single car key she had given him for her Cressida. He needed to come and pick up his Suburban, which was parked in the hospital lot. Sarah arranged to meet him between surgeries. Carrying 2-year-old Philip, with his 2 older boys trailing behind, Brad hurried into the hospital cafeteria and told Sarah that he had taken the MAX, Portland's rapid transit light rail system, to get to Providence. If he had lost the key to her Cressida, Sarah wondered why he hadn't driven his father's pickup truck. It was parked at the Madison Tower. Brad shook his head impatiently. Maybe he hadn't even remembered the pickup. He said he wanted his Suburban. He needed to consult with an attorney. Sarah watched the little boys as they ate breakfast in the cafeteria. They seemed completely normal. They hadn't caught the nervous energy that seemed to vibrate from Brad. When they had finished eating, Sarah gave Brad his keys and walked with him and the boys as far as the parking lot. "Do the kids know about Cheryl?" Sarah asked. "I told them she was killed in a car accident," Brad said. After he drove off, Sarah returned to the operating room. She had back-to-back surgeries scheduled until 3 or 4 that afternoon, and when she was finally able to come up for air, she realized that she had no way to get home. Her Cressida was at the Madison Tower. She called her sister Margie and asked for a ride there. On the way, she stopped at the Broadway Toyota dealership and arranged to have keys made so that she could drive her car. It had been such a weird upside-down day. Who could remember keys and cars and details when the specter of Cheryl's death loomed over everything? Sarah just wanted to get to Brad and the boys and help them through whatever might lie ahead. Then suddenly, incongruously, she remembered that Michael's birthday was only 3 days away and asked her sister to turn into the Toys R Us parking lot to buy him a present. When she got back to Brad's apartment, to her shock, Sarah found him in a state of silent terror. She had never, ever seen him like that before. He had always been a man totally in control, fully capable of handling whatever came his way. But she could see that something was very wrong, something more than Cheryl's strange death. Brad drew Sarah away from the windows and asked her to sit down. He told her softly that he had no choice but to warn her that they might all be in terrible danger. Cheryl's murder was only the beginning, he said, only the first shoe dropped in a massive plot to eliminate him and everyone connected to him. "But who? Why?" Sarah gasped. It's too complicated for me to explain. You'll just have to trust me to take care of us." Brad showed Sarah a loaded handgun he was carrying for protection. Then he led her around his apartment, showing her where he and Brent had tied ropes between interior door handles to prevent anyone who crawled through a window from gaining entrance to the center of the apartment. He and Brent had also arranged pop cans and coffee cans filled with pennies so that they would crash and warn them of any unexpected entry through the main door. Brad had even loaded another gun and given it to his 15-year-old son. 2 guns would be better than 1. Even though they were in a security building, he told Sarah they couldn't count on protection. The people they were dealing with were far more sophisticated than the rent-a-cop security guards at the Madison Tower. "Who?" Sarah asked again, baffled. "Who would try to hurt us?" But Brad wouldn't tell her whom he feared. It was enough for her to know that they all might be in danger. He said the little boys would sleep in his king-sized bed, and Brent would stay in his own room, where he had a good view of the walkway around the 18th floor. If someone could murder Cheryl, Brad said tightly, that meant that none of them was safe. At 9:15 that night, a loud knock sounded at the door, and Brad signaled Sarah to be quiet. They peered out a security peephole and saw a uniformed man standing there. He was an extremely big man, probably 6'4" or 5", and solidly built. He looked to Sarah like either a Portland policeman or a state trooper. The uniformed man waited, balancing on one foot and then the other. Brad held a finger to his lips, shushing them, and shook his head. He wouldn't let anyone answer the door. "But Brad, why?" Sarah asked again, appalled. He sighed and said he guessed he would have to level with her. He told Sarah he had every reason to believe that Cheryl's family was going to come after him and that, quite possibly, they meant to murder him. If they didn't come in person, he felt they would hire someone in a cop's uniform to do it. Sarah, who had never led anything but a safe existence, who had never known anyone involved in such James Bond-like intrigue, was frightened. Cheryl was dead, and Sarah knew absolutely nothing about her family, nothing beyond Brad's conviction that Cheryl and her mother had planned to poison him. She supposed there could be people like that. If Brad was scared, then she was scared. Sarah wondered if she might be next, and Brad, and maybe even the little boys. Sergeant James Hinckley walked away from Brad's door, but he came back and knocked again a few minutes later. He was there to serve subpoenas summoning Jess and Michael Cunningham to appear before the grand jury. Senior Trooper Keith Mecklem and a Madison Tower security guard stood behind Hinckley. After a long wait, Brad opened the door a crack. He was holding a gun, which understandably gave Hinckley pause. Hinckley was armed with a steel Smith & Wesson .357 revolver, and he recognized the gun in Cunningham's hand as the same kind of weapon. Reluctantly, Brad opened the door wide enough for Hinckley to step inside the apartment. "For the reasonableness of this situation, I think you can put your gun down," Hinckley said quietly. "You can see we're police officers." Glancing around the apartment, he noticed that the doors were tied shut with white rope that extended from door to door. "I just wanted to make sure who was out there," Brad said. "I'm afraid for my children's lives. I rigged those ropes for their safety, but only the doors facing the walkway." "Could you put the gun away?" Hinckley asked again. Brad set it down on a low bookcase. He called his sons from the master bedroom, and Hinckley handed them the subpoenas and left. Now Sarah was more puzzled than ever. Why were the boys being asked to testify? Was Brad suspected of Cheryl's murder? She needed more answers, and Brad insisted that he had been in his apartment with his sons all of Sunday night, except for 2 short errands. "Michael and I checked the mail," he said. "And then we went down to the garage to put my shoes in your car. I was going to inspect that land this morning." "Why did you take Michael with you?" Sarah asked. "You know Michael," he said. "He was horsing around and keeping Jess and Philip from watching the movie." "But why did you put your shoes in my car?" Sarah persisted. "Weren't you coming over to the hospital to get the Suburban?" Brad looked at her, distracted. He didn't need this aggravation. He had enough on his mind. "I'd better not answer any more questions," he said, putting an end to her worried queries. There hadn't been a subpoena for her yet, Sarah thought, but there probably would be when the police found out how close she was to Brad. Brad's tension was contagious, and Sarah spent a restless night. But she had to go to work the next morning, and so she called the Madison Tower security guard to escort her to her car. The little hairs on the back of her neck stood up as she kept close to the guard in the underground garage. She didn't ever want to go back to that apartment. Beyond the fear that someone was stalking him, Brad had other worries. He knew that the husband of a woman who dies under suspicious circumstances is always the prime suspect. He hadn't liked the way Jim Ayers and Jerry Finch stared at him when they questioned him on Sunday night, or the big state cop showing up with subpoenas for his boys. He had been involved in many civil litigation cases and always believed in hiring the best attorneys for the job. Early Tuesday morning, Brad called Sarah at the hospital and told her he had retained Phil Margolin, a prominent criminal defense attorney in Portland. Margolin paged Sarah at Providence later that morning to ask her questions about the events of Sunday night. "He told me that he'd talked to Brad and that he was convinced of his innocence," she recalled, "and that reassured me." Sarah spoke only briefly to Margolin, explaining that she was needed in surgery, but within an hour she was paged again and was shocked to hear that Brad had been brought into the emergency room at Providence by ambulance. My God! Had someone gotten to Brad just as he feared? Terrified that he had been shot, Sarah rushed down to the emergency room and stood by as Brad was wheeled in on a gurney. He hadn't been shot, at least he wasn't wounded. He had apparently suffered a heart attack in Phil Margolin's office. That was something she had never even thought of. Brad was such a strong man, and he was only 37 years old. But her physician's mind told her that didn't mean he couldn't have heart trouble. His father had just died of a massive coronary in July, and he was only 61, and Sanford Cunningham had suffered several heart attacks in the years before his death. It was an ominous cardiac history for Brad. It was 11:45 a.m. when Dr. Steve Reinhardt, Sarah's friend and a cardiologist on staff, began treating Brad. He complained of chest pains, and he winced when Dr. Reinhardt touched the left front of his chest. The heart monitor showed that Brad was throwing PVCs, premature ventricular contractions. There was an early extra beat of the ventricles, and his heart was contracting out of normal sequence. It was a very common condition, and sometimes it was life-threatening. Sarah understood the potential danger of this particular irregularity of the heart's rhythm. A lot of people under extreme stress throw PACs, premature atrial contractions, and they were not nearly as likely to interfere with life itself. But the ventricles were the largest chambers in the heart, and she knew that Brad's heart could go into fibrillation and lose all of its normal rhythm in an instant, becoming just a useless squirming organ unable to pump blood. If that happened, Steve Reinhardt would have to put the electrical paddles from the life pack on Brad's chest and try to shock his heart back into normal sinus rhythm. Sarah had seen too many patients go sour and die with exactly the same condition that Brad had. She watched, stricken, as Reinhardt examined the man she loved. How much emotional pain could she and Brad be expected to take in one day? Their happy time with his laughing little boys at the pizza restaurant on Sunday seemed 1,000,000 years away, and it had been less than 48 hours ago. Now, Brent kept his little brothers occupied in the nurse's lounge while Brad was being treated. Sarah couldn't bear to think that they could be orphans in an instant. To her immense relief, Brad began to come around, and his EKG tracings showed he was back in perfectly normal sinus rhythm. Despite Sarah's pleading, he refused to be admitted to the hospital. He had too much to do. Dr. Reinhardt insisted, however, that Brad take a stress test on the treadmill before he would release him. Leads were attached to his chest, arms, and ankles so that his blood pressure and heart rate could be monitored as he walked on the moving belt. Every 3 minutes, a technician increased the rate and the incline of the treadmill. Brad's heart picked up speed, but it beat as steadily as a clock. At 2:30 that Tuesday afternoon, he was released from the hospital. Brad took Sarah aside and told her that they had to continue to take great precautions to protect themselves. He felt it wasn't safe for them to stay in the Madison Tower. Whoever was stalking them, whoever had killed Cheryl, could trap them there. "That's exactly where they will expect us to be," he whispered. Phil Margolin required a retainer, Brad told Sarah. That was standard, she knew. She wrote out a $5,000 check and assured Brad that she would pay for private investigators, for anything he needed so that he would be adequately represented and they could all be safe. She knew Brad, and she loved him. The world seemed to be closing in on him, and Sarah wasn't about to let that happen. He was making almost $100,000 a year at U.S. Bank, and he said he had millions coming to him from his suit in Texas, but his assets were not as easy to get to as Sarah's were. There was no question in Sarah's mind now that they were going to be together forever, and they would share everything. Brad explained that it wasn't safe for Brent to stay at his apartment either, and Sarah agreed. She wrote a $1,000 check for Brent to help him find a hiding place. All this had to be terrible for him, too. He had come home from a camping trip only a few hours before Brad's apartment was invaded by a half-dozen police investigators. Ginny Burton, the surgical technician who was Sarah's friend and one of the guests on the blind date evening when she first met Brad, had stopped by the ER to check on him. "Anything I can do to help, I will," she told Sarah. "Could we stay at your house tonight?" Sarah asked. "Sure, we'll make room. Come on over." Ginny was too tactful to ask why they couldn't stay in Brad's apartment or even in Sarah's. If Sarah asked, she must have a good reason. She did. Brad's conviction that they had to keep moving, that they must never stay more than a night in one place. Sarah was certain that, underneath, Brad had to feel some sadness and regret about Cheryl's death, even though he had been so angry at her. Those emotions had probably contributed to the arrhythmia that brought him into the ER. When a person dies suddenly, leaving so many loose ends, so many quarrels unresolved, the one left living almost always feels guilty. Sarah felt sadness and regret, too. It would have been better for their sons if Cheryl and Brad had had a civil relationship. It would have been better if Brad and Sarah had been able to find a common meeting ground with Cheryl so that they could all work for the boys' best interests. But now Cheryl was no longer in the picture. Sarah wished she had known her. Maybe if she had, she would be able to understand why someone had wanted her dead. Brad knew why, and Sarah sensed that he was trying to protect her from awful truths, things about Cheryl he had never told her. That was like him. He was strong, but he was so gentle with her and the boys. No matter what the police might think, Brad was not a killer. There was no violence in him, of that she was certain, just as certain as she was that she had never loved anyone the way she loved him. Yet Brad was afraid that they might be murdered too. That he should be frightened of anyone or anything was the most inexplicable reaction Sarah could ever have imagined. But she trusted his instincts, and she would follow his lead. Somehow, he was going to bring them all safely through this nightmare. Chapter 7. On Tuesday night, September 23rd, Sarah, Brad, Jess, Michael, Philip, and Brent all stayed at Ginny Burton's two-bedroom apartment in the Mount Tabor district of Portland. Brad got to Ginny's place about 4 that afternoon, just as Ginny was arriving home from her shift at Providence Hospital. Sarah showed up a short time later in her own car. Brad seemed none the worse for his trip to the emergency room, and he didn't complain of any more chest pains or erratic heartbeats. Ginny didn't ask questions. They all seemed so grateful to be with her in an anonymous location. It took some figuring to find a spot for everyone to sleep, but Ginny made a bed for Jess and Michael on the couch. Philip slept with Sarah and Brad in one bedroom, and Brent slept in a sleeping bag on the living room floor. Ginny and her fiancé slept in the other bedroom. Ginny could see that Brad was nervous. He seemed bothered, preoccupied, she would recall. He was concerned that someone might take his children away. The OSP detectives were concerned with finding the person who had killed Cheryl. In September of 1986, Lieutenant LaRon Howland was superintendent of the Oregon State Police Criminal Investigation Division. He was kept updated on the Keaton homicide by Lieutenant Corky Forbes, who commanded the Beaverton office of the OSP, or by OSP Sergeant Greg Baxter, who was the hands-on supervisor of the case. Baxter had chalked up 17 years on the force, and that third week in September had been one of his busiest. With Washington County District Attorney Scott Upham and his staff, Baxter and his investigators had worked almost around the clock on the Friday night murder. Cheryl Keaton's bizarre death had put a strain on both departments. Baxter assigned Jerry Finch and Jim Ayers to carry through as the lead detectives in the Keaton homicide. They would be the most actively involved, but Lieutenant James Boyd Reed, Les Frank, Tom Alaniewski, Robert C. Vance, and Richard McKiernan would all participate, along with Julia Hinckley and Greg Schenkel from the Oregon State Police Crime Lab. In the first week after Cheryl Keaton's body was found on the Sunset Highway, Finch and Ayers had more than enough to do. They had already talked to Brad Cunningham, the victim's estranged husband, long into the early hours of the morning after her death. Ayers wanted to know a lot more about Cunningham, but that wasn't going to be easy. They couldn't find him. He wasn't in his apartment, and he hadn't shown up at work at the U.S. Bank either, though he apparently hadn't left town. Ayers and Finch had reports that Brad had been seen here, there, and everywhere, but they were always 2 steps behind him. Southwest 79th Street was the likeliest place for the OSP detectives to begin their heel and toeing, canvassing the area, asking questions, handing out flyers. The person who had propelled the blue Toyota van onto the freeway could have done it only from 79th. The detectives might get lucky. People living along the street abutting the freeway might have seen that person, or they might not. It had been almost completely dark when Randy Blyton discovered Cheryl's body. Maybe nobody had seen anything at all. Jack and Danielle Daniels lived at 2035 79th. Daniels had been playing golf that Sunday and had driven home a little after 8, up Canyon Drive to West Slope and then northbound on 79th. He had seen a van on the east side of the street facing north, almost directly across from his house, near his mailbox. As he pulled into his driveway, he recalled, the van had gone forward about 50 feet. At that time he saw 2 people in the front seat, and he thought he saw a child standing in the back seat, but it might have been only the outline of the child's car seat just behind the driver. Danielle Daniels was watching the Emmy Awards show when her husband got home. She told Jerry Finch that she had heard loud banging noises sometime between 8 and 8:40 on Sunday night. She had gone to the window to look out and ask Jack. "Did you hear something?" "No," he had responded. "Only the dogs barking." Once more, Danielle heard something and looked out. She told Finch, "A man came to our door about 20 minutes later, pounding on the door, and I called my husband." That, of course, was Randy Blyton frantically trying to get help for the woman he had found in the Toyota van. Asked to describe the banging noises and to try to isolate the time she heard them, Danielle said, "Jack came home at 8:10. I heard the noises 10 minutes later. It sounded like a rubber hammer on a car. A few minutes later I heard the noise again, and it was 15 or 20 minutes after that when the man came to the door looking for help for the woman." Michael Casey, a freelance illustrator, lived in the 2100 block of Southwest 79th. He told state police detectives that he and his neighbors were used to seeing vehicles with lost and confused drivers on their street. "We saw a lot of freeway refugees," he commented wryly. He tried to reconstruct in his mind the evening of September 21st. That Sunday, Casey had a rush project to finish, so he had worked all day in his office in Portland's Old Town district. He went home for a quick dinner around 6 and then prepared to head back to his studio. "I expected that I'd have to work all night if I was going to finish." Casey said he had had no particular reason to keep track of time, save for the fact that he wanted to get to Old Town in time to watch the Emmy Awards show at 8 p.m. on the television set in his studio. It was a way for him to fool himself into thinking he wasn't really working around the clock, and on a weekend to boot. Casey had been a little impatient as he started back to Old Town and found his way blocked by a small, late-model van that was stopped in front of him on Southwest 79th. It was right around 8 p.m., a little before or a little after, and now he was sure he was going to miss the start of the Emmy show. Although the sun had disappeared into a purpling layer along the horizon, it was light enough for Casey to see that the van was either a Toyota or a Dodge, and probably blue or blue-gray in color. Casey was in a hurry, and the van's driver didn't seem to know where he was going or have the initiative to get out and ask. The van was aimed at the freeway, but it wasn't moving. A little annoyed, Casey sighed, backed up, and pulled around. Idly, his mind computed that the driver was male. "If it had been a woman, I would have stopped and offered her some assistance," he said. It was a fleeting encounter, erased from the surface of Casey's consciousness almost as soon as he eased onto the Sunset Highway and merged with the steady ribbon of traffic heading for Portland. When the news of the death on the Sunset had hit the papers, the Beaverton station of the Oregon State Police got the usual number of phone calls from people who offered tips, suggestions, and, in a few cases, sightings of suspicious men. Finch was hurrying out of the office when a clerk handed him a telephone message slip. He read it, he remembered the contents, but somewhere in his travels that day he lost the slip itself. And with the slip, he lost the name and phone number of the caller, if indeed the caller had left either. Anonymous calls tend to be the rule rather than the exception when people call police. The message was from a couple who had read about the Toyota van on the freeway. They happened to own an identical car, and the news coverage caught their attention. They had been driving in the West Slope area at dusk on Sunday and recalled passing a dark, muscular man who was jogging near the freeway. It had seemed an odd place to jog. The man had something tucked under his arm as if he was carrying a football. For an instant their headlights had picked up his face, and then they swept on by, his image as blurred as their memory of the moment. Human memory is a fascinating and imprecise faculty. In this instance, it didn't matter. Finch could never locate the memo or the people who had called about the man running in the West Slope area that Sunday night. If he had been Cheryl's killer, might he not have stopped behind a bush or in the shadows, removed his outer clothing, rolled it into a ball, and then run from the scene until he found a dumpster or some other spot to throw away possibly blood-stained clothes? It was a theory that seemed plausible. Michael Casey had seen only one vehicle on Southwest 79th when he left home within a half hour of the discovery of the homicide on the Sunset. Unless there had been more than one killer involved, whoever had beaten Cheryl to death would have had no way to leave the area except on foot. Joggers were everywhere. This one might have thought no one would notice him, but someone had. It was one very small chip in a very large mosaic. The reason that investigators could not locate Brad Cunningham for further questioning in the days following Cheryl Keaton's murder was, of course, that he was on the move constantly, taking Sarah and his sons with him, running from whatever enemies and demons pursued him. Thanks to Sarah's friends and her relatives, they were welcome at a number of residences. Brad was adamant that it was far too dangerous for them to return to either of their apartments in the Madison Tower. Brad had Phil Margolin representing him, but Margolin explained that he couldn't represent the children, too. When Brad insisted that his sons must have an attorney, Margolin suggested that he retain Susan Svetke, a lawyer with his firm. Her practice was devoted to children's interests, to making sure that they came before any other agendas. Sarah wrote out another check, this one for Susan Svetke. Susan never talked to Brad, nothing more than saying hello. She was not his lawyer. Brad wanted his sons protected, and he didn't want police playing with their minds, perhaps trying to force their memories into flawed recollections. He knew that the Washington County grand jury was about to meet, and 2 of his small sons had been subpoenaed to testify. He didn't want anyone talking with his sons, not the police, and certainly not the grand jury. They were little boys, they had lost their mother, and, of course, they were in as much danger as he was. Brad could not ignore the subpoenas, but at least Jess and Michael would have legal representation. Susan Svetke was a slender, attractive woman with a warm and earnest manner. It didn't matter who hired her. Her allegiance was always to the children she represented. She was very concerned about Jess and Michael Cunningham. As a separate matter, she wondered about their competency as witnesses. They were so young. Served at the hospital, Sarah responded to her own subpoena and also delivered Jess, Michael, and Brent Cunningham to the Washington County Courthouse on September 24th. And shortly before the grand jury hearing into the death of Cheryl Keaton, Susan Svetke and Jerry Finch talked with Jess and Michael in a conference room in the DA's office. They needed to determine what, if anything, the boys might be able to testify to. If neither child was competent to appear before the grand jury, they needed to know that, too. Grand jury hearings are cloaked in secrecy, and attorneys are not permitted to accompany their clients into those sacrosanct chambers. At 6, Jess Keaton Cunningham was an extremely bright little boy. So was Michael Keaton Cunningham, but he was only 4 and seemed distracted and querulous. Why wouldn't he be? He had just lost his mother. Finch would ask questions while Susan Svetke took notes. It had never even occurred to her that Brad would want his children sequestered from the detectives investigating Cheryl's murder. As far as she knew, he had been home with the youngsters the night their mother was killed. She believed she was with his sons solely to make this process as untraumatic as possible for them. Finch was a kind man, and he began talking quietly to Jess, assuring him that he was not in trouble, not at all. Finch just needed to ask him some questions. When he asked Jess how old he was, Jess said he was 6 and that his birthday was on October 25th. He also said he liked sports and that he played soccer. "Did you have a soccer game last weekend?" Finch asked. "I don't know the days." Patiently, Finch drew parallel lines representing the days of the week on a piece of paper and found that Jess was perfectly able to show him which days were his school days and which were soccer days. Jess remembered that his father had picked him up from his mother's house on Friday or Saturday, September 19th or 20th, and that they had talked about his soccer game. "What day was your soccer game?" Jess pointed to the 6th line, Saturday. "My team was the Bridal Mile Buddies, and we played the Bridal Mile Blazers. We won 6-2. Jess remembered that his dad had taken him and his brothers to the donut shop after the soccer game. He touched the 7th line Sunday as the day he was supposed to go back to his mom's house. "Why didn't you go back, Jess?" Finch asked. "I don't know." The day after the Saturday line, Jess said he and his dad and brothers had gone to the hospital to have pizza with Sarah, and he described the pizza restaurant as being 2 streets away from the hospital. After they all ate together, Jess said his dad had switched cars with Sarah, from the Suburban to the short white car because Dad's car wasn't running right. "Do you remember what you did next?" Finch asked. According to Jess's memory, they had gone back to his father's apartment in the Madison Tower, and they had a sandwich and some popcorn while they watched a movie on the VCR. "What was the movie?" Finch asked. "Do you remember?" Jess nodded. "It was The Sword in the Stone. There was this boy and this magician, Merlin, and they tried to pull the sword from the stone, and whoever pulled it out would become the King of England. Arthur did. Once you did," Jess confided, "you always could." "Where was your dad?" Finch asked. Jess said that his dad had gone jogging with Michael while he and Philip stayed in the apartment and continued to watch the movie. When Finch asked him if he remembered what part of the movie was showing when Brad and Michael left, Jess nodded. "Merlin and Arthur turned into squirrels and climbed up a tree." "When did your dad come home?" "After it was over." "How did you know it was after the movie was over?" Jess said the screen had gotten all fizzed up, and he didn't know how to rewind the tape, so he had just turned the power off. He thought maybe his father had gotten home 2 or 3 minutes after the end, but he wasn't sure. Jess thought for a moment and then remembered that he had left his father's room where he had been watching The Sword in the Stone and had gone to his own room where he had a television set too. Rambo was playing on one of the local channels, and he started watching that movie. "Your dad came home sometime after you started watching Rambo?" Finch asked. "Yeah, when Rambo was captured by the bad guys and General Warhawk took Rambo into a little cabin." Jess had a remarkable memory. He also remembered that when his dad came back from jogging, he was wearing an orange and yellow hunter's vest. "Did you see your father coming through the door?" Finch asked. "No, he came through the elevator." "What did your dad do after he got home?" "It sounded like he was washing the dishes. I heard water running in the kitchen." Jess remembered that Michael had left with his dad, but he couldn't recall seeing Michael come back the first time Brad returned to the apartment. He thought his dad had left again and gone to his car to get Michael. He didn't know what his father had been wearing when he left to go jogging that Sunday night. "I didn't see him when he left." But he remembered that he and both his brothers had slept on the floor of their father's bedroom that night. Susan Svetke took 12 pages of notes on Jess's memories of the night his mother was murdered. She took only 2 on Michael's recall. Michael didn't want to talk about anything, especially the night his mother died. He crawled under the big oak table in the conference room, and he whimpered and turned away when Finch tried to talk to him. It was obvious that Michael was essentially ineffective as a witness. If he remembered anything about the time when he and his father left the Madison Tower apartment on Sunday evening, he didn't want to answer questions about it. Svetke and Finch looked at each other. They were not going to push this child. There was no point in questioning Michael further. Jess, a small, lonely little figure, walked into the grand jury room and was given an oath to tell the truth. There were 5 grand jurors there that day in the 4th week of September. None of them would ever forget Jess Cunningham. He was very smart. He was very brave. He was without guile. Jess's feet dangled far from the floor as he sat upright in the witness chair and told the people on the grand jury about the night of September 21st. Frank L. Smith, one of the jury members, had worked for the U.S. Post Office for almost 17 years. He took notes as the little boy talked. Smith would remember this moment for many years to come. Jess told the grand jury the same things he had told Jerry Finch and Susan Svetke. He recalled more, however. He testified that he had to unlock the door for his father when he came back. Jess said his father had told him he'd been jogging from Sarah's hospital, and that he was wearing red jogging shorts and a yellow and red shirt, probably meaning the vest. Asked if Brad was sweaty or out of breath when he came back, Jess said, "No." When Brad learned that Susan Svetke had allowed his children to be questioned by Detective Jerry Finch, he was enraged. "I was at juvenile court on September 26th, Svetke recalled, when I received a phone call from Mr. Cunningham. He said, 'You're fired.'" Chapter 8. The successful investigation of a homicide is composed of many segments, not unlike bits of colored glass in a kaleidoscope. Detectives have to deal alternately with human emotion, experience, recall, and prejudice, and with solid physical evidence. The testimony of human beings has always been mutable. Forensic evidence has become more sophisticated and definitive with every year that passes. Fingerprints, blood tests, DNA profiles, hair and fiber identification. There are so many ways to tell if a suspect has been at the scene of a murder at the time the murder occurred. Did a suspect have means, motive, and opportunity to kill? Did he or she leave something behind and take something away? The answer to that last question is always yes. According to the great-granddaddy of all criminalists, Dr. Edmond Locard, every felon takes something of the crime scene, no matter how minute, away with him on his person or in his vehicle, and every felon leaves something of himself, no matter how minute, at the crime scene. Locard's theory does not guarantee, however, that those investigating the crime will find the infinitesimal bits of telltale evidence left behind. It is never as easy as it looks in the movies and on television. The death of Cheryl Keaton would be one of the most inexplicable and difficult murders to prove in Oregon criminal history. The men and women investigating the case were faced with two widely divergent assessments of who Cheryl had been. What kind of woman was she? Was she an amoral slut, as her estranged husband had characterized her, a victim just waiting for a murder to happen? Or was she the brilliant attorney, the devoted mother, the frightened near-divorcee that her family and her associates were describing to detectives? And just who was Bradley Morris Cunningham? Was he the man of singular accomplishment, the constant father, the compassionate lover that Sarah Gordon knew, that his surroundings and possessions confirmed, and that he himself claimed to be? Or was it possible that he was not what he seemed, that he was a man who had brutally bludgeoned his wife to death and abandoned her vehicle on a busy freeway, hoping to make her death look like an accident? More painful to consider was the possibility that if Brad had murdered his wife, he had done so in the presence of their 4-year-old son, Michael. 6-year-old Jess had told Jerry Finch, Susan Svetke, and the Washington County Grand Jury that his father had taken Michael and left the Madison Tower apartment for a considerable length of time that Sunday night. Brad himself said he had only run errands around the building, checking the mailbox, putting boots in his car. The running time of the 2 movies that Jess was positive he had watched that night would give the investigators parameters to determine the length of time his father had been gone from the apartment. Had there been time enough to commit the crime? Perhaps only young Michael knew. And either he didn't remember what had happened on Sunday night, or he had buried his memories deep in his subconscious mind. Under the direction of Oregon State Police Lieutenant James Boyd Reed and Sergeant Greg Baxter, the investigation into Cheryl Keaton's murder proceeded, both the search for physical evidence and the less precise evaluation of the personalities and characters of the victim and the suspects that would emerge. Jerry Finch would continue to be the lead investigator, along with Jim Ayers, with backup from OSP detectives Al Carson, Gus Bradford, and Richard McKiernan. And in the beginning, the only thing they could do was fan out and try to cover as much territory as possible. Cheryl Keaton had had so many facets to her existence: her career, her family, her friends, her failing marriage. Each contact the OSP investigators made led to another, but little by little they added to their store of knowledge of Cheryl's life and of Brad's life, too. Greg Baxter talked to Cheryl's mother, Betty, who was now married to Marv Troseth. She was grief-stricken, but she took a deep breath and tried to reconstruct the last day she had seen her oldest child alive. She remembered the previous weekend all too well. Although Cheryl often visited her hometown of Longview on the weekends when Brad had her 3 little boys, this visit had been different somehow. It had been almost as if she had known that it would be her last. Betty and all the rest of Cheryl's family knew that she was going through an agonizing divorce and custody battle, but they had been shocked to see that Cheryl, always slender, was bone-thin and that her face was drawn with worry and tension. Cheryl had spent Saturday and most of Sunday visiting relatives, and then had left in the afternoon so she could be at her house on the West Slope before Brad brought Jess, Michael, and Philip home at 7 Sunday night. Every moment of that weekend was etched in the minds of Betty Troseth, her daughters Julia and Susan, and Cheryl's stepfathers, Marv Troseth and Bob McNanny. Theirs was a large and closely knit family, and they could scarcely absorb the fact that Cheryl had been murdered. They all adored her. At only 36, Cheryl Keaton, who had never taken her husband's surname, was already a full partner in the law firm of Garvey, Schubert, and Bearer. On Monday morning, September 22nd, the unbelievable rumor that Cheryl was dead had begun to circulate in the Seattle offices of the firm. Cheryl had begun her career with Garvey Schubert in Seattle, and she had often commuted from Portland to work on unfinished litigations in Washington state. Greg Dallaire was the managing partner of the Seattle office. When he arrived at work before 8 on that Monday, he heard the rumors, and Cheryl's face flashed in his mind, an image of a young woman so alive, so vital, so tremendously competent in her work as a litigator for the firm. He could not imagine that she was dead. Dallaire started calling Portland to see what he could find out. It was a chilling thing to phone law enforcement agencies and morgues searching for a friend. Dallaire really didn't want to confirm the rumors. "I called the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office first," he said. "I just assumed she would have been in Portland or in Multnomah County. I didn't know she lived in Washington County. The Sheriff's Office referred me to the coroner's office." Even years later, Dallaire still couldn't speak of that awful morning without pain. "I called the coroner and I got somebody who worked there. He left the phone for a moment, and then he said, 'Yeah, she's here. We have her here.' Just like that. It was true. Cheryl was dead. It must have been about 8:30 or 9 that morning. The coroner said that she'd been bludgeoned to death." Dallaire went around to speak with the Seattle staff. There would have been about 50 people with the firm then, lawyers and staff. Everyone was absolutely stunned. Several members of the Garvey-Schubert staff attended Cheryl's funeral services in Longview the Thursday after her murder. It was an ordeal she would not have chosen to put anyone through, and it was not the kind of service she would have wanted. Almost paralyzed with grief and shock, her sister Susan and her mother had made the arrangements. Susan would recall going to Steele's funeral home the Monday night after the murder. Eerily, she already knew what her sister had wanted. Cheryl had had a presentiment of doom, and she had confided to Susan that she wanted to be cremated. "They released Cheryl's body to us right after the autopsy that first night," Susan remembered. "It sounds terrible, but we were so upset at the funeral home that we got the giggles. I think we were too shocked to cry, and I know Cheryl would have understood. She always used to say, 'Buy me flowers when I'm alive.' And we were trying to do what she would have wanted. We arranged for the cremation as Cheryl wanted." But Cheryl's father's sister, Ida, was horrified when she heard that Cheryl was going to be cremated. "She told us that no way could they permit that," Susan said. "They were Southern Baptists, and they didn't believe in cremation." Aunt Ida put up such a fuss about it that Betty, Susan, and Julia didn't have the energy to fight her. Cheryl was gone, and we were having such a hard time about losing her that we just couldn't deal with all the family stuff, Susan remembered. They went and picked out a coffin. It was an awful bright pink. That wasn't Cheryl. Actually, she would have laughed at the very sight of it. At least Cheryl's mother was able to stand firm that there would be no viewing at the funeral. On Wednesday, September 24th, both sides of Cheryl's family, along with representatives from Garvey-Schubert, attended her services. "It was awful," Susan recalled. "Cheryl would have hated that pink coffin so much. It was raining cats and dogs, and even so, Julia got stung by a bumblebee." Cheryl was buried in the Bunker Hill Cemetery, several miles north along the Columbia River from Longview. It had been established in 1889, and its gates were guarded by giant cedars. Her grandmother, Edna Keaton, whom she had loved so in life, was next to her. Her grandfather, Keaton, was nearby. But it was too soon, far too soon, for Cheryl to be dead. Jess, Michael, and Philip, the sons she had loved more than life itself, were not present at Cheryl's funeral, nor was her estranged husband, Brad. Later, he complained that Bunker Hill Cemetery was so out of the way that it was impossible to find, and that no one in Cheryl's family had made the slightest effort to inform him of her funeral arrangements. Sometime after Cheryl's funeral, Brad did take their sons to Bunker Hill Cemetery and show them their mother's grave. A week after the pink funeral in Longview, Cheryl's co-workers from Garvey, Schubert, and Bearer had a private memorial service for her. They gathered at the meeting place at Seattle's historic Pike Place Market. "We talked about the Cheryl we knew," Greg Dallaire recalled. "Even attorneys whom she'd opposed got up and talked about what a fine lawyer and fine person she was. We had a kind of closure." Garvey-Schubert was not a criminal law firm. Like everyone else, Cheryl's co-workers expected that the police investigation would come to a successful conclusion and that someone would be arrested soon and prosecuted. Cheryl's blue Toyota van remained parked at the Jim Collins Towing Yard at 12090 Southwest Cheshire Court in Beaverton. On Tuesday, September 23, 1986, two OSP criminalists, Senior Trooper Greg Schenkel, an expert in fingerprint identification, and Julia Hinckley, who was married to OSP Sergeant James Hinckley, processed the death car there. Schenkel also processed Cheryl's purse and its contents. Fingerprints are, and long have been, one of the most valuable resources for detectives. If Schenkel got lucky and Cheryl's killer had left prints inside the van or on her property, they could identify him or her through the AFIS, Automated Fingerprint Identification System, easily. Unless, of course, Brad Cunningham, who had had reasons to want Cheryl out of his life, was her murderer. His fingerprints would have an evidentiary value of 0. They would be expected to be there. He had told Jim Ayers he had driven the van often, the last time 6 months before. Schenkel looked through Cheryl's purse and found 2 phone cards, one for 503-555-3939 and one for 503-555-2637. He also found credit cards, Sears, Nordstrom, American Express, Visa, First Interstate Bank card, and several gasoline cards. Credit cards are often fertile areas for fingerprints, but only Cheryl's prints were on them. Using various colored powders and oblique angles of light to highlight latent fingerprints, Schenkel then processed the Toyota van inside and out and lifted several latent prints around the driver's door window on the exterior and several more inside. He even found one in blood on the outside passenger door handle. A print in blood is the best evidence he could hope to find. Schenkel drove to Olympia, Washington, Brad's home state capital, carrying the fingerprint exemplar he had taken from the door handle. He held his breath as he compared the whorls, loops, and ridges to Brad's known print exemplars, but the print proved instead to be from the right thumb of Randall Blyton, the man who had risked his life to get Cheryl's van off the Sunset Highway. He had already told police that he touched the passenger door when he looked to see if the person inside was all right. There are some prime spots where fingerprint technicians find useful prints, spots criminals don't usually think of when they wipe a crime scene clean. Schenkel tried them all, including the rearview mirror. He performed his arcane alchemy on items he found in the glove compartment: a Mobil oil receipt, a Texaco gas receipt, a light bulb, several matchbooks, a map, Cheryl's pen, a glasses case, even a pack of chewing gum. Many of the prints didn't have enough points to make a match to anyone's fingertips. Not surprisingly, several were Cheryl's, and, as expected, some were Brad's, one on a map in the glove compartment and one on a temporary registration. That meant nothing at all, since Brad and Cheryl were still living together and both driving the van until February or March. Julia Hinckley had been a criminalist with the Oregon State Police for almost 2 decades. She was an expert in electrophoretic toxicology and crime scene photography, as well as in the collection and preservation of evidence. By her own estimate, she had worked on hundreds of homicide investigations. "I'm there to assist the police and to collect and preserve evidence," she said succinctly. She had also attended several hundred post-mortem exams and reconstructed many crime scenes. Hinckley had been present at Cheryl's autopsy the day before she processed the Toyota van. It was she who had received the blood samples and the rectal, oral, and vaginal swabs taken from the victim. She had also received the bags from Cheryl's hands, samples of her head and pubic hair, the dark hairs caught in her left hand, and a few stray hairs and fibers found clinging to her shirt. Cheryl's body had already been transported to Longview for burial when Hinckley joined Schenkel at the tow yard to process the victim's van. Finch and Ayers were there too, and Greg Baxter, all hoping that something might be recovered that would bring a quick solution to this case. First, Hinckley took photographs of the Toyota van. Then she shone a high-intensity light at an oblique angle to try to pick up any trace evidence not visible in direct light. There is an irony in the aftermath of murder. The ambiance is calm and impersonal, as if maniacal violence had never occurred in the now silent, empty crime scene. There is no longer any need for haste. Quietly, meticulously, Hinckley worked her way around the van inch by inch. She saved a hair from the driver's door and a hair that adhered to dried blood on the steering wheel. She would bag and label every possible shred of evidence. She divided the van into 6 sections and vacuumed the contents of each section, sealing and labeling the bags. She noted clumps of dark hair, and everywhere she worked there were massive amounts of dried blood. Back at the Oregon State Police Crime Lab, she would carry out painstaking forensic tests on the items she bagged as she looked for some telltale marker Cheryl's killer had left behind. Chapter 9. Fear traveled with Brad and Sarah wherever they went that first week. Brad warned Sarah that they had to be careful not to develop a pattern in their movements. The people who were stalking them would pick up on that instantly. So some nights, while Brad and Sarah stayed at Ginny Burton's, they hid the children at Sarah's sister Margie's house. Jess had testified at the Washington County DA's office for the grand jury, and Brad had fired Susan Svetke for allowing his son to talk to Jerry Finch. It was all such a nightmare having a 6-year-old who had just lost his mother subpoenaed to testify. Meanwhile, Sarah was continuing to work, trying to keep them all together emotionally and physically, and to keep her own feelings on an even keel. It wasn't easy. Every time she managed to achieve some sort of equanimity about their situation, something happened to throw her off balance. On Thursday morning, Sarah and Brad took a shower together in Ginny's bathroom. The warm water splashed over them, and it almost seemed as if they could wash away all the tragedy and the ugliness of the past few days. Brad was much taller than Sarah. She barely came to his shoulder. That was one of the things she liked about him. His massive size made her feel protected. She turned toward him, looking up at his face, and gasped suddenly. Brad had a huge bruise under his left arm. Her doctor's eye noted clinically that it was dark purple, not yellow yet. She knew that meant it was 3 or 4 days old. "Brad," she exclaimed, "where on earth did you get that?" "What?" "That bruise under your arm." "Oh, that. I was playing on the jungle gym in the park blocks with the kids on Sunday while you were sleeping. I slipped at the top and caught myself on one of the bars on that arm." It was a terrible bruise, and strange. Sarah had never before seen a bruise on Brad. Maybe it was his darkish olive complexion, one of the few signs of his American Indian heritage that made a bruise hard to detect. That same Thursday, September 25th, Brad and Sarah spent the night in yet another location. The children were safe with Margie, and they checked into the Sheraton Hotel at the Portland airport. For the first time since Cheryl's murder, they were by themselves, and Sarah didn't feel as if some unknown terror was waiting just outside their door. No one but her sister knew where they were. Brad told her a little more about Sunday evening, almost as if he was trying to establish an alibi. After he left her at the hospital, he said he had taken the boys back to the apartment and waited for Cheryl to pick them up. She never came. And he had left the apartment only to do some errands around the Madison Tower. He had seen people, and they had seen him. "I saw Lilia outside her apartment on the first floor at 8, he told Sarah. "And I saw a policeman talking to a couple in the garage at 8:15. "Did they see you?" Sarah asked. Brad shook his head sadly. He didn't think so. Exhausted, they fell asleep to the sound of jets taking off nearby, and it must have been well after midnight when they woke to the sound of someone pounding on the door. Sarah ducked into the bathroom and began to dress while Brad went to the door. Jerry Finch and Jim Ayers stood there, accompanied by uniformed officers. They had been looking for Brad Cunningham for several days. They needed blood, hair, and fingernail scrapings from him, but he had been anything but cooperative with the investigators working on his estranged wife's murder case. Finch and Ayers had located Brad by a fluke. A Multnomah County deputy had been cruising through the parking lots at the airport when he spotted Brad's Suburban and called in the location to the Oregon State Police. The vehicle had been on a hot sheet on the dashboards of every law enforcement agency in the Portland area. Clearly irritated, Brad got dressed and went with Finch and Ayers to the Multnomah County Sheriff's substation at 92nd and Powell to give them their damn samples. For Sarah, it was yet another blow. Obviously, the police considered Brad a suspect in Cheryl's murder. In 1986, criminalists did not have the benefit of DNA testing. Julia Hinckley did what forensic tests she could do given the state of the art. The results were disappointing. Hair from driver's door, microscopically similar in class and characteristic to Cheryl Kay's. Oral, vaginal, rectal swabs, negative for semen. Hair from victim's hand, microscopically similar in class and characteristic to Cheryl Kay's. Alcohol in victim's blood, none. Brad had told Jim Ayers that he thought Cheryl had been drinking when he last talked to her on the Sunday evening she died, but the percentage of alcohol in her blood was 0. Death can sometimes raise the alcohol reading in blood. It never diminishes it. The investigators reached an impasse when Hinckley wasn't able to come up with any clues that would lead to Cheryl's killer. The OSP criminal list had Brad's samples, but it was a hollow victory. They didn't find any matches. Whatever their suspicions about Brad, they couldn't arrest him. There was absolutely no physical evidence linking him to the crime, and there were no eyewitnesses who could place him at the scene. He was a free man, free to go to Venezuela if he wanted to, although if he did go, they'd have found that interesting. But after all the physical evidence was collected, tested, and dismissed as borderline, one idea kept surfacing. The solution to this murder might lie not in blood tests or latent fingerprints. It might lie somewhere in Cheryl Keaton's life or in Brad Cunningham's past. Maybe recently. Maybe far, far back in time. Generations, perhaps. Part 2. Brad. Chapter 10. In 1948, Seattle, Washington had a downtown with lights that were reflected in the night sky and department stores so big that everyone from miles around came to shop, to eat out at fancy restaurants, to see first-run movies. Always a wondrous city, surrounded by water, shrouded in green foliage, softened by constant rain, and watched over by a beneficent Mount Rainier, Seattle never had slums, only neighborhoods less appealing than others. And eventually it had suburbs that were a world rather than miles away. By 1986, Seattle was struggling to maintain its center. After the Second World War, young professionals migrated east across Lake Washington to Bellevue. Doctors and lawyers settled on Mercer Island. Probably the most desirable spot to live was Bainbridge Island, a ferry boat ride across Elliott Bay. South of Seattle, the Boeing Airplane Company is on one side of the Duwamish River, and South Park and the Cheery Days Tavern are on the other. South Park used to be pastoral, and the Duwamish was once a clear, sweet river. Now, fish caught there are suspect, eaten only by the extremely hungry or the very reckless. Some years ago, a young woman from east of the Cascade Mountains was murdered and thrown into the Duwamish. She was buried in an unmarked grave as a Jane Doe. Her parents had reported a brown-eyed girl missing, and the corpse's eyes had been turned blue by the chemicals in the Duwamish. As the Duwamish River curls south, it parallels Boeing Field, Seattle's smaller airport, then pulls away from the hamlet of Riverton and edges a golf course in Tukwila. Once the center of fertile truck farms, Tukwila is now the location of South Center, a huge shopping mall. Midway through Tukwila, the Duwamish becomes the Green River, site of the discovery of the first 5 bodies of young prostitutes in America's worst outbreak of serial murders to date, a chain of slaughters that would claim almost 50 similar victims between July 1982 and April 1984. The Green River Killer has never been caught. Burien, Washington, is a South End town, too, sitting 5 miles due west of Tukwila by freeway. If possible, Burien is even less distinguished than Tukwila, a prosaic little town located near the flight path into the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. The South End Park and Ride Station is located there. Old Burien is quaint and quiet. The newer downtown has no particular charm. There are a number of small ranch-style homes with carefully groomed yards, numerous antique and second-hand stores, an inordinate number of Asian restaurants, and, down along the banks above Puget Sound, expensive waterfront homes accessible only by private funiculars on steep tracks slicing down through the maples and fir trees. Although few who met him as a grown man knew his background, Bradley Morris Cunningham grew up in Burien along with his 2 sisters, his cousins, and scores of friends. His progenitors were from 2 proud and completely diverse backgrounds. Brad's mother, Rosemary Edwards, was a Colville Indian. His father, Sanford Cunningham, had roots in the British Isles. Rosemary was slender and beautiful, with thick dark hair and flashing black eyes. Sanford, often called Stan, was big, blond, and florid, with a strong, almost prognathous jaw. In the early years of their marriage, they loved each other passionately. They had wonderful plans for the future, and they wanted nothing but the best for their children. If every marriage started fresh with no memories and nothing from the past, the odds for success would be far better. But each partner inevitably brings along old scars, prejudices, and unrealistic expectations. Stan and Rosie were no different. Indeed, they probably carried more baggage than most. Each generation before them had added another stone to the load, and by the time they got together, some patterns were so thoroughly entrenched that one could almost predict that they would continue their destructive erosion through a family begun with love and happy plans. The Cunningham clan was proud, loyal, and spread out all over western Washington, although its home base was originally on Whidbey Island. That was where they always held their annual summer reunions with huge barbecues and potluck picnics. Sanford and his younger brother Jimmy were born to Dr. Paul L. Cunningham and his wife Bertha in the decade after the First World War. Sanford Morris in 1924 and James Lincoln in 1926. Dr. Cunningham had a successful chiropractic practice in North Seattle. He was a handsome man with an aquiline nose, and he was also a talented artist and woodcarver, with many of his best pieces on display in the Museum of Art and History at the University of Washington. He carved a scale model of the campus, and he carved a statue that still stands outside the Pullman Library at Washington State University. It's the figure of a man reading a book, and it was cast in bronze. Except for Dr. Paul's belief that it was possible to receive messages from the spirit world, he and Bertha lived a fairly unremarkable life until 1927. When Sanford was 3 and Jimmy still a babe in arms, Bertha became pregnant with her 3rd child and confessed tearfully to her husband that he was not the father. She had no other choice. Her lover was reportedly Hispanic, and it was highly unlikely that this baby would resemble her first 2 fair-skinned, fair-haired sons. Dr. Cunningham was not a man who could forgive, but he was something of a stoic. He could wait for his revenge. He didn't rail at Bertha, nor did he banish her immediately. Rather, he said she could stay in his home until the baby was born, but then she had to leave. He would not, of course, allow her to take Jimmy and Sanford with her. There would be no discussion about that. She had forfeited her position in the lives of her 2 little sons. After several months of silence and frigid distance, Bertha gave birth to her 3rd son in 1927. She named him Marcellus, although nobody in the family ever called him that. He became Saley, and in time Uncle Saley. Bertha then packed her things and left her home, her unforgiving husband, and their little boys, Sanford and Jimmy. Saley, the baby, was raised by his maternal grandmother. Bertha eventually moved to California, where she remarried and gave birth to one more child, a daughter called Goldie. According to family lore, Bertha's Mexican lover was later found murdered, and no one was ever arrested for the crime. As far as Sanford and Jimmy knew, their mother had left them without a backward look. Their father let them believe that, and even embellished occasionally one of his favorite themes, the treachery of women. In their formative years, Sanford and Jimmy probably never encountered a female who made them doubt their father's teachings. They had an utterly miserable childhood after their mother left. Oddly, although he had decreed that Bertha could not have custody of Sanford and Jimmy, Paul Cunningham chose not to keep them either. He farmed them out to relatives and acquaintances where they never felt that they were important members of the family. They were always the odd boys out, and they never again had a mother figure. Not surprisingly, Sanford grew up with a basic distrust of women and with the conviction that women had to be kept in their place because they had infinite power to hurt men if allowed the opportunity. Even when Paul Cunningham married again, he didn't bring Sanford and Jimmy home to live with him. Perhaps they reminded him too much of their mother's betrayal, or it may have simply been that he had long since gotten used to a life without them. So Sanford and Jimmy grew up with no one but each other. Sanford Cunningham would turn to women out of sexual need, and sometimes because he was in love, but after his mother left, he never totally trusted females. Dr. Paul and his second wife, Lydia, had 2 daughters, Mary Alice and Gertrude, or Trudy. Mary Alice married and moved to Texas. Trudy, an extraordinarily lovely girl, received Seattle's highest accolade to beauty when she was chosen Seafair Queen in 1955. Later, she married Dr. Herman Dreesen, a highly regarded chiropractor with a practice in Linwood, north of Seattle. Sanford and Jimmy stayed tightly bound as they grew up. Their total allegiance, at least until they had sons of their own, was always to each other. Sanford married at least once, briefly, before he wed Rosemary. That wife's name was Norma. There may also have been a second wife before Rosemary. If there was, even her name has been obscured by time. But the true love of Sanford's life was undoubtedly Rosemary Edwards. Their courtship and early marriage was as sweet and loving as the songs played on Your Hit Parade in the 40s. Jimmy Cunningham met Rosie's cousin Caroline at the same time, and so the brothers married cousins, and from then on all of their descendants would be interrelated in complex ways that were virtually impossible to explain. Rosemary and Caroline were Indian girls as delicately featured and slender as wild columbines. They had the blood of both the Yakima and Colville tribes in their veins, but tribal rule commanded that members choose one tribe or the other. So Rosie was officially deemed a member of the Colvilles and Caroline of the Yakimas. Sanford and Rosie and Jimmy and Caroline made striking couples. The big, fair, red-cheeked men and their slender, bronze-skinned brides. While Jimmy and Sanford had been almost as close as twins before, they simply enlarged their alliance and drew their new wives in. The foursome lived in Everett, Washington at first, and then Jimmy joined the Merchant Marine. There was no question of the brothers living apart, so the two couples moved to California together. By 1946, they were living in Calwa City, just outside Fresno. Their mother, Bertha, was also living there, the mother they had never known when they were children. Jimmy and Sanford and their brides stayed in the Fresno area because the job situation, while it wasn't great, was better than in Seattle. Just before Christmas 1946, Rosemary reluctantly left Sanford for a visit to her mother, who lived in the Shalashan housing project in Tacoma, Washington. Ethel Edwards was then 49 and a handsome woman. Rosemary's father was Simon Paul Edwards, whose Indian name was Skisislaw. He and Ethel had 11 children, although 3 were stillborn. In her later years, Ethel was a nutritionist who worked in Native American hospitals. In retrospect, some of her descendants would feel that Ethel was probably bisexual. She always had a very close female friend in her immediate circle, but no one thought anything of it at the time. Ethel Edwards had an extremely strong personality. Her husband tried to advance his philosophy that the man should be the center of the home, the master of his family. He never completely succeeded, not with Ethel. She was bright and inventive and a rebel, and her daughter Rosemary was probably closer to her than to her father, more imbued with the old matriarchal views of the Yakimas and the Colvilles. Rosemary looked delicate, but she had inherited her mother's will of iron. Her children would be raised with full knowledge of their Indian heritage, and she urged them to be proud that they belonged to the Colville tribe. Sanford Cunningham was 22 and Rosie 21 when they married. He had been taught that women had to be kept in their place or they would betray him. She had been taught that men would try to hold women down and that women were really more capable than men and better at making decisions anyway. But they were young, and love was all that mattered. Neither of them could imagine there might come a time when they wouldn't be in love. When Rosie left to visit her mother, Sanford was desolate from the moment her train pulled out of the Fresno station. He wrote to her almost daily, and a week or so later he had enough money to take the train north and rejoin his wife. Their first child was undoubtedly conceived during that reunion. Sanford and Rosie's daughter was born in California in September 1947, and she was named for her grandmother Ethel. There were more separations when Sanford couldn't find a job that would support them. Rosie and the baby had to stay with Ethel in Tacoma while Sanford pounded the streets in Seattle. Finally, he and his brother Jimmy both got jobs. Jimmy and Caroline found a house in one of Seattle's rent-subsidized projects. Predictably, Sanford and Rosie rented one too, and both couples began adding to their families. Rosie and Sanford had their only son, Bradley Morris Cunningham, in October 1948. Susan, their youngest child, was born in 1953. Jimmy and Caroline had 5 children whose ages fit in with their double cousins. Penny was the oldest, Terry was born in November of 1948, and Gary in December of 1949. Later came Cheryl and the baby Lynn, who died at the age of 2 when a milkman ran over her in the family driveway. All of the Cunningham cousins had Indian blood, although some of them looked far more Indian than others. In actuality, they were between 1/4 and 1/2 Indian. According to tribal law, Ethel, Brad, and Susan were half Colville because that was Rosemary's chosen tribe, while Penny, Terry, Gary, Cheryl, and Lynn were part Yakima through Caroline's official tribal papers. Both Sanford and Jimmy raised their families in the neighborhood between White Center and Burien. Sanford and Rosemary moved to 203 128th Street just off 1st Avenue South in Burien in the early 1950s. They bought a good-sized L-shaped house on a large lot. A huge step up from the project, it had an impressive-looking stone facade, and they planted trees as a buffer against the traffic noise on 128th. Jimmy bought a house a few blocks away, and while it was true that Jimmy and Sanford were closer than most brothers and that they had depended on each other since they were little boys, it didn't mean they weren't competitive. Sanford always seemed to have a newer, more expensive car than Jimmy did, and a nicer house, and he always seemed to have more money. Through the years, Sanford held a variety of jobs, sometimes as a contractor, sometimes in the glass business, and later with Associated Grocers. "My dad was a consultant on building projects and landscaping projects," Susan would remember. "He traveled most of the time. He was the only really financially successful man in his family. My dad never felt that anyone really liked him, but he thought he could make them like him with money. It seemed as though my father was gone most of my life. He showed his love by buying things for me. When I was older, I was getting $100 a month allowance. If I said I was interested in skiing, my dad would take me out and buy me skis, boots, the whole outfit." Some members of the family, with a bit of envy, would recall that Sanford used credit lavishly, and nobody ever knew whether he really made that much more money than Jimmy or if he was paying on everything by the month. Either way, Sanford and Rosie were happier when they were poor. The Cunningham cousins all went to Cedarhurst Grade School, Cascade Junior High, and Evergreen High School. They celebrated birthdays and holidays together. They were beautiful children, a happy melding of their Anglo-Saxon and Indian genes. Jimmy's son Gary was the handsomest by far of the boys, and his son Terry, who was Brad's age, was the biggest. But Brad was the natural athlete and unquestionably the smartest. As a child, and later as man, he had uncommon brilliance. He was a leader, a bossy, confrontive boy who could be a bully at times. In every family snapshot, he stood out, grinning broadly, dominating each celebration. He mugged for the camera outrageously, pushing his cousins out of the way as if to say, "Look at me! Look at me!" As they got older, many of the Cunningham cousins grew to dislike Brad. Some were afraid of him. "When Brad showed up to play, I always went home," one girl cousin remembered. "I knew that pretty soon somebody would be crying or maybe that someone was going to get hurt." And Brad was highly competitive with his cousin Terry. Terry was always larger than Brad, maybe not by a lot, but there was no question that he was the taller. He was a month younger than Brad, and it rankled Brad that Terry outgrew him. His cousin Gary had trouble with reading. He was dyslexic long before the deficit was commonly diagnosed, and Brad teased and tormented him about that. Brad could read anything from an early age, and he always had superior report cards. Even after they were adults, Gary didn't care to be around Brad. No one really knew what went on inside Rosie's and Sanford's house, no one but the family who lived there. There were secrets kept inside those walls. As the years went by, the marriage that had begun with such high expectations right after the Second World War wasn't turning out the way Sanford and Rosie had hoped. While things appeared calm on the surface, the family dynamics were ugly and hurtful and, ultimately, explosive. Chapter 11. Brad's birth may have been the catalyst for the inexorable disintegration of the Cunningham family. At the very least, his arrival marked the end of Ethel's small place in the sun. He was a man-child, and Ethel was only a girl. Sanford was delighted to have a son. As an adult, Brad would recall that he had been told his mother's labor for his birth had been prolonged and arduous, and she had always blamed him because he had such a large head. He was a big baby with a disproportionately large and rounded head, a physical characteristic that would stay with him. When Rosemary developed uterine or perhaps cervical cancer 4 years after his birth, Brad said she blamed him for that, too. When Rosemary became pregnant for the 3rd time, she faced an agonizing decision. She took a gamble with her health to deliver Susan safely. "My mother was diagnosed with cancer while she was pregnant with me," Susan recalled. "She wouldn't have an abortion. She delayed treatment until I was born." After Susan's birth, Rosemary underwent a complete hysterectomy. She was still in her 20s. "She had to have chemotherapy and radium treatment," Susan said. "Those treatments were in their infancy in the 1950s, and Mom suffered severe internal burns, and she had to take hormones, too, and they didn't work right. Everything went wrong. She even grew a mustache." It may have been Rosemary's health that changed her personality. Susan would remember that her mother was a woman of mercurial moods. "She never disciplined us, though. She kept track of who was supposed to be punished and told my father when he came home. Dad would rather have been any place but there. Sometimes we'd all been waiting for 4 hours to get whipped, and we were all terrified." The children sensed that Sanford didn't want to beat them, that when he came home after a day's work, he would have much preferred to be greeted with something other than a list of children's misdeeds. But he nodded as Rosemary told him which of the children needed punishing, and he unbuckled his belt. "He beat us with a strap," Susan recalled. "Mostly Ethel and Brad. I was younger. One time I saw that Ethel had welts all up and down her back and legs. She had to go to school like that, but she wore stockings and clothes that hid the marks." Although Sanford dreaded taking his belt to his children, he soon fell into a kind of frenzy. He really got into it, Susan remembered. He hit harder and harder. He really lost control. But in Susan's recall, it was Ethel who was the psychological whipping girl in their home. Pictures in the family albums show Ethel and Brad when they were toddlers. They were only a year apart, and Brad was so large that they looked like twins. Indeed, Rosemary often dressed them in matching sunsuits, but it was definitely Brad who drew most of the positive attention in the family. Other family members would agree that Ethel was left out, but felt that Susan wasn't. "Their whole house was decorated with Brad and Susan," one cousin recalled. "Brad had so many athletic honors, and Susan was so pretty that their pictures were all over, but you hardly ever saw any of Ethel." As a child, Susan adored her big brother. She saw Brad as a protector and a hero. He took her along with him, and he didn't seem to find her an annoying baby sister. She felt proud to be with him. "Brad taught me how to catch a football. He built a bicycle for me. Brad was the only one who listened to me. Later, when I dropped out of college for a while, he listened to my reasons, and he didn't say I was stupid. He was my idol." Rosemary tried to discourage Susan from bonding with her brother. "When I was little, she told me that Brad was evil," Susan remembered. "I didn't know why she said that." And although Sanford favored his son, Brad still took his lumps along with the other children when Rosemary said he needed punishing. Both Susan and Ethel recalled that Brad had suffered a concussion from falling down the basement steps. Ethel remembered that when Brad was 5 or 6, he was helping his father move wood from the woodpile. He had tied a rope to a log and was tugging it behind him. But as he tugged, he lost his balance and fell backward about 10 feet down the steps to the basement, landing on his head. Ethel said her parents took Brad to a doctor who told them to watch for personality changes such as acts of violence. But if Brad was only 5 or 6 when he landed on his head, Ethel would have been only 6 or 7, and probably the doctor's story was apocryphal. Susan, who would have been little more than a toddler at the time of the log-on-a-rope fall, said she had watched Sanford knock Brad down the basement steps when he was 12. Brad was stunned. He was saying funny things, all garbled up, and he didn't make any sense. Susan would have been about 7 when that happened, but she had quite clear recall of other acts of violence and abuse that bounced off the walls inside the house in Burien. To the outside world, even to Sanford's brother Jimmy and his wife Caroline, life was normal in Sanford's and Rosie's family. Only the children caught in the love-hate relationship between Sanford and Rosie would witness the venom that Rosie sometimes spewed after the flawed hormone treatment following her hysterectomy. Only the children knew how bad it could get. Susan would remember being beaten only twice. "I was about 11, and my father never beat me again because I called the authorities and he was forbidden to touch me. After that, he put me in a dark closet to punish me. It was my safe place to hide from all the fights. I'd sit there on top of my shoes, holding my dog, and feel safe." She would blame Rosemary for instigating the violence in her family. "She controlled all of it. My dad was squashed. He did what she said, and he never stopped any of the abuse." Rosemary allegedly belittled Brad and tried to break down his aggressive personality. When Sanford was away, she made him do housework. Then something bad happened when Brad was about 11 or 12, something that alienated him from his mother for the rest of her life. According to Brad, he stayed home from school one day, and Rosemary thought he was malingering. To punish him, she made him put on a dress and clean the house. When Sanford came home and found his son dressed that way, he hit the roof. From that moment on, Rosemary had no say whatsoever in Brad's life. When she spoke to him, it was like shouting into the wind. He didn't listen to her. He didn't respect her. He certainly didn't obey her. The family itself was sliced right down the middle. Sanford and Brad were on one side. Rosemary and Ethel and Susan were on the other. "Brad could do anything he wanted," a relative recalled. "The girls were out." Brad's story about being forced to dress as a girl may have been true. It may also have been a confabulation that he fashioned from articles he had read about the actor James Garner, whose stepmother had done the same thing to him. Brad's rendition was startlingly like the oft-published account of Garner's bitter childhood, in which he told of grabbing a broom from his stepmother's hands and chasing her with it. He also recalled that his father was shocked to find out that his stepmother made him dress in girls' clothes and that she had been banished. Perhaps Brad's story was true. Perhaps both men had suffered the same humiliation. Perhaps not. But if Brad was frequently knocked around as a child, he was no angel himself. Ethel remembered the time when she was 8 and he was 7. He had done something wrong and thought she was going to tattle. "He came back to my bedroom and punched me in the stomach, and he said, 'Don't you tell on me.'" The Cunninghams always had little barky dogs, and Brad enjoyed grabbing them by the scruffs of their necks and shoving their snouts together to make them fight. Other relatives would remember Brad as a kid with a hair-trigger temper. No one in his family denied that by the time he was 12, he went after his mother with a baseball bat. He was a big kid, and Rosemary was frightened as she tried in vain to wrestle it away from him. Ethel ran to the phone and called her father and begged him to come home. When Sanford got there, he hit Brad and barked an order. "Don't you ever raise your hand to me or ever hit your mother again." Photographs in the Cunningham family album looked as wholesome as any family's. Susan sitting with her mother at a mother-daughter tea, both of them smiling. Brad and Ethel together. Brad sitting on the couch with his arm around his mother. Sanford and Rosie hugging. they were an extremely photogenic family, but photographs can be deceiving. That is not to say there were no good times in the family, but they seemed to occur only when they were away from home. It was as if there was an energy in the house that kept all their old resentments alive in a time warp, ready to reignite. When they went on vacation, it was like magic. We never fought when we went camping. We were a whole different family, Susan would remember. They all became somehow nicer to each other, less combative than the family that lived at home. Brad got his love for cars and trucks and trailers and all manner of heavy equipment from his father. Sanford had a King Cab International truck to pull his huge camping trailer. The whole family traveled together through Oregon, California, and New Mexico. They went rock hounding and explored caves. The camping was so good, Susan remembered many years after the fact. Our parents would sing together, harmonizing songs from the 30s and the 40s. Everything was really great. Nobody hit anybody. Bodies weren't flying. If only they could have kept the good feelings they had when they went camping and brought them home. For whatever reason, the pressure was off when they were sailing down the road in the big old international truck or sitting around a campfire listening to Sanford and Rosie sing. But the closer they got to home, the more the tension built. They were essentially a family divided. Husband against wife, parents against children, brother against sisters, male against female. They had no loyalty to one another and no connections. There had been too much violence, too much punishment, too much rivalry. Sanford always believed that money solved everything, and Brad learned that lesson well. And Sanford believed that women were inferior to men. "Your place is in the bedroom or the kitchen," he lectured the girls. "All a woman is good for is to cook and be a whore in bed." His daughters would fight to prove him wrong. His son apparently believed him. Chapter 12. As Brad entered his teenage years in the early 1960s, Sanford grew even prouder of his son. He rarely punished him now, even when Brad was rude to Rosie, which he often was. Sanford would no longer back Rosie up when she tried to discipline Brad. This was his son, after all, the boy who represented his immortality, and Rosie was only a woman. For all her life, Rosemary would love her son, despite the tribulations he caused her, despite her doubts about him. For all his life, Sanford would be proud that Brad was the smartest and best of the Cunningham clan. Father and son, neither could do wrong in the eyes of the other. Sanford's values were Brad's values, and as Brad grew older, he and his father shared their most intimate secrets. Ethel left home and married. She had a boy and a girl, and later adopted a Native American boy. And as the years passed and Rosemary and Caroline put on a few pounds, the fragile beauty of their girlhood years blurred. Rosemary fought to keep her slender figure, and she insisted on dressing well. Even so, her husband viewed her more as a mother and a housekeeper than as a lover. The metamorphosis was gradual enough that it was accomplished before Rosemary and Caroline realized the place they had come to. It was hard to look at the fading snapshots in the old albums and remember that they had been those incandescently beautiful girls clinging to Jimmy's and Sanford's muscular arms. Just as with all families, the years brought losses. First, Caroline's baby girl dead in the driveway, and then in the mid-1960s, Dr. Paul Cunningham and his second wife Lydia were in a terrible car wreck in Rose Hill. Grandpa Cunningham looked worse to the ambulance crew, and they rushed him to the hospital. They didn't expect him to live until morning. But it wasn't Grandpa Cunningham who died. It was Lydia who dropped dead of a stroke, brought on either by the accident itself or by her worry over her husband. Brad's grandfather recovered and lived for many more years. Jimmy and Caroline would lose another of their 5 children. Terry, misdiagnosed at a local hospital and told to go home and rest, died suddenly of meningitis. All his life, Brad had tried to grow bigger and stronger than Terry, but he never succeeded. Relatives were bemused when Brad proved to be the most hysterical of the mourners at Terry's funeral. As he walked past his cousin's casket, he fell to the floor in a dead faint. Gary Cunningham grew up to take a job with the Washington State Department of Transportation. But in the middle and late 1960s, Sanford and Rosie's boy Brad was still the standout cousin, both athletically and intellectually. Brad had always been smarter than all of them, and he never let them forget it. If he had a flaw in his made-for-success personality, it was that he seemed unable to downplay his accomplishments. He was so successful that sometimes it was hard to like him. When he might have shown a little humility, he crowed. Although in later years Brad wasn't close to his extended family, he occasionally showed up at the Cunningham reunions on Whidbey Island. He attracted women with ease, and his romantic history was so speckled that no one ever knew which girlfriend or wife he might bring with him. One thing was certain, however. When Brad did arrive, he could be counted on to have the classiest vehicle of anyone there. Like his father, it was important to Brad that the family see how well he was doing. One year, a cousin said, he came driving up in this super Jeep. He was showing off, but he showed off too much and he got stuck in a ditch. Some guy with a great big semi had to pull him out, and we took pictures. He was mad. Brad Cunningham had begun to pull ahead of the pack early on. He was still quite young when he showed great athletic potential. Even in grade school, Brad had begun to lift weights and work on his body. He made high school coaches salivate. They watched him at Cascade Junior High School and could hardly wait until he moved up to Evergreen High. He was such a strong kid, broad-shouldered and thickly muscled, and yet light on his feet and graceful. He had Sanford's size, but except for his jutting chin, he had Rosemary's coloring and facial features. He was very handsome. Like Sanford, Brad always had money. From the time he was 14, he had some angle to work. His sister Ethel called him the local black market kid. Girls watched Brad, too, and he watched them. Not surprisingly, as a teenager, he adopted his father's and his grandfather's philosophy. Women were placed on earth to pleasure men. Although he always had his eye on one girl or another, he did not allow himself to become emotionally dependent upon them. It was understood among his peers that if he asked a girl out on a date, he expected sex. Otherwise, he saw no point in dating. Enough girls were willing to play by Brad's rules that he never wanted for dates. There were family stories about Brad's coming of age sexually. One version held that his first sexual experience was with a prostitute, and when his father or mother found out, he was taken to the family doctor, who diagnosed venereal disease. In truth, he found no disease. This was to be a lesson to Brad, and the doctor scared him badly and then administered a series of painful shots to cure him. Another story had Brad going to a doctor for a sperm count. He was worried because he had slept with so many girls and none of them had become pregnant. It's doubtful that either of these stories was true. If anything, Brad would prove remarkably fertile in later years. When he was 17, he was dating a senior named Arlene who became pregnant, but her parents wouldn't even consider her marrying Brad. Theirs had been a stormy relationship. Rosemary and Ethel remembered that Arlene had done something once that made Brad so angry that he painted "whore" on her front door in red paint and threw everything she had given him on her front lawn. "Arlene just disappeared," Susan remembered. "Her parents whisked her away from Brad. They were afraid for her somehow. We don't know if she had the baby or not." Arlene was Catholic, and she probably did carry Brad's first child to term. If so, Brad was not told. Everyone who ever went to high school remembers one student who was a shining light, so sought out and sought after that he or she seemed to have been blessed by some benevolent gods with luck and beauty and talent. At Evergreen High School in Burien, in the years from 1965 to 1967, that student was Brad Cunningham. He was tremendously popular. He had one ambition, the goal he had worked towards since he was about 10. He wanted to get a scholarship to the University of Washington and play for the Huskies. Brad quickly moved into the upper echelons at Evergreen High School. He made the varsity squad for the Evergreen Wolverines, and he was elected president of the sophomore class. His sister Ethel remembered that he wanted to join DeMolay, but decided not to when he found he would have to swear to respect women. By his senior year in the autumn of 1966, he was captain of the football team, vice president of the Lettermen's Club, and a member of the Wolverine Guard, the Honor Society, and the Modern Language Club. "Brad was Mr. Popular," a classmate recalled. "He was Mr. Everything." Brad was also charmingly outrageous in high school, particularly in his debates in contemporary problems class. He was the bane of his teachers, but his classmates found him hilarious. He once argued that the crime of rape was an impossibility, and one of his friends echoed that chauvinistic opinion by writing in Brad's yearbook, "No girl can be raped because girls with their skirts up can run faster than boys with pants down." Although he rarely drank as an adult, comments scribbled in Brad's yearbook referred constantly to his drinking exploits. But nothing kept him off the football squad, and everyone who knew him expected that he would one day be an All-American. Brad could think on his feet faster than any student in school, and he could run through opposing blockers just as fast. He was the one kid in high school whom others envied. The Brads of this world sometimes show up at class reunions driving Cadillacs, and sometimes they end up selling used cars. Brad Cunningham, however, was going to make it big. Everyone who went to Evergreen with him believed that. As a teenager, Brad was handsome the way jocks are handsome. He had a wide face and a thick neck. His eyes were clear and penetrating under lidded brows, and his body was perfect. Looking back, some who knew him suggested that by the time he went to college, he might have been into steroids. His only physical flaws were a wide nose and a slightly lantern jaw. Brad's Colville-Yakima Indian heritage was more readily apparent in those days. In later years, his nose was more aquiline, in all likelihood as the result of cosmetic surgery. Maybe he had plastic surgery to fix a septum deviated by a football injury, or maybe it was because he wanted to look less Indian. Even in high school, Brad had aspirations to a certain kind of life. He was determined to find a place in a world as unlike the one he had been born into as possible. He wanted nothing to do with being part of a racial minority. He hated references to his Indian roots, but that created a problem for him. When he graduated from Evergreen High School in 1967, he had his athletic scholarship to the University of Washington, as everyone expected, but he needed more financial help. The Colville tribe offered academic scholarships. Although he had always tried to play down his Indian blood, Brad accepted the Colville tribe's 2 scholarships eagerly. In his senior year, Brad also found another pretty young girlfriend. Their relationship was the closest thing to going steady that he had since Arlene vanished from his life. Lonnie Ann Erickson was a sophomore at Evergreen. She had transferred to public high school that year from Holy Names Academy. Her mother was ill with multiple sclerosis. The whole family had to make sacrifices, and private school tuition had to go. Lonnie Ann was a pixie-ish girl with dark eyes and hair and a dimple that showed in her left cheek when she smiled. When she was 16, she smiled often. "You know," a fellow classmate recalled, "when I think of Lonnie Ann then, I can never picture her without a smile." Brad had noticed her first when she walked past the radiators in the foyer of Evergreen, the vantage point where popular seniors congregated. She was thrilled when he showed up at her locker, although she tried to act blasé, and he quickly became her whole world. Her feelings for Brad were scrawled over 2 inside covers of the Evergreen Wolverines yearbook in 1967. "I thought you were nice, but just another senior. I thought you were funny and a little different. And then one day, when I was freezingly walking home, who should pop up in his super red car? You. I wasn't so sure about that at the time, but now I'm sure glad I accepted your offer. It was then that I decided you were really nice, and I wanted to get to know you a whole bunches better. Things didn't seem to be in favor of my decision, but time changed that. Well, now I know you better than that day, and I'm terribly happy that I do. You're absolutely, positively one of the mostest wonderful persons I've ever had the pleasure of getting to know. You know, Brad, it's really strange how things come about. I never really thought you'd ever like me, or that I could ever like a guy as much as I like you." Lonnie Ann developed a huge crush on Brad. She was a small girl, but she was almost as athletic as he was. When she confided to her girlfriends how she felt about Brad, they quickly apprised her of the ground rules for girls who dated him. It didn't really matter. Lonnie Ann was so enthralled with him that she would be willing to do whatever he wanted. Lonnie Ann wanted desperately to go to Telos, the Evergreen High Junior-Senior prom, with Brad. He agreed to take her to the dance held at the Seattle Elks Club on the evening of April 29th, 1967. Overhead, a mirrored ball turned slowly, its hundreds of facets casting circlets of light over the dancers below. The class of 1968, the juniors, presented Telos in honor of the seniors and did all the decorating, which consisted mainly of shiny blue Greek columns placed here and there. It would have taken a lot more than that to transform the basically dull decor of the Elks Club. It didn't matter. The dancers were 16 and 17, and the future lay ahead without a blemish or a shadow. All the boys from Evergreen had short hair. They had yet to succumb to the hippie craze for long hair that was sweeping America. The girls' hair was swept up into bouffant style several inches high, lacquered in place by enough hairspray to keep it immobile in gale-force winds. The dance was a milestone in their young lives, a night they would never forget. And encircled by Brad's powerful arms, Lonnie Ann danced to Elvis Presley's Love Me Tender and fell absolutely, utterly in love. She couldn't imagine then how she could ever bear to be away from him, even though she knew she might lose him. She was still in high school, and Brad was going off to the University of Washington. She tried to sound philosophical about that as she ended her long message in his yearbook. "All your high school is over. Now you'll go to college and be a big man, and I'll just be a little junior at Evergreen or Holy Names. I really hope that it won't change anything. If it should, just remember that no matter what, there is a crazy little Catholic girl who thinks you're about the most wonderful person in the world." Chapter 13. Longview, Washington, 120 miles south of Burien, was designed to be the perfect city, actually part of a twin city. No one in the Northwest ever refers to either Kelso or Longview singly, but always to Kelso-Longview. From the ridges of rolling hills covered with fir trees on down to the flats along the Columbia River, Kelso-Longview seemed the ideal spot for a metropolis. The great river passes below the Twin Cities on its way west to the Pacific Ocean, and a high bridge connects Longview to Oregon, where that state's far northwest corner pokes into what seems as though it should have been part of Washington state in the first place. Neither Kelso nor Longview ever lived up to the grand dreams of the pioneer founders. In fact, in May of 1980, it seemed that Kelso-Longview itself might cease to exist at all. When Mount St. Helens literally blew its top on May 18th, powdery gray ash clogged the Toutle River's banks 10 feet deep, and Spirit Lake near the peak of the mountain threatened to cascade down and wash Kelso and Longview out to sea. Only a natural dam formed from debris stopped the torrent. For months afterward, travelers along I-5 tromped on their gas pedals when they approached the Twin Cities, nervous that a wall of water might still be a threat. Cheryl Keaton was born in October 1949 and grew up in Longview in a neat, cozy little house on a tree-lined street only a few blocks from Long Park. And in the summer of 1967, like Brad Cunningham, she had graduated from high school and was about to enter the University of Washington. Slender, beautiful, dark-eyed, and extremely intelligent, she was a small-town girl who seemed to have everything. She had dated Dan Olmsted since she was 14, and although Dan, 2 years older than Cheryl, had attended Whitman University, he was switching to the University of Washington in Seattle so they could be together. Cheryl's family life was complicated as she was growing up, but she had always coped with change serenely. She was a girl who fixed her eye on a goal and headed straight for it, and it was virtually impossible to distract her. Only later would her relationships become convoluted and interwoven, old strands braided back into new ones so that it almost seemed as if some terrible blueprint was being traced, some irrevocable plan set into motion. Her mother, Betty, would divorce her father, Floyd Keaton, and remarry twice before Cheryl was grown. Her father would also marry again, and eventually Cheryl had 5 half-brothers and sisters. Betty Keaton Carr McNanny had always looked years younger than her true age. She was a tall, attractive woman with a good figure and long brown hair. Most Christmases she got a new fur-trimmed coat, and she always looked like a model as she posed for somebody's Polaroid camera. From the time she was 14, Betty had worked in some aspect of the medical field. She began as a nurse's aide and next became a licensed practical nurse and a certified alcohol counselor. Eventually, she would work as a psychiatric security nurse at Western Washington State Hospital in Steilacoom, an institution for the insane. Betty's first young marriage was to Floyd Keaton, a tall, well-built man in his 20s with a crew cut. He was a half-dozen years older than Betty, and she was barely 19 when Cheryl was born. After an acrimonious divorce from Floyd, Betty married James Carr and gave birth to a second daughter, Julia, and to a son, Jim, who were 5 and 6 years younger, respectively, than Cheryl. Betty divorced Carr when Jim was 6. Betty was working as an LPN, and Cheryl walked little Julia and Jim to and from school and looked after them until their mother got home. Betty met Bob McNanny, her third husband, when she was hired as his secretary at the Port of Longview. McNanny was about a decade older than she was, 42, and still a bachelor. He was intelligent and kind and had a great sense of humor. He would spend 37 years working for the Port of Longview, becoming its general manager for the last 14 years before he retired. Betty married Bob McNanny in October of 1963 when Cheryl was 2 days from her 14th birthday. Julia was 9 and Jim 8. They all got along fine. Cheryl trusted Bob McNanny and valued his opinion. Betty's welcome mat was always out to her children's friends, and their home was full of parties and games and people. There was often an extra place, or 2 or 3, set at Betty's table. Her kids grew up happy. Cheryl had always been a dedicated student, determined to go to college. Bob McNanny admired her ambition and her brains. "She was my daughter," he said later, as close to his heart as any natural child could be. McNanny often found Cheryl sound asleep over her studies, and he would wake her up and send her to bed. "She graduated when she was only 17, he recalled. "Her mother thought she was too young to go to the University of Washington. I told her Cheryl would be fine, and she was." Cheryl was a senior in high school when Betty gave birth to her last child, Susan McNanny. Bob had longed for a child of his own, and he doted on the little girl. The whole family did. Susan was 17 years younger than Cheryl, who adored her baby sister. She and her boyfriend Dan lugged Susan around with them wherever they went. Sometimes when they took Susan to the store, they pretended that she was their baby. Nobody doubted that they were her parents, even though they seemed very young to have a baby. Cheryl graduated from high school 5th in her class. She was co-editor of the school paper, the Lumberjack Log. She was pretty and brilliant and happy. Susan grew up idolizing her older half-sister. Cheryl was always there for her, a third parent, really, she recalled years later. As warm and loving as Cheryl was, Susan always viewed her as the strongest member of her family emotionally. "Cheryl was always in control, even with our family. She never lost an argument. She always had the last word," Susan said. But she stressed that Cheryl wasn't bossy. She was just blessed with great common sense and determination. Cheryl's natural father, Floyd, had moved to Vacaville, California, and remarried. Cheryl remained close to him, her stepmother, Gabriella, and her half-sisters, Debbie and Kim. From the time she was small, she had spent time every year with her father and his family in California. She was especially attached to her grandmother, Edna Keaton. Cheryl wasn't afraid of much. She was self-confident and had every reason to be. She was smart and she was nice, but few people ever won an argument with her. She wanted to be an attorney one day, and no one doubted that she had what it took. But Cheryl was a romantic, too. Her all-time favorite song was "Send in the Clowns." Susan, who would grow up to be one of her closest friends, said that Cheryl loved Kurt Weill's Threepenny Opera. She played the album over and over again, but Mac the Knife, a song of betrayal and swift, bloody murder, was not one of her favorites. Cheryl began her freshman year at the University of Washington in the fall of 1967, and even though she was more studious than most of her Gamma Phi Beta sorority sisters, she made a lot of friends. There was a warmth and a vivacity about Cheryl that attracted people to her. For all of her life, she would be considered a cherished friend by dozens of people. Many women who are as attractive as Cheryl was, and smart to boot, have difficulty initiating friendships with other women. Not Cheryl. Everyone liked her. Cheryl majored in economics, continued to go steady with Dan Olmsted, and worked so hard in college that she probably didn't have much time to attend football games. During her years at the University of Washington, it was unlikely that she had any idea who Brad Cunningham was. He was a jock, and she was a scholar. Brad had pledged Theta Chi, the fraternity whose chapter house was next to the Gamma Phi house. Occasionally, the two houses had exchanges, casual social evenings, and many years later, Brad would claim that he and Cheryl had dated once while they were in college. It's impossible to prove or disprove that. She was going steady with Dan, and it would have been unlike her to date someone else. More probably, Brad and Cheryl had only passed each other as they walked to class, their heads bent against the relentless Seattle rain. Cheryl's life had been pretty much charted since she was in junior high school, and a big, cocky football player had no place in her plans. Brad Cunningham was not her style. Not then. Chapter 14. Brad's lifetime dream had been to play football for the University of Washington Huskies, and he had made it. He pledged Theta Chi, and Burien and Evergreen High School seemed far away, although he continued to date Lonnie Ann Erickson all through his freshman and sophomore years. Then in February 1969, Lonnie Ann missed her period. She was a senior at Evergreen by that time, and she was thrilled to be going steady with Brad. Being with him was the pinnacle of all her dreams and hopes. Sleeping with him had, of course, always been a prerequisite for any girl who wanted to date him, but like the other girls who had yearned for Brad, Lonnie Ann hadn't minded. She loved him. More than that, she idealized him. If she should be pregnant, she told herself, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Even though pregnancy without marriage was not socially acceptable in 1969, it was not nearly as disgraceful as it had been a few decades earlier. Lonnie Ann, stuck back in high school, had been petrified that she would lose Brad to some college girl. Now she was almost relieved to think she might be pregnant. It would mean that she and Brad would get married. At least she hoped they would. She already felt like part of his family. She babysat often for Brad's sister Ethel, and she was always welcome at Sanford and Rosemary's house. With the passage of a few more weeks, there was no doubt that Lonnie Ann was pregnant, due in October 1969. When she told Brad, he didn't seem upset. They agreed to get married in March, and they chose the United Methodist Church for the ceremony. It was right on Ambaum Boulevard in Burien, only blocks from the house where Brad grew up. He was 20 and Lonnie Ann 17. They made a great-looking couple. He was so big and handsome, and she was slender and pretty. Already a perfectionist, Brad took charge of the wedding and had every detail planned ahead of time. He wanted his wedding and reception to go like clockwork, and it almost did. Brad and Lonnie Ann knew that their friends would tie balloons, crepe paper, and cans on their car, but Brad wasn't about to drive down the street making a spectacle of himself. He was too conscious of his image. He would not be looked down upon, and he would not be laughed at. So he had stashed a motorized golf cart in back of the church, and he and Lonnie Ann were prepared to zoom right out of the reception in the church basement to a non-decorated car. Brad had figured out how to escape the ignominious pelting of rice and chorus of raucous comments. Lonnie Ann embarrassed Brad, however, before they even made their getaway. When she tossed her wedding bouquet to a group of squealing bridesmaids and single girls, she miscalculated and threw it too high, and it got caught on a low-hanging telephone wire. It was only a small flaw in Brad's perfect plan, but he was furious. With one clumsy throw, Lonnie Ann had ruined his smoothly choreographed wedding and reception. The damn bouquet teetered on the wire while everyone tried to poke it and shake it down. Lonnie Ann didn't know why it made such a difference to Brad, but it did. She apologized a dozen times, and finally he told her to forget it. They would not let her bad aim ruin their honeymoon. Lonnie Ann looked forward to a wonderful life with her new husband and with the baby she carried. They rented a small unit at the Mark Manor Apartments midway between Burien and White Center, and both of them worked hard. Although Brad had his 3 scholarships, that income wasn't enough for the way he wanted them to live. He did construction work when the Washington Huskies weren't in training or playing. The young Cunningham's first summer, 1969, was a memorable one for its cataclysmic and extraordinary events. Astronaut Neil Armstrong took man's first steps on the moon on July 20th. 8 days later, Mary Jo Kopechne drowned in Senator Ted Kennedy's car when it plunged off a bridge on Chappaquiddick Island. And on August 9th, Charles Manson's followers carried out his grotesque orders to kill and turned Roman Polanski's home into an abattoir. Most memorable of all, perhaps, was the Woodstock Music and Arts Fair, which began on August 15th. Almost 500,000 young people gathered on a dairy farm in Bethel, New York, to listen to the Grateful Dead, Jefferson Airplane, Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix, and dozens of other musical groups and performers. But while much of America's youthful population was caught up in peace and love and, most particularly, Woodstock that summer, Brad Cunningham had other things on his mind. He didn't want to dress like a hippie or camp out in a muddy field listening to rock stars in the rain. He was more comfortable in a 3-piece suit. Brad had always been a young man in a hurry, and he didn't act like a college boy. He couldn't have cared less about peace and love and the end of all war, and he had far more important interests than whether the Washington Huskies won the game on Saturday. He still liked football well enough, and he took pride in keeping his huge body toned, but his ambitions had changed, and football was no longer his main focus. Brad hadn't made football history at Washington. He was a little fish in a big pond, and there were dozens like him. 25 years later, a man who had played for the Huskies was asked about Brad. He searched his mind, and finally a memory dawned slowly. "Yeah, I remember him," he said. "He was the crook." He didn't explain his cryptic remark further, but Brad had always been a braggart, and in college he liked to refer to the big boys he worked for. He was still attending the University of Washington, but his scholarships were a mere pittance compared to what he was making at Gals Galore, a topless tavern that was a major draw in the north end of Seattle. It was rumored to be run by organized crime interests. Perhaps it was, or perhaps that was only one of Brad's exaggerations. While Seattle has never been a big mob town, there have been some families whose business interests were suspect. Brad began at Gals Galore as a bouncer, but a month later he was promoted to business manager. He was smart, and he was a quick study, but Lonnie Ann wondered about his rapid rise in the girly tavern. He was certainly making a lot more money than he had working construction during vacation. And when he dropped off the squad, he told Lonnie Ann that the coach told him he was making too much money at his outside job to keep his scholarship. Maybe that was true. Besides that, Brad's personality made it impossible for him to be a team player. College football was only a stepping stone for him, a way to pay for his education, and he didn't need that any longer. He had his future all planned, and he and Lonnie Ann were not going to be living in a crummy apartment for long, not if things worked out the way he believed they would. When she looked back, Lonnie Ann recalled that the first 6 months of her marriage to Brad were quite happy. She had always realized that Brad was a little self-involved, that he wanted his own way, but it wasn't that big a deal to her. She had won the boy, the man she loved, and she was determined to be the perfect wife. To supplement their income, Brad and Lonnie Ann served as assistant managers of the apartment house where they lived. She cleaned apartments after tenants moved out, and he handled the books and the landscaping. Kate Ann Cunningham was born in October of 1969, the month that her father turned 21. She was an exquisite dark-eyed baby girl. Brad showed her off proudly to his family and friends. Lonnie Ann was surprised and delighted to see what a proprietary attitude he took with his first child. But something began to go wrong in the young Cunningham marriage in the first month after Kate's birth. Brad had sometimes gotten impatient and short-tempered with Lonnie Ann during the 2 years they had dated and over the first 6 months of their marriage, but he had never hurt her physically. It had never even occurred to her that he might. She was a strong, athletic girl, but she was no match for a man who could block a 250-pound guard and drop him where he stood. The first hairline cracks in the structure of their marriage appeared that fall. Brad seemed to delight in degrading and embarrassing Lonnie Ann. He told her repeatedly that she was really stupid. He said he couldn't understand how he could have married someone as stupid as she was. Lonnie Ann was bewildered. She had believed that Brad loved her. She hadn't changed, except to become a mother. But Brad's behavior toward her was suddenly and inexplicably cruel. He insisted that she dress in a way that demeaned her. He bought her tiny little mini-dresses and push-up bras. She looked like a hooker. She was a young mother, and she could hardly bend over to pick up Kate without showing her underwear. When Rosemary remarked about how inappropriate her clothes were, Lonnie Ann blushed. "I hate the way I look," she said, "but this is all that Brad buys me to wear." Brad was consumed with gals galore. Lonnie Ann knew only what he told her about the place, and that frightened her. He referred to orders coming down from Reno and Vegas. "Brad said that was why they went topless," she said. "Those were the orders from Nevada." When Brad gave up his football scholarships, Lonnie Ann was shocked. How could he walk away from his lifetime dream? Now he was working with people who cared only about money. Brad was away from home every day from 2 in the afternoon until daylight. She had no idea what he did while he was gone, but he would come home really pumped because the big shots from Vegas had been up for a confab. And sometimes Brad brought home television sets and furniture. She didn't know where he got them. Kate's birth had marked the beginning of the disintegration of their marriage, and Brad's verbal abuse escalated into physical violence. The first time he pushed her, Lonnie Ann was shocked, but she explained it away. The second time he used force on her, it wasn't so easy to deal with. But with every passing month, Brad's physical assaults grew in intensity and frequency. "He would hit me," Lonnie Ann recalled many years later. "He would grab me by the arms and bang me against the wall, throw me to the floor, kick me, bang my head into the floor. He hit me across the face with his forearm, split my lip." She could never determine just what it was she was doing wrong. She finally came to believe that it was just who she was. Certainly, Brad was growing beyond her in sophistication and in education. He was out in the world, becoming more and more competent in dealing with people. He was so smart, and she was an 18-year-old girl with a new baby who helped support them by cleaning toilets and scrubbing floors. She knew she was probably boring to Brad. At the same time, Lonnie Ann was puzzled at how possessive he had become. He wanted to know where she was every moment of the day. That was kind of silly, since she had neither the inclination nor the opportunity to be with any man but Brad. And when Lonnie Ann had the temerity to ask if she might attend some college classes, he laughed. "That would be a real waste of money. You're too stupid to learn." Brad was doing so well in his job managing the tavern that he concluded it was ridiculous for him to continue at the University of Washington. He was going to college to prepare for a career where he could make money, but he was already making money. He dropped out of school, although he would eventually return and gain his degree in business administration in 1978 when he realized that a degree meant money in the bank. Brad was on his way to be the success he had always envisioned. Lonnie Ann was afraid when Brad was working for Gals Galore. One time she could see that he was really worried about something. He wouldn't discuss tavern business with her, but he instructed her, "Don't open the door, not for anyone." He was gone into the wee hours of the morning, and that made her more afraid. Lonnie Ann was relieved when Brad went to work for a life insurance company and then started his own business as a real estate entrepreneur in the early 1970s. He called his fledgling corporation BMC and Associates. Brad hadn't turned out to be the big man on campus everyone expected, but BMC and Associates took off. He proved to be a natural. People responded positively to him. He had such an easy way about him, making everyone he met believe that he sincerely liked them and that knowing him would improve their lives and fortunes immeasurably. He exuded charm and capability at the same time. He was a talent, a genuine talent. It didn't matter that his office was only a little hole in the wall. Brad had a $1 million personality. They were still living at the Mark Manor Apartments in 1970 when Lonnie Ann found she was pregnant again. It was not an easy pregnancy, and Brad was far less entranced with the idea of being a father than he had been with their first baby. After a long, difficult labor, Lonnie Ann gave birth to Brad's second child and his first son on December 9th, 1970. Brent Morris was only 13 months younger than Kate. Lonnie Ann had come very close to dying during her exhausting labor, and she was too weak to take care of her new son. Brad's sister Ethel looked after the red-headed baby until Lonnie Ann was strong enough to take over. Gradually but inexorably, invisible walls rose higher around Lonnie Ann. There came a time when she had no freedom at all. She had to account to Brad for every minute of her life. Their apartment was midway between Burien and White Center, and since Brad always had the car, Lonnie Ann had to walk several blocks either way to reach a grocery store. Brad ordered her to let him know whenever she would be gone from the apartment and for precisely how long. With a 1-year-old and a newborn to carry along on all her errands, it was difficult for Lonnie Ann to know how long it was going to take her to get groceries and walk home. She often found herself running in a panic toward their apartment in a futile effort to meet Brad's immutable schedule. Brad's power over Lonnie Ann eventually expanded to the point where she wasn't allowed to take the babies outside to play or to go to the playground without notifying him. He instructed her that she must call either him or his receptionist and leave a message to tell him where she was going. If she went to get the mail from the box downstairs and he called twice without reaching her, Brad left work and came home. He punished Lonnie Ann for such grievous misconduct, and he did it physically. Brad would backhand her, and she would stagger across the room and crumple to the floor. Lonnie Ann didn't tell anyone. Brad was nice to everybody but her. "I was embarrassed and ashamed that my own husband would treat me so poorly," she confessed. It got worse. After they had been married 3 years, Lonnie Ann was the object of Brad's beatings 2 or 3 times a month. Still, she didn't tell anyone. Once, when she had tried to argue back, Brad had looked at her and said quietly, "You know, I could have things done to you if I wanted to." This was the man she had loved since she was 15. This was the man she had believed was absolutely, positively one of the mostest wonderful persons I've had the pleasure of getting to know. Lonnie Ann realized far too late that she no longer knew her husband at all. Perhaps she had never really known Brad. All she knew was that he was ashamed of her and that she and the babies seemed to mean nothing to him. And after a while, Lonnie Ann couldn't understand why Brad wouldn't just let her go. He didn't want her. He had convinced her that no one would want her. They had both been very young when they got married, and they had married because Lonnie Ann was pregnant. Maybe they never really had a chance at a lasting relationship. Still, they stayed together, working at cross purposes, perhaps, but together. Chapter 15. Lonnie Ann had no idea at all where she was. She had come to this dark place in a car with Brad. She remembered that much. That part was not a dream. She knew she had wakened slowly from a nauseous, drunken stupor as they hurtled through the night. It was totally out of character for her to get drunk. Her life had become such a tenuous balancing act that she needed always to watch and be ready. She never drank, nothing more than a beer or two. That was probably why the drinks at the party had hit her like truth serum, loosening her tongue. Then she had thrown up until her insides felt sprained and bruised, but it was too late. The alcohol was already in her bloodstream. She didn't weigh that much in the first place. Lonnie Ann had passed out from the combination of alcohol and humiliation. She couldn't really remember leaving the party. She had a blurred recollection of Brad dragging her out of the house and away from the others. Her arms hurt where his fingers had left deep indentations. She was used to it now. Brad was knocking her around regularly, but he was always careful that the marks he left could be covered up by a long-sleeved, high-necked blouse. That was the only time he let her wear modest clothes. He didn't want anyone to know he was hitting her. They were supposed to be the perfect couple, and Lonnie Ann knew that perfect wives don't anger perfect husbands to the point that those wives must be punished. Brad was a stickler about appearances. No one outside their marriage had any hint that they were anything but the ideal happy couple. Brad wanted it that way. He was a young business prodigy on his way up. It was Memorial Day, 1971, and they had been married 2 years. Lonnie Ann had snapped, and she had broken a number of Brad's rules. The party was a going-away party for one of Lonnie Ann's friends, a woman she had come to depend on. The fact that one of her few close friends was moving away was a blow to her. Although she had never told anyone about Brad's beatings, her friends were still important to her. She hated to lose even one. Maybe that was why she had had too much to drink. Brad was incredulous that she could embarrass him that way, but then she had committed an even more terrible offense. Before she passed out, Lonnie Ann had crossed another invisible, forbidden line. She blurted out secrets too long pent up. She told about Brad's brutality. Even as her alcohol-loosened tongue babbled on about how awful things were in her marriage, she knew somewhere deep inside that Brad would never in this world forgive her. Never. And then she had become violently ill. Her girlfriends led Lonnie Ann into the bathroom, and one of them held her head while she vomited. She was neither the first nor the last wife who drank too much, told secrets, and thoroughly embarrassed her husband. But Brad was capable of a singular kind of rage, an emotion so inherent and dominant in his nature that it defied opposition. Lonnie Ann had seen it. His mother, Rosemary, had glimpsed it. And his father had to be aware of his compulsion to control, though Sanford accepted whatever Brad did. Brad was his son, and not unlike himself. Even with all the beatings she had gone through, Lonnie Ann had never seen Brad as angry as he was at the party. He had pounded on the door of the bathroom and demanded to be let in. Her friends saw that she was terrified and refused to open the door. Brad simply broke in and grabbed Lonnie Ann by the arm, half pulling, half dragging her to their car. She didn't remember that part.
Before the curtain rises on the next chapter, let your imagination rest for a while. Here is a musical space created just for your relaxation. Let yourself drift along with the melody. cast aside all thoughts, and simply enjoy the present moment.
She had passed out. When she awoke, they were on a dark road. "I was sick. I was very tired," she remembered. "When he stopped the car, he walked me a few feet away from the road and told me, 'Just stay here.'" Lonnie Ann was still too drunk to walk and frightened half out of her wits. Brad propped her up on the edge of the road and drove off, leaving her surrounded by absolute pitch-black night. She stayed. The ground seemed to undulate beneath her, and she struggled to keep upright. Finally, she began to crawl, reaching out in the darkness, trying to find the road. She could feel nothing in front of her, so she turned around. Then she saw lights in the distance, lights that would prove to be miles away. In a daze, she made her way to an all-night gas station where she called the police. She knew they didn't quite believe her. She knew she smelled like vomit and alcohol, but she was too tired to explain any further. They took her home, but Brad wouldn't come to the door, and so they left her at Sanford and Rosemary's house. Because Lonnie Ann was only rarely allowed to drive their car, she had to wait 5 months before she could retrace the route to the dark place Brad had taken her. The night after the Memorial Day party haunted her. She had a sense of where she had been, the general area, because she had actually been relatively close to home. But there was another feeling that gripped her when she tried to remember. It was terror, and she didn't know why. She had already been punished for her behavior at the party, and Brad had apparently smoothed over her revelations as the ravings of a woman who couldn't hold her liquor. What she felt wasn't fear of reprisal or humiliation. It was a compelling need to know. If she didn't find out where she had been, she feared she might go back there one night and never return. It was a sunny October day when Lonnie Ann was finally able to get their car for the afternoon. Unerringly, almost instinctively, she retraced the road she had crawled along to reach the gas station, and she found the place where Brad had left her. The same smell she had detected that night wafted in the air. The leaves of the trees were gold and russet now instead of the bright green they were in May. That night she had seen nothing but black, but she now knew where she had been. Lonnie Ann suddenly felt nauseated again, sicker than the alcohol had made her. Her own husband had pulled her out of their car, pushed her to this strip beside the road, and told her to stay there. Her back had been to the road, but only steps in front of her, in the place where she had reached out her hands and touched nothing, she could now see why. Brad had left her inches away from a sharp drop-off above the Duwamish River. If she had gone forward instead of back, she would have plunged 30 feet down onto the rocks or into the river and almost certainly drowned. "I looked down and I felt sick," she said a long time later. "I realized how close I came to walking off that cliff." Lonnie Ann drove home, the taste and smell of death in her mouth. If he ever found out where she had been, Brad would probably finish what she was quite sure he had meant to do that night. She thought back to when Brad had picked her up at his parents' house the morning after he left her by the river. She wondered if he was only waiting for another day, another opportunity. How odd it was that things had gone on between them as they always had. He had to know what he did, but never spoke of it. and she cared for the apartment house and for Kate and Brent and acceded to whatever Brad asked of her. She had loved him so much. Now Lonnie Ann found it hard to remember love at all. Sex continued, but it was all for Brad. "He forced me to do whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted it," she said. When she finally gathered up enough courage to ask for a divorce, Brad listened coldly and then told her she would never be allowed to keep their children. He reminded her of that every time she repeated her request. "You'll come crawling back to me," he jeered. She could not leave her babies behind, and so she stayed, all the while trying to think of a way for the three of them to escape. Although Brad seemed to find Kate and Brent a nuisance and spent little time with them, he always reminded Lonnie Ann that they were his, that he would never let something that belonged to him go. Still, on the surface, everything appeared to be normal. No one knew how bad things were between them. Brad occasionally allowed Lonnie Ann to play softball with a local girls' team. They took fishing trips to the ocean, and Lonnie Ann invited Brad's father and sisters over for dinner. Perhaps inevitably, there were also dark undercurrents in Sanford and Rosemary's marriage. Brad and his father were now such close confidants that he was fully aware that Sanford had begun an affair with a woman named Mary. He reportedly told his son that he was tired of Rosemary, and that may well have been true. "My mom was really out of hand," their daughter Susan recalled. "She lost her temper and was hard to deal with." Sanford traveled a great deal, all over Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and Montana. "You know," Susan later said, "I never really did know what my dad did. I know that he designed storefronts. He was always bringing home blueprints to work on, and he was always gone, but to tell you precisely which stores or where, I can't remember." To read Sanford's letters to Rosemary and to hear of the gifts he gave her in 1972, it would have been hard to believe there was trouble in their marriage. He may have been devious, he may have felt guilty, or both. "My father bought my mother a new wedding ring, and it was loaded with diamonds," Susan recalled, "and that was just before he left her." When Rosemary visited her mother that summer at the Kanakanak Native Hospital in Dillingham, Alaska, where Ethel Edwards was working as a nutritionist, Sanford wrote letters to her that were almost as full of longing as those he had sent when he was a lovesick bridegroom in Fresno in 1946. He wrote her a stack of long letters, and all the time he was in love with another woman and trying to figure out a way to leave Rosemary and go to Mary. On July 22nd, Sanford wrote to her from their cabin in Darrington. "Hi, sweetheart. Sunday, Susan and I stood at the window in the airport waiting for you to look out of the plane, but you didn't." The letter went on to tell of meals at Ethel's, visits from Susan and Brad and Lonnie Ann. Brad and Lonnie Ann and their kids are sleeping out in the front yard in their new tent they bought. Your nasturtiums are all in bloom and are quite pretty. The hummingbirds were sure complaining about their feeder being empty, so I whipped up a batch and filled the jars. Boy, it sure is lonesome around here. The cabin is so quiet. I'll be glad when you get home. Well, Mama, it's 12:30 in the morning and I'm tired. So good night, sweet dreams, and I love you. Your old man. In other letters, Sanford wrote about pets, family, cooking, gardening, and how much he missed his wife. He kidded her that their living room looked like a warehouse for Luzier, the cosmetic line that Rosemary sold. If his plan was to reassure her that everything was normal at home, his letters were masterpieces of deceit. The only thing that seemed to trouble Sanford was his father. At the age of 48, he still had a prickly relationship with Dr. Paul Cunningham. He wrote about it to Rosie. "Friday, I came up to the cabin, but my dad had to complicate things for me. He called me at the office and wanted to have me drop off the air compressor for him. I told him I was going straight to the cabin after work. This didn't faze him at all. He wanted to use that compressor, so I had to go back home and help him load it on his pickup. I sure was unhappy about that. Paul Cunningham was the father who had kicked his first wife out of the house and farmed their sons Sanford and Jimmy out for their whole childhood, and Sanford, at least, had never quite forgiven him. Otherwise, Sanford's letters were full of love and plans for a future with Rosie. "I know it's hard to understand how my father could do that, write such nice letters when he was planning to leave my mother," Susan said later. "But you have to understand that my father always prided himself on his letter writing. He always wrote long letters full of news. But most of all, the way he did it was the only way he could have left my mother. If she'd known, she would have feigned illness. She would have screamed and made scenes." For the 2 weeks in July and August of 1972 that Rosemary was in Alaska, Sanford wrote every third day or so. She had no inkling that her husband was not as lonely as he sounded. "I haven't seen anyone or called anyone. But there again," Sanford wrote. "You're the only one I want to talk to anyway, or at least be around. I really miss you, honey. I didn't think it would be this lonesome. I guess I love you so much, and you're so much of my life. I really am anxious for you to get home again so I can hold you in my arms and squeeze you till you holler." Rosemary came home from Alaska to a husband who was, apparently, devoted to her. But sometime later that year, Sanford told Brad that what he really wanted was to live with Mary. Brad thought that was a reasonable plan and offered to help his father defect from his marriage with a minimal loss of assets. Brad was 22 when he learned that his father was involved with another woman. He hated his mother so much that it probably gave him pleasure to know that his father was cheating on her. The two men talked over Rosemary's head using double entendres and winking, and she didn't have a clue. Although her marriage had been far from perfect, Rosie loved her husband. She was touched and amazed when Sanford bought her a new car, a Pontiac GTO. To top that off, he and Brad urged her to consider taking another vacation. She looked from one to the other in surprise. She had no idea that either her son or her husband cared whether she needed a vacation. "You've worked so hard, Mom," Brad said. "We think you deserve a vacation." "Why don't you fly down and visit your sister Jewel in California?" Sanford urged. After a lot of coaxing, Rosemary agreed that it would be wonderful if she could take a trip like that. Her husband and son helped her pack and waved goodbye. She was gone for 2 weeks, and as soon as she had left, Sanford called his children and said, "You gotta come help me move." Susan would acknowledge that she helped pack. Her father was in such a panic to get out without a scene. It seemed the only way. She knew how bitterly her parents fought. They were never going to stay together. When Rosemary returned 2 weeks later, she was rested and anxious to get back to Sanford. But her homecoming was anything but happy. When she opened the front door of their house on 128th Street, she thought at first they had been robbed. Everything of any value was gone. The place had been ransacked, almost totally cleaned out. About the only objects left behind were her Indian things: stools with deer legs, old photos, dream catchers, a few linens, and some furniture that was almost worn out. That brutal trick was the way Rosemary found out about Sanford's new woman. Her husband had left her and taken everything they had bought for their home. And Brad, her own son, had helped him do it. Susan's part in the deception was minuscule, and Rosemary may not have known that she helped at all. Rosemary had not been the perfect wife, and certainly she was not a perfect mother. But the fact that Brad had plotted against her probably hurt her as much as losing her husband to another woman. The men in her life, the ones she had loved and looked to for protection, had betrayed her. She turned now to her nephew Gary, Jimmy's son. In her despair, Rosemary visited her nephew Gary and his wife for hours every day and wept and wailed about Sanford's infidelity. She begged Gary to spy on him and his new girlfriend. Maybe he could find out something she could use to get her husband back. Gary held her hand and commiserated with her, but he wasn't about to become a private eye. He knew that the break was final. "Brad introduced that woman to Sanford," Rosemary sobbed, almost unbelieving. "That woman worked with Associated Grocers in Yakima, and I didn't know one thing about it." Sanford moved in with Mary, and in time they were married. He helped raise her daughter. In their divorce settlement, Sanford got the house on 128th Street, and Rosemary held title to their cabin in Darrington. She never planted nasturtiums there again, and eventually she transferred it back to Sanford. After that, it was a long, long time before Rosemary trusted anyone, and in the end, all the members of the Cunningham family would be completely estranged from one another. Some would be dead, others would not speak. And if Brad was full of guile and cruelty in his marriage to Lonnie Ann, he had an expert mentor in his father. Chapter 16. Much to Brad's disgust, Lonnie Ann had always maintained her friendship with his older sister Ethel. An assertive woman, somewhat garrulous and surprisingly strong given the experiences of her childhood, Ethel was one of the few women in Brad's life who were not afraid of him. In desperation, Lonnie Ann went to Ethel in September 1972 and confided that she had begged Brad for a divorce, but that at first he wouldn't even consider it. Then he had told her, "Fine, you want a divorce? Go for it. You'll never keep these kids. I'll get them. How dare you try to get away from me?" "Brad laid out a scenario for me," Lonnie Ann would say later. "He told me what would happen to me if I left him. He said that I was a slut. He said he could kill me in our apartment and make it look like a rape killing and that no one would ever suspect him." "I believed her," Ethel would confirm. "We moved her and the kids out of her apartment that night." "You have to understand," Lonnie Ann said, "that I got to a point with the relationship that I believed nothing worse could happen to me by going than by staying. I had become punch-happy. I could never tell when he was going to be Dr. Jekyll and when he was going to be Mr. Hyde." Lonnie Ann had no friends who were in a position to help her, and there were no women's shelters to go to in the early 1970s. She was totally dependent on Brad, and he had always been the one who kept track of whatever money they had and who paid the bills. "I had no survival knowledge to exist on my own, but I had to," Lonnie Ann said. Surprisingly, Brad didn't put up much of a fight when she finally left him. He was finished with her anyway. Their divorce was final in May 1973, awarded to Lonnie Ann on her filing of cruel and unusual treatment. Initially, they had an agreement to share custody of Kate and Brent, although the children would live with their mother. Lonnie Ann moved to Oregon to attend college. She hoped eventually to graduate from Washington State and then go on to graduate school so that she could support herself and her children. At the moment, they had virtually no resources beyond what Brad was willing to send her, and even that she could never really count on. In 1974, however, Brad told her that he had changed his mind about letting her have Kate and Brent. She had been accepted at Washington State University in Pullman that summer, and Brad had shown no concern that she and the children would be moving 300 miles east of Seattle. "He waited until within 4 weeks of my scheduled move before trying for the court order," Lonnie Ann recalled. "He contended that he was not interfering with my attending the university. If I wanted to attend school, fine, the children could live with him. The court order was denied. Then he filed for custody a second time." Actually, Brad had never intended that Lonnie Ann should have Kate and Brent. He just needed some time to build a life in which he felt he would have a better chance of having the children awarded to him. When he had done that, he initiated legal action to gain full custody of his children. Even his own parents were never quite sure why. Lonnie Ann was a good mother, and Brad could be an impatient, punishing father. But Brad wanted his children, and the struggle to possess them, actually to repossess them, was, in Lonnie Ann's recall, desperate, emotional. Brad had warned her any number of times that if she ever left him, he would take the children from her. Still, he had let them go with her, and she had begun to hope cautiously that Brad's threat to fight her for the children had been empty. Now she realized he had only been biding his time. There was nothing he could do to her that would hurt her more than taking her children, and he knew it. Brad had married again, rapidly. He told associates that he felt he would have a much better chance of gaining full custody of Kate and Brent if he was a married man. Because he knew mothers were awarded custody more often than single fathers, Brad's second trip to the altar was probably nothing more than a marriage of convenience. His second wife, Cynthia Marasco, was 15 years older than he was and as different from Lonnie Ann as she could possibly be. A teacher, divorced after a long marriage to a wealthy attorney, Cynthia lived in a luxurious 6-bedroom estate-like home in an upscale suburb of Seattle. She was a striking woman with black hair. One of Brad's sisters thought Cynthia resembled their mother, Rosemary, a great deal. Cynthia was over 40 and Brad was only 25, but he seemed older because his presence was larger than life and he was tremendously self-confident. At first glance, they did not appear to be the mismatched couple that they were. She was very attractive and looked younger, and he could have passed for a man in his 30s. Cynthia had 3 sons, of whom the youngest, Nicholas, was in grade school when she met Brad through their mutual interest in real estate ventures. Because she was so devoted to her own boys, she could empathize with Brad's passion to get his children back. He seemed utterly bereft without them. Brad told Cynthia he was worried sick about Lonnie Ann's complete disregard for Kate's and Brent's well-being. He said he had seen some small children playing alone in a park and had walked over to see if they were okay. "They were my own children," Brad moaned. "And Lonnie Ann's out there on the highway hitchhiking with them. Can you imagine the danger that puts them in?" Cynthia was appalled. She already had the perfect home for raising children, and Brad had the prospects, she believed, for a splendid future in the business world. Together they could make a team that would help Brad regain custody of his children, and he would help her raise her 3 boys. Beyond that, she felt they would work well together in business. Beginning in March 1973, Cynthia lent Brad money every 2 or 3 months to help pay his child support and for investments. By January of 1974, he owed her almost $15,000. There are few women facing their 40s alone who would not have been dazzled by the attention Brad paid to Cynthia Marasco. After their wedding ceremony on June 4th, 1974, which was legal if not lavish, Brad moved into Cynthia's lovely home. But the idyllic melding of families that Cynthia had pictured never materialized. Almost from the beginning, her own sons were resentful of this young man in his 20s who suddenly appeared in their lives, moved into their home, and started ordering them around. Brad wasn't that much older than Cynthia's oldest son, and he certainly wasn't a tactful, considerate father figure. He was impatient and mercurial. Cynthia did her best to make the marriage work. Brad had often talked about how much he liked to camp out and about his love for the Yakima area. Cynthia bought a Volkswagen camper and all the gear needed for outdoor trips. The few good times they had together were their camping trips. Unconsciously, perhaps, Brad was emulating the family he had grown up in. Rosie and Sanford's home life was marked by argument and punishment, but their times out camping were always happy and without strife. Now, when Brad appeared in custody hearings for Kate and Brent, he would have the advantage of being a married man living with his wife and 3 stepsons, while Lonnie Ann was a divorced woman and a student who lived in low-rent apartments, usually with another young woman so that she could make ends meet. And it was true that she had hitchhiked with her toddlers. Someone had poured sugar into her gas tank so she couldn't drive her car, and she had no choice but to hitchhike. Lonnie Ann could not afford an attorney for the custody battle, so she was represented by a lawyer from legal aid. Brad had his own attorney and clearly felt he would win. He had lined up his new wife, his father, and other witnesses prepared to give such cogent testimony against Lonnie Ann that he was sure it would convince the judge that he was the more competent parent. He was apparently doing very well in business, and he certainly dressed the part of a successful man. Rosemary Cunningham agonized over how she was going to testify. She loved her grandchildren, and she had been witness to Brad's vicious discipline of them when he brought them to family reunions. "When the children didn't want to eat something on their plates," she recalled privately, if not in court, "he would force them to eat it until they threw up on their plates." In the end, thinking of the children and pushing down her own fear of what Brad might do to her, Rosemary testified for her former daughter-in-law, saying she thought that Kate and Brent should be with Lonnie Ann. Sanford Cunningham equivocated. He said that he thought it was 6 of one and a half dozen of the other. He didn't think it mattered which parent had custody. Brad had lost one good witness he wanted, Susan, his younger sister. "I moved away from home when I was 16, and I hadn't even seen Brad for more than 5 years, she said. "I moved because we all always had to take sides against each other, and I refused to take sides." Now her father and brother wanted 20-year-old Susan to take sides once more. "Brad and Dad approached me and asked me to testify against my mother in Lonnie Ann's custody hearing. They wanted me to say that my mother was a homosexual." That, Brad and Sanford figured, would undermine Rosemary's testimony. Her father and brother had spent a whole day with Susan, saying how happy they were to see her, buying her lunch. But Susan knew what they wanted. They wanted her to help them destroy Lonnie Ann and her own mother in one fell swoop. Susan refused. "I testified instead about the time that Brad beat Mom," Susan said, "and I was out of the family from then on." When she chose to help Lonnie Ann, she ended, in essence, her own connection to the males in her family. Her father had always felt that money meant there was a reason to do something, and he apparently believed that money could also entice or punish. He used money for revenge against Susan for her betrayal. "I was out of his will," she said. "So was Ethel. He left us each $100, and everything else went to Brad." Lonnie Ann presented a very effective case. Despite Brad's continual attempts to convince her that she was stupid garbage who would be insane to think about going to college, she testified that she was doing quite well in her classes where she was studying physical education. She wanted to be a teacher or a coach. She admitted on the stand that it was difficult to get by. She had very little money. Yes, she usually had to split her rent with another woman or a family. Lonnie Ann had learned that Brad had tried to get to her housemates and have them testify against her. Her first roommate told her that Brad had offered to pay her to lie about Lonnie Ann during the custody hearing. She had refused. "I wanted you to know what he was planning," the woman said. Another woman with whom Lonnie Ann had lived just prior to the hearing moved out abruptly one day while Lonnie Ann was at school in Portland. She turned up again as a surprise witness for Brad in the custody hearing, and she wouldn't meet Lonnie Ann's eyes. But her testimony didn't mesh with the written affidavit she had given earlier, and she waffled under cross-examination. During a recess, an officer of the court overheard Brad berate Lonnie Ann's ex-roommate. "You didn't say what you agreed to say." The woman later admitted on the stand that she had lied about Lonnie Ann's competency as a mother. Suddenly, for the first time in a long time, the tide turned in Lonnie Ann's favor, and to Brad's utter amazement, she won their latest court skirmish. When the judge awarded custody of the children to Lonnie Ann, she glanced fearfully at Brad, wondering what he would do. She saw his face darken, the veins stand out on his neck, and a pulse beat fiercely at his temples. He was in the blackest rage she had ever seen, and she had seen many. After the judge left the bench and disappeared into his chambers, Brad toppled to the floor like a felled tree. It seemed at first that he had had a heart attack or a stroke, but he got to his feet in a few moments, apparently fully recovered. It may have been that he was so angry he had blacked out. Brad had never lost before, nor would he soon lose again. After Lonnie Ann won custody again in court, the original reason for Brad's marriage to Cynthia dissolved. He seemed totally uninterested in her now. She had also discovered that Lonnie Ann was nothing like the neglectful, promiscuous woman Brad had described to her. At that point, Cynthia just wanted out of her marriage, and she had to find a way to do it with as few repercussions as possible. Cynthia had finally come to the realization that her main attraction for Brad had been her house, her money, her stability. If she stayed with him, she might lose all three. Yet even though she could now see him in the clear light of day, she would always soft-pedal how bad things got. There were arguments over her boys, over money, over almost everything, it seemed. Brad broke Cynthia's collarbone, although many years later, Cynthia would downplay the violence in their marriage. "It wasn't his fault, it was mine. I pushed him and he reacted." They separated on September 17, 1975, and Cynthia filed for divorce on November 26th. Brad moved into an apartment in Bellevue, and Cynthia didn't expect to see him again. But she would learn, unhappily, that no woman simply walked away from Brad Cunningham. In their divorce settlement, the division of property should have been simple. They had signed prenuptial agreements specifying that they would retain their individual assets as they were when they went into the marriage. Among other things, Cynthia had owned a yellow 1973 Volvo, which she had financed through a credit union. Of course, she had also paid for the 1973 Volkswagen camper. According to the prenuptial contract, they reverted to her. She also wanted him to repay the money she had lent him, plus accrued interest. By May of 1975, Brad and Cynthia were living apart, and she was again using the name Marasco. She had gone into the marriage with few stars in her eyes, hoping that love might grow with familiarity. She knew the marriage might not last, but she had never dreamed that she would be caught in a spider's web where she would come to fear Brad with his .38 Colt Detective Special and his awesome temper. All Cynthia wanted was to have her serenity back and to keep what she had had before the marriage. She and her now teenage son Nicholas were going on with their lives. The older boys were grown and out of her home. She had her master's degree, and she could still teach school. But Cynthia would learn, just as Lonnie Ann had learned, that Brad was a man who felt betrayed if someone tried to rob him of what he considered his. Furthermore, he would prove to be a tremendously sore loser. Sometime after their separation, Cynthia and Nicholas had moved from the big house she once owned and were living in a luxurious apartment overlooking a private golf course when Brad slipped back into their lives. In an oddly childish show of power, he stole Cynthia's vehicles twice in one day. Cynthia had an appointment with her attorney on May 22, 1975, at his Bellevue office. At 6:45 that morning, she found that her Volvo was missing. She had no choice but to drive the Volkswagen camper. But when she left her lawyer's office, she found that the camper had disappeared too. She was pretty sure that her vehicles had not been random targets, and she thought she knew who had taken them. Brad. Cars were almost as important as children to Brad. Once he had them in his possession, he didn't like to let them go. Later, when he was much richer, he would own whole stables of Mercedes cars and usually some macho vehicle like a Unimag or a Humvee, plus a couple of motorcycles. In this case, Brad neither owned nor needed them, but he knew Cynthia would be terribly inconvenienced without the Volvo and the camper. In her police report, Cynthia named Bradley Cunningham, my estranged husband, as a possible suspect. She warned the King County police officers who took the report that Brad routinely carried a Colt .38. "All I want is to have my vehicles back," Cynthia said quietly. "I don't want to file charges." The officers saw that she was obviously afraid of her ex-husband. Informed that she was setting the judicial process in motion by filing a complaint, Cynthia finally acquiesced. She had precious little choice. If she didn't file the complaint, she feared she would never see the Volvo or the Volkswagen again. Later that May afternoon, Brad himself walked into the King County Police's South Precinct to report that his .38 pistol had been stolen. He was surprised and outraged when he was arrested and booked on 2 charges of grand larceny, auto. Faced with the very real probability of spending at least one night and maybe more in the King County Jail, Brad admitted that he had taken Cynthia's vehicles. It was a divorce thing, he explained, just the bad feelings and reprisals that happened in a lot of marriages. He was certainly no criminal, he said with a grin, and he would be glad to tell the officers where the stolen car and camper were. He said the Volvo was over in Bellevue, a half-block from Cynthia's attorney's office. The Volkswagen camper was on the 6th floor of the parking garage of the Pacific building where his office was located. Detective Gary Trent of the Bellevue Police Department checked for the yellow Volvo and found it just where Brad said it would be. It was in perfect shape. Seattle police detectives went to the Pacific building parking garage. The Volkswagen camper was parked there. However, the steering wheel was immobilized with a chain and lock. Brad had the key to the Volvo and the key to the locked steering wheel in his possession. He surrendered them easily enough, and the 2 vehicles were returned to Cynthia. The police looked upon the double auto theft more as a symptom of postmarital rancor than as felonies. They were annoyed that Brad Cunningham had made thoughtless, childish abuse of their time, but since neither vehicle had been damaged and Cynthia didn't want to push prosecution, the matter was apparently settled amicably. But the day was not over. At 5 that evening, Nicholas looked out the window of his apartment and saw his stepfather walk up to his mother's Volvo, unlock the driver's door, jump in, and drive the car away. Once again, Cynthia called the police, and once again she stressed that she didn't want to irritate Brad by pressing charges. She just wanted her Volvo back. Police located it at Brad's apartment, but it wouldn't start. He had removed both the coil and distributor cap wires. The officers drove Cynthia to a garage to buy the parts she needed to get her car going. It was annoying, certainly, but police had seen divorcing couples play far worse tricks on each other. One Washington state man had been so furious when his wife was awarded their home that he rented a bulldozer and systematically leveled the house and everything in it. In comparison, a day's spree of car hiding didn't seem that pathological. Human behavior rarely reveals itself all at once. Most people grow stronger in one area, weaker in others, perhaps more compulsive in still others. An old adage says that what we are when we are old is only a progression of what we have always been. If you were a mean kid, you will probably be a mean old man. Brad Cunningham had always had tremendous charm, intelligence, and business acumen, but long before he was 30, he had demonstrated decidedly negative aspects of his personality, particularly when it came to his relationships with women. 2 tries at matrimony revealed that he required an inordinate amount of control in a marriage and that he did not give up those things that he felt belonged to him easily. At his center, moreover, he seemed to have a mean streak snaking through everything he did and everything he was. He had tormented his cousins and smaller children from the time he was a boy. He had charmed, seduced, and walked away from teenage girls who idolized him. He had always appeared to consider women lesser humans, merely lowly females put on earth to help him achieve what he wanted, whether it was to climb higher in business or to become a father, whether he needed sexual satisfaction or, in the worst of circumstances, a punching bag. He was, of course, only 26, and there was the possibility that he was simply immature, given to temper tantrums and petty revenge. His mother hoped so. Despite the physical harm he had done to her, despite the way he had sided with his father and helped to betray her, Rosemary Cunningham still loved Brad. He was her only son. Lonnie Ann continued going to college and in 1978 graduated with a bachelor's degree in physical education. Brad paid child support for Kate and Brent only sporadically. By 1983, he ceased any contact at all with his children. There were no phone calls, no birthday cards, no Christmas presents, nor were there any child support payments. Lonnie Ann was going on with her life, but emotionally, Brad had almost destroyed her. She would gladly have traded his support money for peace of mind. She never knew when Brad might turn up again and try to take her children, or just what revenge he might have in mind. Cynthia received her final divorce decree from Brad on February 9, 1977, and the property settlement agreement was signed on March 6th. Brad offered her $6,000 in cash. He said he was unemployed and his yearly income was only $500, but that his father had agreed to lend him the money to pay Cynthia. He said he planned to go to school in Colorado. Cynthia agreed to the settlement with the proviso that if it turned out that he had lied about his assets, she could have the agreement set aside. Cynthia Marasco had self-esteem going into her marriage with Brad, and she soon found it again when he was finally out of her life. She remarried, this time with great happiness. She never saw Brad again. Part 3. Cheryl. Chapter 17. Brad was a marrying man. There were to be 5 women who became Mrs. Brad Cunningham before he reached his 38th birthday, and for each he was, in the beginning, the perfect man. Except for his second engagement, which was by its very nature expedient and hurried, his courtships were exquisitely planned. He was a prince, the kind of husband many women long for. He was handsome, charismatic, ambitious, and more successful each year. He still had the biceps of a college football player, but he was smoother, more urbane and cosmopolitan. He drove the best cars, he knew the best restaurants, and many women who were intimate with him remember him as a superb lover, attentive and intuitive, patient when he needed to be, wildly passionate later. Moreover, what woman's heart wouldn't go out to a father crying for his lost children? None of Brad's new fiancées ever considered talking with his former wives to learn more about him. Why on earth would they? When Brad described the women who had come before them, he made his ex-wives sound so despicable and immoral that they all wondered how he could have been so stoic and long-suffering. He had stayed in the marriages, he assured them, for the children. His ex-wives had been alcoholic, drug addicts, bisexual, tramps, and lousy mothers. Lauren Kathleen Swanson was a gorgeous, willowy woman, the prettiest of all Brad's women to date. Born in January 1949, she grew up in Redmond, a once rural suburb east of Seattle, and went on to enter the University of Washington in the same freshman class as Cheryl Keaton and Brad Cunningham. Along with Cheryl, Lauren pledged Gamma Phi Beta. Indeed, she and Cheryl were great friends as well as sorority sisters. Lauren majored in education, and when she graduated in 1971, she began a teaching career. Lauren's and Cheryl's friendship grew during their 4 years in college together until they were very close, probably best friends. Lauren knew Dan Olmsted, too. She had met him when he came to pick up Cheryl at the Gamma Phi house. After they all graduated, Cheryl married Dan, and the Olmsteds became part of Lauren's immediate social circle. Although Lauren was still single, she often joined Cheryl and Dan and several other young couples for parties, dinners, and boating trips. Cheryl and Dan had a sailboat they dubbed the Summer Fun, and they and their friends had many great times sailing on Puget Sound. At first, Lauren shared rent with a number of friends from her sorority in one of the big old houses that abound near the university. Later, she had her own apartment on East Lake Avenue a few miles away. She had met Brad Cunningham at the University of Washington and talked with him from time to time since his fraternity, Theta Chi, was next door to the Gamma Phi house. After his sophomore year, Brad didn't live in the fraternity house, of course. He was married to Lonnie Ann and a father and working at Gals Galore. Lauren had always rather liked Brad and found him attractive. Sometimes she wondered how his life had turned out. Then in 1976, 5 years after she graduated, she met Brad again. In the mid-1970s, the Madison Park area of Seattle was in transition. Located on the west shore of Lake Washington, it was crisscrossed with some of Seattle's most expensive streets, but it ran out of high-end real estate as Madison Street headed west up the long hill toward downtown Seattle. There, the neighborhood decayed into time-battered wooden houses, small ethnic grocery stores, and taverns. For decades, it had been a question of which ambiance would prevail. But by the 70s, Madison Park had begun its climb to utter desirability. Singles were flocking to the funky taverns and trendy restaurants that were popping up close by the shores of Lake Washington at the east end of Madison Street. Lauren and Brad ran into each other there one night at the Red Onion, a popular tavern. Balancing drinks, they swiveled through a laughing crowd to find a booth where they could hear each other talk. Brad told her that he was divorcing his second wife, who, he said wryly, had turned out to be a major disappointment. He didn't go into details, but Lauren noted how sad and moody he seemed about his bad luck in love. Like almost all women, Lauren found Brad fascinating. He was even better looking than he had been in college, and he sounded as though he was doing wonderfully well in the business world. She was delighted when he asked her out. They were soon dating steadily, and in a whirlwind courtship, they were engaged just a few months later. Lauren introduced Brad to her circle of friends, and so it was that he met Cheryl and Dan Olmsted for the first time. The two couples rapidly became very good friends and socialized often. Brad was fun, and he was obviously a real mover and shaker in business. After Cheryl Keaton had graduated Phi Beta Kappa from the University of Washington and married Dan Olmsted, he began law school while she took a job doing actuarial work for an insurance firm. She would follow Dan to law school as soon as they could afford it. It was what they had always planned to do. Cheryl had never foreseen anything different in her life. She and Dan would get started in their careers, and at some point they hoped to have a family. In the meantime, Cheryl remained close to her family in Longview and continued to play second mother to her half-sister Susan McNanny. Betty and Bob McNanny had separated and were in the process of divorce. Cheryl adored Bob, she always had, and she was impatient with her mother for leaving him. Susan, who was Bob's only child, was 8 or 9 then, and she was the light of Bob McNanny's life. She stayed in the ranch house in Longview with her father. Susan spent any number of weekends with Cheryl doing girl things. Bob would put her on the train that ran up from Portland, and Cheryl would pick her little sister up at the King Street station in Seattle. In the years that followed, Betty would marry 2 more times, but she would always remain friends with Bob McNanny. And Cheryl would look upon him as a father figure until the day she died. Susan would remember that Cheryl's marriage was happy and comfortable. Dan adored her, and she had really never known any other man. But she married so young, and when she walked out of the church in September 1971, Susan recalled, her sister had cried and cried. Cheryl had a degree in economics. When she worked at Unigard Insurance as a financial analyst, she met another would-be law student who would become one of her most devoted friends, a very tall, dark-haired man named John Burke. Cheryl and John were never more than friends, but she could not have had a better friend. Cheryl and Dan lived in a little studio basement apartment just outside the University District at first, Susan remembered, and later they bought a house on North 45th. But with the wisdom that came when she herself was a grown woman, Susan realized in retrospect that Cheryl had worried that her marriage wasn't strong enough for her to have children. She put off thinking about it, concentrating instead on her career. She and Dan had been sweethearts all through high school and college, and she wanted their marriage to work. "The women in our family don't have a great track record in our marital history," Susan observed. But Cheryl's marriage to Dan just kind of collapsed on its own. I think Cheryl had doubts from the beginning, but they had dated for so long. Lauren Swanson was amazed at how far Brad had come by the age of 27. He was a real estate developer and had contracts to do projects with well-known Seattle architects and contractors. Lauren loved her job teaching elementary students, but Brad suggested that she might consider becoming involved in his projects, at least part-time. That way they could work together, and she could learn some of the intricacies of his profession. Lauren was both flattered and excited. By this time, she hoped to become involved in every part of Brad's life. She was in love. Lauren still knew next to nothing about the details of Brad's 2 divorces. She had never met either Lonnie Ann or Cynthia. She had no reason to. But she did know that Brad was distraught about losing the custody battle for his children. He worried about them continually. He said that Lonnie Ann led a vagabond and often promiscuous lifestyle, and that it wasn't healthy for his children, Lauren said later. He wanted to raise them. They were being exposed to situations that he did not approve of. A lot of men visited, a lot of moving from one location to another. Lauren loved children so much herself, and she felt sorry for Brad. She thought it must have been hell for him to have walked away from his children, to always wonder if they were safe and cared for. It touched her heart to see how much Brad's kids meant to him. It made her love him even more. Their wedding in March of 1977 was very simple. The wedding party included only Lauren's immediate family, Brad's father and his second wife, and Brad's children, Kate and Brent. Kate was almost 7, and Brent was 5. Lonnie Ann had won custody of her children, but she acceded to Brad's requests to have them visit him from time to time. At this point, Brad was still paying his court-ordered child support, and Lonnie Ann wanted to keep things between them as peaceful as possible. Although Lauren and Brad's wedding was a quiet ceremony at her parents' home, the couple threw a wonderful party to celebrate their marriage, and, of course, Cheryl and Dan Olmsted were there. The two couples continued to spend many evenings and most weekends together. Lauren was very happy in the spring of 1977. She and Brad rented a spacious condominium, and she kept her job teaching a third-grade class. She also helped Brad with his construction projects. His career was in high gear, and he was working hard to achieve the success he had always visualized. To their many friends, including Cheryl and Dan, they seemed perfectly matched. Just as he had with Cynthia, Brad took Lauren to Yakima often. They headed over the Snoqualmie Pass to eastern Washington to visit Sanford and Mary. Brad's father had sold the Burien house and moved to Tampico, a tiny hamlet near Yakima. Lauren could see how close Brad and his father were, but she found it a little odd that he had nothing at all to do with his mother. When she asked him about it, he told her his mother had always blamed him for something he couldn't help. "I was an unusually large baby," he said. "I guess that was why she had such a difficult delivery. Later, my mother got some kind of female cancer, and she always blamed me." "But that wasn't your fault," Lauren said. Brad shrugged. He really didn't want to talk about his mother. He said that his father had suffered through years of an unhappy marriage with her and hadn't been able to leave until he was grown. The woman Brad described to Lauren sounded like a cruel harridan. Rosemary had made his life miserable when he was a little boy, according to Brad, both with her sharp tongue and with physical punishment. He told Lauren about the day his mother had made him dress up like a girl and clean the house. He had been humiliated, he said, embellishing his story of child abuse. When his father came home and found his son in girls' clothes, he had been outraged, and from that moment on, his mother was virtually banished from Brad's life. His father had told him that he didn't have to pay any attention to her at all. That, Brad explained, was the end of his relationship with his mother as far as he was concerned. Brad also said there were episodes of physical abuse until he had finally grown big enough to defend himself. "When I was 14 or thereabouts, she came after me one day with a vacuum hose, and I took her wrist and bent it back. I told her, 'Don't ever come after me again.'" He didn't tell Lauren about how he and his father had tricked his mother to leave on a vacation. He just said he had sided with his father when he divorced Rosemary. "My sisters went with my mother." His sisters, Ethel and Susan, according to Brad, were petty and not very bright. The only member of his mother's family that Brad seemed to care about was his maternal grandfather. He always spoke of Simon Edwards fondly to Lauren. He said he himself was part Colville Indian through his grandfather's lineage. Lauren knew that Brad received small checks periodically from timber sales on the Indian land. Brad didn't tell Lauren, and she had no way of knowing that his mother had remarried. She had gone to college and done rather well. Her name was Rosemary Kinney now, and she was also living in the Yakima area, where she was employed as a caseworker in a social service agency on the Colville Reservation. Knowing how splintered Brad's family was, feeling sad for him that he didn't have Kate and Brent with him all the time, Lauren was thrilled when she discovered she was pregnant in the summer of 1977. Together, she and Brad would build a solid new family to make up for all that he had lost. Brad seemed as happy as she was when she told him about her pregnancy. Brad rented office space in the building on East Lake Avenue in Seattle where architect Felix Campanello was headquartered. He incorporated his newest business. He would always be a firm believer in the sheltering aspects of corporations, and began to teach Lauren how to present his real estate projects at meetings he was too busy to attend. Lauren felt that she basically played only a supportive role. She represented Brad in a couple of meetings, and he was pleased with her, but she was never given any decision-making tasks. That was fine with her. She was a neophyte in real estate development. She would have years to learn the more intricate details of buying land, financing, leveraging, and land use studies. Brad was a walking encyclopedia on everything and anything to do with commercial real estate. One of the projects Lauren participated in was an apartment building surrounded by trees in Kirkland at the far north end of Lake Washington. When it was finished, they named it Sylvan Habitat, and all the apartments were rented immediately. It seemed that everything Brad touched was making money. Lauren knew he was doing well, and she was proud of him. Still, she was almost embarrassed by the way he flaunted his wealth. He bought a more expensive car every time he moved another step up in his career. In only 2 years, Brad owned 12 different vehicles, both cars and trucks. They usually had 3 at a time. Soon, the only make of car that suited Brad was a Mercedes. He always seemed to have the money to make the payments, but sometimes Lauren wondered what her family and friends thought when she and Brad showed up in yet another higher-ticket car. It was difficult for her to realize that she had been living on the salary of a third-grade teacher only a year earlier, and now she was riding around in plush cars whose motors were so smooth you couldn't even hear them with the windows closed. Although Cynthia Marasco had reported to police a few years earlier that Brad always carried a Colt .38, as far as Lauren knew, the only gun he owned was a hunting rifle. Lauren hated hunting. Much to her revulsion, Brad insisted that she come with him deer hunting that fall on the Colville Indian Reservation. Killing animals was totally against Lauren's nature, but she was in love, and whatever Brad wanted to do, she would go along with. The trip across the Cascade Mountains was glorious as the vine maples glowed coral orange against the sky, and the tamaracks and quaking aspens turned bright gold. It was too bad the purpose of their trip was to look for animals to kill, but Brad told Lauren that everyone in his family hunted. That was certainly true. However, one of the reasons his cousin Gary avoided Brad was the memory of an earlier hunting trip he had taken with him. Brad had shot a deer, but it wasn't a clean kill, and the deer was thrashing around in pain. Gary asked Brad to shoot it again to put it out of its misery. Brad followed the deer into the brush, but Gary didn't hear the crack of a rifle shot. Investigating, he found Brad beating the helpless animal to death with the butt of his rifle. It made Gary sick. He hunted, but he and his family followed the rules of sportsmanship, and they used the game meat for food. "Stop it, Brad!" Gary shouted. "There's a house right there. They can see you." Even that warning didn't work, and Brad continued striking the deer long after it was dead. He was filled with an almost inexplicable rage. He literally broke a chunk of the rifle butt. Lauren didn't know one gun from another, and they all scared her. Fortunately, she recalled of their trip the autumn after their marriage, we didn't see any deer. Brad and Lauren continued to see Cheryl and Dan often. If the foursome weren't having dinner at the Olmstead's apartment, they were probably at the Cunninghams' condo. They all got along. They had fun and laughed a lot. Cheryl had started law school, as she and Dan always planned. Although Dan was already in practice, their budget was a little lean. Brad suggested one night that Cheryl might like to work for him. It seemed like a good solution for everyone. Cheryl and Dan could use the money, and Brad's projects needed someone with Cheryl's legal knowledge and flair for detail. "Yes," Cheryl laughed. "Yes, I want the job." It was only a part-time job. Cheryl still spent most of her time at law school, but they began working together in the fall of 1977, and Cheryl found Brad as bright and charming as a business associate as he was a friend. One night in November of that year, Brad and Lauren gave a pre-Thanksgiving party for a number of friends. Lauren was 5 months pregnant and still working, but Brad had convinced her that she should give up teaching and be a full-time mother. She wouldn't be going back to school after Christmas vacation. Lauren would remember every detail of that party. As she was refilling hors d'oeuvre trays in the kitchen, Dan walked in and shut the door behind him. Lauren turned to him with a smile, and her hands froze on the tray she held. The look on Dan's face was indescribable. It was as if he had come to tell her that someone had died, and in a sense, someone had. Dan had seen what Lauren had not even imagined. He told Lauren that his marriage and hers were in trouble. Although he had tried to deny his suspicions at first, he was convinced that something was going on between Cheryl and Brad, and he thought Lauren should know. Lauren was stunned, staring at him as if he had had too much to drink. But Dan never drank too much. Still, what he was saying couldn't be possible. She was carrying Brad's baby. They were still practically newlyweds. Brad was her husband, and Cheryl was her sorority sister, her friend for so many years. Yes, Cheryl worked with Brad now, but that was only business. If Brad was having an affair, Lauren was sure she would know. There would have been signs, and there had been nothing. The rest of the evening was a blur. Lauren got through the party with a smile frozen on her face, her stomach churning, until the last guests left. As soon as they were alone, she came right out and asked Brad if there was anything between him and Cheryl beyond friendship. Was he having an affair with Cheryl? Brad denied it, half laughing. She was being ridiculous. She was over-emotional because she was pregnant. She was seeing shadows where there were none. Dan was a troublemaker. Brad hugged Lauren, and she tried to feel comfort in his arms, but something had changed. Her world had shifted off its axis and was no longer spinning smoothly. Nothing more was said about Dan's suspicions, but seeds of doubt took root in Lauren's mind. Even as her child kicked beneath her heart, she couldn't forget what Dan had said. She tried to recall if she had seen some intimate look pass between her friend and her husband, and couldn't think of a single instance. It wasn't that Brad didn't have ample freedom to have an affair. Lauren never really knew where he was. His business demanded that he be here, there, and everywhere. That had never bothered her, but now she wondered. Whenever Lauren got the panicky feeling that Dan might be right, she reminded herself that she and Brad were going ahead with their plans to buy their own condominium. Brad wouldn't do that if he were going to leave her, would he? The new condo was much smaller than the one they were living in, but it would be theirs. The mortgage payments would be $400 a month. With Brad's urging, Lauren resigned from her teaching position. She said goodbye to her third graders as Christmas approached. She thanked them for all the presents they brought for her new baby and hugged them. She would miss them, but in 3 months she would have her own baby. It should have been such a happy time for her, but it wasn't. Cheryl and Dan had separated. Dan had been right about that part of his disclosure at the party. He and Cheryl had been having trouble, and it had all come to a head when they went to Longview for Thanksgiving 1977. There, Cheryl told Susan that she and Dan were splitting up. "She took me out for a drive," Susan said. "She told me that she was young, that she'd made a mistake. She even tried to smoke a cigarette. She was so nervous. But she didn't know how to smoke. Cheryl took the train home from Longview that Thanksgiving, and Dan stayed, and he talked with me, too. It was very sad. Cheryl and Dan were both well under 30 when their marriage ended. Cheryl was still on the path to her dream of becoming an attorney, but she had met someone else, someone who absolutely dazzled her, a man so charismatic and seemingly perfect for her that there was no question but that she would go to him. She was completely spellbound, surprised at the depth of her own emotion. She had always been the one who kept her head. She had never felt passion that made her teeth chatter and her skin burn. Now she did. In December, Brad and Lauren were packing boxes in the process of moving out of their rented condominium. Without warning, he turned to her and hit her with paralyzing, stupefying news. He said that everything Dan had told her was true. He was having an affair with Cheryl. "I don't love you anymore," he said. When Lauren didn't say anything, he repeated his words. "Did you hear me? I said I don't love you anymore." As Lauren stood with her arms crossed over her belly, unconsciously protecting her unborn child, Brad told her quite calmly that his relationship with Cheryl was deeply satisfying and that Dan's suspicions had been well-founded. He wanted to be free. He loved Cheryl now. "I'm not moving with you," he said. "You're moving into your new condo alone." Lauren knew that Cheryl had left Dan and was living in an apartment in Madison Park. Her mind raced as she realized that all her fears had come true. Brad was still talking. He told her that he would be moving in with Cheryl, and Lauren, now 6 months pregnant, would be living by herself in the condo that she and Brad had agreed to buy. Brad's instructions were as crisp and deliberate as if he were pointing out the floor plan for an apartment house. It wasn't just hard for Lauren to believe, it was impossible. Couples didn't get married, plan for a new baby and their first home, and get divorced, all in less than a year. Men didn't walk away and leave their wives pregnant and alone. But Brad was going to do just that. He was resolute. This was the way it was going to be. It was an immediate separation, Lauren recalled, her pain blunted by the passing of years, in that he basically never moved his belongings from the old condominium to the new condominium in the University District. It was a nightmare for her. It was incomprehensible. I had given up my teaching contract and was saying goodbye to my third-grade class so that when Brad finally notified me that he was going to be moving in with Cheryl, I was basically unemployed, 6 months pregnant, and living in a condominium that cost $400 a month with no way to pay. Had Lauren had any early warning from Brad that their marriage was over, she would never have resigned from her job. Under the teacher's credit union benefits, she would have been eligible for maternity leave with full pay and medical benefits. She would have had a secure job waiting for her return, a career that would help her support her child. Brad knew all that, and yet he had sat back and watched her cut herself off without so much as a word. Worse, he had urged her to resign. "He left me financially stranded," Lauren remembered. "I ended up going to the bank that held the mortgage on the condominium where I was living. Actually, I went in when I was 8 months pregnant and sat down with the vice president and described the situation. I said that I was confident that I would get some sort of settlement from the divorce. Unbelievably, the bank carried me through the divorce and let me stay in the condominium." Over that lonely Christmas of 1977 and into the first months of 1978, Lauren was furious with Cheryl. She was probably angrier at her old friend than she was at the husband who had walked out on her. There was another cruelty that had been inflicted on her. "When Cheryl separated from Dan, and I am confident that she and Brad were then involved in an intimate relationship," Lauren said, "Brad and I were the ones that helped her move into her new apartment and carried her furniture in. Just some memories that are sort of hard to stomach." Lauren hoped never to see or talk to Cheryl again. What good would words or explanations do? What had happened had happened. But a few weeks after Lauren found herself alone, she did see Cheryl again. Even as she still carried his unborn child, Brad had begun divorce proceedings against her, and Cheryl came with Brad to the tiny condo where Lauren now lived. "She was the person to hand me the divorce documents," Lauren said. "That was salt in the wound." After seeing Brad's smug face as he watched Cheryl present her with divorce papers, Lauren realized that Brad had really left her, that he wasn't just going through a temporary lapse. He loved Cheryl and not her. That loss was bad enough. The loss of Cheryl's friendship was difficult, too. Her behavior was totally alien to the person Lauren had known for almost a decade. It was as if she were hypnotized. She had never known Cheryl to do or even say an unkind thing before. Lauren couldn't have imagined that the day would come when she would forgive Cheryl, when she would begin to understand why Cheryl had changed so completely from her sorority sister and confidant and dear friend into the woman who had stolen her husband and wrecked her life. There would even come a day when Lauren would feel sorry for Cheryl. Chapter 18. If Lauren assumed that Brad was completely out of her life, that he had abandoned all interest in her, she was woefully mistaken. Brad was not finished with her. She still had things he wanted. Lauren had legal claim to some of his real estate holdings, but more than that, more than anything, she was carrying his child. Brad was still fighting Lonnie Ann to win back Kate and Brent, and he wanted this child, too. He was a child keeper, a man obsessed with owning all the children he had sired. Even before Lauren gave birth, Brad filed for custody of the baby. And although she was hugely pregnant and struggling to survive financially, he began to fight her in one court hearing after another for property he considered rightly his. She met him in court or in their attorney's offices for almost a dozen hearings and depositions. Lauren had naively hired an attorney who would have been perfectly adequate for a simple divorce, but Brad had never had a simple divorce. Lauren's attorney asked her if there were any marital assets that she might still be able to claim, and she remembered that she and Brad had a joint bank account that had $12,000 in it. The attorney took Lauren at once to the bank so she could withdraw the money. With that done, he was confident that she would now have something to live on. Brad was livid when he found the $12,000 missing. He filed to freeze money in Lauren's account successfully, and she could use none of the $12,000 to take care of herself as she drew closer and closer to giving birth. Brad battled with Lauren over everything. She had an oriental rug, a rug that had been in her family for years before they passed it on to her at her wedding. Now Brad claimed that it belonged to him. He even deposed Lauren's mother in his efforts to get it away from Lauren. Lauren's original attorney saw that she was in for a terrible courtroom struggle. "Within a couple of weeks," she recalled, "he told me that I needed a big gun." She hired another attorney, one known for digging in and fighting. But by the time she was 9 months pregnant, the war had just begun, and she was learning that the charming, wonderfully sensitive man she had married had an entirely different side. She would remember that he was extremely litigious and seemed anxious to do whatever he could to make things uncomfortable and difficult in the course of our divorce proceedings. Lauren's due date was during the week of March 26th, which included the Easter weekend, a 3-day holiday. Since she now lived alone, she would have to depend on her telephone to call for help when she went into labor. She was appalled one night during that long weekend when she picked up her phone to make a call and heard only dead air. She discovered that Brad had had her phone disconnected. "I went through some frantic time," Lauren said, "to get the phone hooked up because I was alone." When she did go into labor, Lauren had to count on her family and friends to get her to the hospital. She went through her labor alone, delivering her baby on a soft spring night. She might as well have been an unwed mother. In truth, she would have been better off. Amy Cunningham, a beautiful little girl, made up for a lot of the pain her mother had gone through in the months before her birth. But the pain was not yet over. The phone in Lauren's hospital room rang the day after Amy was born. It was Brad. "I understand that we have a daughter," he said flatly, and before Lauren could reply, he went on, "I wanted to let you know that I have had your car repossessed." Lauren wasn't even very surprised. This was the Brad she had come, bitterly, to know all too well. He didn't seem thrilled or even moderately happy about the baby. Even so, Lauren knew that Amy would be used as a pawn in Brad's war against her, and she felt a chill. When she had left for the hospital, Lauren's car was parked, she thought safely, in an underground garage at the university towers where she lived. She learned later that Brad had talked the property manager into letting him into the parking area. The car was gone when she returned from the hospital. "I don't know how he did it," Lauren said. "He probably had keys." She never got her car back. Even before Lauren regained her strength after childbirth, the legal fight with Brad accelerated. She was asking for full custody of Amy, while Brad requested joint custody. Their divorce trial was held before Superior Court Judge Stanley Soderlund, who had just been voted the most respected judge in King County, Washington. "My attorney was not hopeful about my efforts to basically erase Brad from my life," Lauren recalled. "But he said, 'You are hiring me, and if this is what you want to go for, this is what I will ask for.'" Lauren had requested that Brad undergo psychiatric testing, and he, of course, countered with a request that she be tested too. In the end, the results were a wash. According to the doctors who evaluated the test results, neither Lauren nor Brad showed any emotional pathology. Ultimately, Lauren put her faith in pure common sense. She was the abandoned spouse, and she figured that when Brad deserted her, he had walked away from Amy, too. "My point was that Brad had relinquished his paternal rights when he walked out before she was born, and the judge said, 'You are wrong,' he said. 'He is the biological father.'" Judge Soderlund awarded Lauren sole custody of Amy, but he said he could not prevent her father from seeing her. Soderlund set up very rigid visitation schedules for the first 4 years of Amy's life, commenting that he hoped that Lauren and Brad could work out their own custody arrangements after Amy was 4. Amy's visits with her father began when she was a month old. Lauren was ordered by the court to take her to the King County Courthouse and give her new baby to Brad for hour-long visits. "I had to turn her over to him, and he took her into another room for an hour," Lauren remembered. "It was torture for me. I was scared to death that he was going to leave with her. I was awarded sole custody, which is not what he wanted. It just made me very, very nervous." Possibly only a new mother can empathize with the terror in Lauren's heart as she carried her month-old daughter onto the creaky elevators of the King County Courthouse and then walked through the marble-lined halls to meet Brad. Every courtroom and chamber in the venerable building has at least 2 exits. Every floor can be reached by stairways as well as elevators. One courthouse door exits onto 3rd Avenue and another onto 4th Avenue, while tunnels run from the courthouse's first floor and basement to 2 entirely separate buildings. Had Brad wanted to take Amy away, it would have been so easy. But at the end of each hour's visit, he returned the tiny baby girl to her mother. Lauren had no idea what he did while he had the baby. Did he talk to Amy, rock her, walk around with her? Or did he simply put her on a chair and look at his watch until his time was up, relishing Lauren's anguish as she waited beyond the thick oak door? Once Lauren had believed she knew everything there was to know about Brad. Now she realized that he had revealed only an infinitesimal portion of his personality to her. If Lauren had hoped to erase Brad from her life, she had failed miserably. The next step of the visitation schedule with Amy, as outlined by Judge Soderlund, was that Brad would come to Lauren's home. He could stay with Amy for up to 2 hours, but he was not allowed to take her off the premises. By the time she was 2, Lauren remembered, he could take her for a couple of hours in his car somewhere, and that would gradually increase. When she was 3, he could take her for a day and a half, and so forth. For those first 2 years, Brad visited regularly. The divorce proceedings and property settlement were finally resolved, and Lauren was given some interest in sylvan habitat, although she never did find out what had become of her missing car. Brad paid her $250 a month in child support. After a while, Lauren no longer felt the absolute terror she had gone through when her little girl was a baby, but she was still uneasy whenever Brad visited Amy. She always had a lingering concern that he might take her away. Lauren knew that Brad had married Cheryl and that she was pregnant. She herself had begun to date the man she would eventually marry, Dr. Ian Stoneham, a psychiatrist. Soon after their wedding, when Amy was 2, she and her new husband planned to take a sabbatical to New Zealand. As they prepared to leave for the other side of the world, they discussed how or whether they would inform Brad of their departure. Lauren talked with her attorney, who pointed out that there was nothing in her divorce decree that specifically prevented her from taking a sabbatical. "We both know how litigious Brad is," he said. "My advice to you is to put a letter in the mailbox at the airport saying he can exercise his visitation in New Zealand and tell him your address there." That was exactly what Lauren did. And Brad was, predictably, very angry. He went before a judge and obtained a court order that stipulated he had the legal right to go to New Zealand and take Amy away from Lauren. He arranged with his father to accompany him. Sanford bragged to everyone that his son was treating him to a wonderful trip to New Zealand. He didn't mention the purpose of the trip. The nightmare was beginning again for Lauren. On Mother's Day 1980, Brad arrived in New Zealand and phoned her. She was taken completely by surprise. "I'm on my way down," Brad said. "Tell me where to meet you. I have a court order in my hand that says I can take Amy." "Take her where?" Lauren asked, horrified. "Back to the United States." Lauren suspected that Brad had deliberately timed his trip so that he would arrive on Mother's Day, giving his demands an extra sadistic twist. Because Amy had always visited with her father for just an hour or 2 at a time, she really didn't know him, and once again Lauren lived in fear of having her child spirited away. She didn't think that Brad truly cared about Amy, but Amy belonged to him, and Brad didn't let his possessions go easily, whether he really wanted them or not. He was the most aggressive man Lauren had ever encountered. Years later, she would describe his dominant characteristics. "He is very used to getting what he wants and having things the way he wants them. And he gets very frustrated when somebody tries to get in his way." There are few forces stronger than maternal love, that visceral protective stance that grips mothers within minutes of their giving birth. There was no way Lauren could let Brad take Amy. "I called my attorney, and he appealed the court order and managed to have it overturned, but there was a period of time in New Zealand when I was once again extremely anxious about leaving Amy in the room alone at night for fear Brad would come and try to take her. I think it was an intuitive sense." Lauren and her husband soon returned to the United States, and as the years passed, Brad continued his child support, but his payments became erratic, and Lauren and Amy saw less and less of him. He had other interests, and he had begun a third family. By the time Amy was 5 or 6, Brad gave Lauren one large check a year, and after a while he sent no money at all. Rather pathetically, although Lauren had never actually met Rosemary, Brad's mother stayed in contact with Amy by mail and always remembered her granddaughter at Christmas and on her birthday. She and Lauren corresponded, and Rosemary had Amy's name added to the roster of the Colville Indians. That way, she too would be eligible for tribal benefits. It was through Rosemary that Lauren learned that Brad was not a quarter Colville Indian as he had told her. He was actually half Indian. His Indian heritage was something he apparently had tried to minimize, as was the existence of his mother. Chapter 19. Cheryl never really got over her guilt about what she and Brad had done to Lauren. Betraying a friend was completely atypical of her. Her natural inclination had always been to be there for her friends, to help them, and certainly never to destroy them. That she could have been a party to Brad's desertion of Lauren when she was pregnant was almost unbelievable. But Cheryl had never felt as powerful an emotion as the love and commitment she felt for Brad. Her half-sister Susan was only 11 or 12 when Cheryl met Brad, but even she had sensed that Cheryl's marriage to Dan Olmsted was in trouble. "I remember I was in Seattle in October 1977 because my uncle had brain surgery," Susan said. "Cheryl was working for Brad at the Austin Company, and he took us out to lunch in his Mercedes. Brad's jaws were wired because he'd had plastic surgery on them. I remember that, and I remember that I knew somehow that Cheryl and Brad were having an affair." It seemed impossible because Cheryl and Dan had been together so long that their names were practically hyphenated when the family referred to them. Susan couldn't remember a Christmas when Dan hadn't been there. He was part of their family, and he remained part of the family, but now he came to visit alone. When Cheryl took Susan for a drive that Thanksgiving and told her she was getting a divorce, Susan knew who had caused that divorce. It was the man with the Mercedes who had taken them out to lunch a month before, the man with the wires in his jaws, Brad Cunningham. Susan was not surprised, and yet she was surprised. Cheryl was so dignified. Things had to have a certain order. She had been so disgusted when Mom left Dad, but there were other changes that Susan noticed. Cheryl had always been so confident, so in charge, so confrontive. But now, when she was with Brad, Susan saw that she was different than she had ever been. She had become passive. She deferred to Brad on any and every subject. She adored him, she respected him, she loved him passionately, but Susan wondered sometimes if Cheryl might not also be a little afraid of Brad. After living together for a little over a year, Cheryl and Brad were married in March of 1979, a year after Lauren had given birth to Amy. Cheryl was 2 months pregnant at the time of her marriage, and she was eagerly looking forward to becoming a mother. Cheryl and Brad said their vows in a simple service at the home of friends, and Cheryl's family was not invited. Like all of Brad's weddings, save his first formal ceremony with Lonnie Ann, it was a legal ceremony, but it certainly wasn't romantic or sentimental. In retrospect, Susan could recall no honeymoon period at all in her sister's second marriage. Cheryl seemed happy, yes, but Brad was not the lovey-dovey groom, not even for the first month or so. It seemed almost that Cheryl was part of some plan Brad had, and now that he had accomplished the business of marrying her, there was no point in wasting time on romance. Of course, it was Brad's 4th marriage in 10 years. Perhaps he had no energy for all the typical stages of married life. He had a tiger by the tail in his real estate endeavors. He hinted that he was on the verge of making millions of dollars in a new project in Houston, Texas. And Cheryl had her law degree. She graduated from law school with a shopping list of honors. She was in the top 10% of her class and received the Order of the Coif. She was a beautiful young woman, and he was a handsome man. If ever there was a couple slated for success, it was Brad Cunningham and Cheryl Keaton. And it was Cheryl Keaton. She may have been subservient around Brad, but she insisted on keeping her own name. She had fought hard for her law degree, and it mattered to her that she be a lawyer under her own name. That was the one stand she took with Brad. Otherwise, even in areas where Cheryl had a great deal of expertise, she invariably deferred to Brad's decisions from large issues to relatively small things. Cheryl and Dan had owned the Summer Fun, and Cheryl was an excellent sailor. She had taken classes, and she knew the Coast Guard rules. Brad had owned sailboats too, but she was the more competent sailor. Still, it was Brad who captained the 36-foot sailboats he often rented. Susan remembered accompanying Brad and Cheryl on one sailing trip to the San Juan Islands in the late 1970s before they were married. They intended to moor at Friday Harbor on San Juan for the night, but they arrived late and found the harbor already jam-packed with boats. While Cheryl and Susan were craning their necks looking for an empty slip where they might tie up, Brad suddenly dropped anchor right in the middle of the shipping lanes. At first, Cheryl was bewildered. It was such a dumb and dangerous thing to do. Then she showed a flash of her old spirit and demanded that Brad pull up the anchor and get them out of there. But Brad only turned on her and said, "Shut up! This is where we're going to stay." Susan expected to see the Cheryl she had always known, the one who would fight for what she knew was the right thing to do. Instead, she was shocked to see her sister break into tears. "I was scared myself," she remembered. "You couldn't drop anchor in the shipping lanes. We could have gotten killed." Implacably, Brad went about dropping the sails and acted as though he was going to stay right there all night. Susan was as frightened by her sister's helpless sobs as she was by the thought that their sailboat was probably going to be sliced in two when darkness settled over the harbor. At length, when he was sure that he had made his point, Brad grudgingly raised the sails, hauled up the anchor, and moved on to safer moorage. This nightmare sailing trip was only the first of scores of frightening incidents that Susan witnessed with the man who had taken over Cheryl's life. She wondered why her sister stayed with Brad, why she married him. Yes, she was pregnant with his child, but that wasn't really forbidden in 1979. Yes, he was handsome, and it seemed as though he was going to be very rich. Cheryl had never lived in homes as nice as those she shared with Brad, but he was so mean sometimes. Susan was, of course, only 13 and couldn't really understand the relationship between her sister and Brad. Cheryl had always loved Seattle from the very moment she arrived at the University of Washington. If it had been up to her, she would have lived in Seattle forever. In 1979, her law practice was embryonic, but she had great confidence that it would grow. She was happy about the baby she carried, too, and was sure she could manage both motherhood and a career if she planned her time well. And she had always been remarkably good about planning her time. She was due to deliver in the fall of 1979. Brad was nothing if not fertile. All of his wives, except Cynthia, who was in her 40s when they married, had conceived almost at the beginning of their sexual intimacy, and he was always proud. Brad seemed pleased that Cheryl was pregnant. Cheryl may have worried a little that summer and fall. Only 2 years before, she had watched Brad become disenchanted with Lauren and desert her when she was pregnant. Cheryl had given up everything to be with Brad then and had gone against even her own moral code. She had let herself be swept away from her first marriage. She had been a willing partner in deceiving her husband and her friend. If Brad could betray Lauren, could he not betray her? It was a fleeting fear, washing over her from time to time and then departing. Brad had a terrible temper and insisted on having his own way, but he was under a lot of pressure getting his growing real estate empire together. Cheryl continually made excuses for his behavior, and from the very beginning of their marriage, she always believed that things would get better. She deferred to Brad in all things and had faith in their future together. She had given up so much to be with him that it was crucial for her serenity to believe that theirs was a true love match that would last forever. Brad took Cheryl to a Cunningham family reunion on Whidbey Island that summer. His relatives found her pleasant and pretty, but quite shy. It was a description that would have baffled her own family, who knew Cheryl as strong and assertive, even take charge. But with Brad, it was almost as if Cheryl knew her place. One time Brad brought Cheryl to the reunion, a Cunningham cousin recalled, and she kind of stood on the sidelines. When I found out later that she was a lawyer, I was amazed. She didn't say one word about what she did for a living. She was just a quiet, pleasant woman. Cheryl had gloried in her pregnancy. She didn't mind at all that her usually slim, perfect figure was temporarily swollen. She proudly wore a tight one-piece bathing suit and posed for pictures when she was over 7 months pregnant. She smiled for another camera as she balanced a wineglass full of milk on the top of her gravid belly. Jess Cunningham was born in October of 1979. A handsome, dark-haired baby boy, he was the image of his father from the start. Cheryl was thrilled to be a mother. It was difficult for her to think about leaving Jess during the day when she went to work. But after 10 weeks of maternity leave, Cheryl had to go back to her law practice on January 2nd, 1980. They needed her salary. Jess went to stay with Sharon McCulloch, a daycare provider who had once been a first-grade teacher. Her husband was a teacher, too. Cheryl and Sharon had already become good friends when Sharon had occasionally taken care of Jess in the first months after his birth. Cheryl felt secure that Jess was in good hands, but she missed him during the hours she was at work. Jess was always happy, Sharon remembered. So was Cheryl. Cheryl laughed a lot when I first knew her. I've raised 40 children, but Jess was always special to me. I first started taking care of him when he was 2 weeks old, and I had him with me more than a year. At this time, Brad and Cheryl were living in Laurelhurst, a long-established upper-middle-class neighborhood near the University of Washington. They had bought the house before they were married, with Cheryl owning 29% and Brad 71%. Set above a terrace of shrubs, the house was white with a big bay window and a wide porch under a sloping roof. Cheryl loved that house, but Brad wanted to live on Bainbridge Island, a half-hour ferry ride across Elliott Bay from Seattle. Cheryl argued that the commute from Bainbridge to her office would add at least 2 hours to her day and would mean that much more time away from Jess. Still, Brad loved the automatic cachet of living on Bainbridge Island, and if that was where he wanted to live, that was where they would live. Occasionally, Brad picked Jess up from Sharon McCulloch's. Somehow, Sharon couldn't bring herself to like him, although he was quite handsome and exuded sexual energy and charm when he wanted to. He had compelling eyes. He had this whole stud image, Sharon remembered. But she found him remote and imperious, and he treated Jess like his property. She noticed that he never called the baby by name. It was always, "Is my son ready to go?" He struck me as extremely possessive, and I was always under scrutiny. Cheryl explained to Sharon that Brad was very particular about Jess and that he insisted on being informed about any changes in Jess's schedule and in his diet. If I even fed him cereal without Brad's permission, Cheryl had to justify it to Brad, Sharon said. Susan McNanny continued to visit her sister after Cheryl married Brad, and although she was only in junior high school, she was a very intelligent and observant girl. She wondered a little bit about her new brother-in-law when she found a stash of magazines under Brad and Cheryl's bed. They were porno magazines with pictures of young girls in them, she recalled. That Christmas, Brad wrapped up a Playboy and put his name on the card and put it under the tree. It embarrassed Cheryl when he opened it. I don't know why he did that, but holidays never meant anything to Brad. Brad ignored Cheryl's family when they visited. He sometimes didn't even speak to us when we were in his home, Susan said. He respected my father, though. And Brad put up with Susan, possibly because Cheryl insisted, possibly because Susan became a handy babysitter. She went along on trips to Palm Springs, and she often went with Cheryl when she visited her natural father in Vacaville, California. Susan had been a big part of Cheryl's life from the moment she was born, and she would continue to be. Brad seemed so confident and strong, but Susan noticed that he was absolutely terrified of natural disasters, earthquakes, floods, hurricanes. When Mount St. Helens erupted in May of 1980, Brad freaked out, she remembered. He made Cheryl take Jess and go to Canada until he thought it would be safe to come home. Brad was a man who needed to control everything and everyone in his life. Natural disasters were among the few forces over which he had no control at all. Sharon McCulloch had seen Brad's need to control both his son and his wife all too often. In March 1981, a few days before Cheryl and Brad moved from the Laurelhurst house to Bainbridge Island, Cheryl asked Sharon if she could keep Jess a few hours later that evening. They wouldn't be moved out of the house until at least 9 p.m., and then Cheryl had to clean it for the new owners. Sharon said she would be glad to keep him all night. Jess was sleeping peacefully and wouldn't know the difference. Cheryl was grateful. That way she would be free to clean, and they wouldn't have to wake the baby up and haul him out into the chill night air. At midnight, however, Sharon woke to a knock on the door. It was Cheryl, and she was crying. "Brad's in the car," Cheryl said. "He says I have to take Jess home right now." "But he's been asleep for 4 hours," Sharon said. "I'm so sorry," Cheryl said, "but I have no choice." The Cunninghams didn't live on Bainbridge Island long, only a matter of months. Brad had been negotiating with executives of the Seattle Trust and Savings Bank for a substantial loan that would allow him to work with them as a partner in commercial construction in another state. By the second year of his marriage to Cheryl, he had begun a pattern of traveling most of the time. He had done market studies in Colorado, Alaska, and Texas to determine where there was the most need for apartment and office complexes. "I went to Denver, to Alaska, and to Houston. I did a complete market study in Houston," he said years later. "This is what I do. Actually, the bank approached us. Seattle real estate wasn't viable. Cheryl and I had $1 million in the bank already, in cash and CDs. The bank offered us a full construction loan, and then they would take 50% of the profits." During the first half of 1981, Brad drove rental cars slowly through cities that looked ripe for building projects. "I had a little tie device that was always activated for me to dictate into. I took pictures, I estimated rental density." He returned again and again to Houston, exploring the empty lots and acreage of that green and humid Texas city. The demand for office space in the Houston area was voracious. Tall buildings with mirrored glass windows were springing up like mushrooms, shining obelisks and domes and towers against the Texas horizon, more every month, and still there weren't enough. Brad could almost see his own reflection in those mirrored windows. Houston it would be. Armed with his market study, Brad conferred with Seattle Trust officers and went away with $1 million startup loan. Brad and Cheryl both signed the loan, but it didn't matter. Washington is a community property state, and his debts were her debts. Brad hired the firm of Baker and Boggs to help him get a license to do business in the state of Texas. He was exhilarated. I like the state of Texas. Eventually, Brad would engage a huge construction firm in Houston. His company was about to build massive office buildings in Houston, and Brad bragged that he would control $600 million. Cheryl was pregnant with her second child, due to deliver in late September. She wanted very much to stay in Washington for the birth, to have her own obstetrician, but Brad insisted that the time was ripe for them to move to Houston. They had the loan, he was negotiating on property, and he had bought a house for them, a very expensive house that was already under construction. It all seemed too fast for Cheryl, but, as always, she went along with Brad's plans. Everything they owned was packed into a moving van. Cheryl went into labor less than a week after they arrived in Houston. Brad was with her for part of her labor, and he insisted on taking pictures of her while she was in the transition state. She asked him not to. She didn't look her best, and she was in pain. Cheryl later told her friend, Sharon McCulloch, that she thought Brad was a ghoul and that she was embarrassed by the camera's intrusion. Michael Keaton Cunningham was born on September 26, 1981, and after his birth, Brad activated the time-release shutter on his camera and posed happily with Cheryl, Jess, and their new baby. Brad didn't visit the hospital again until she was ready to come home. Cheryl later confided to Sharon that that period in September in Houston was the worst in my life. Her mother, now Betty Troseth, flew down to help out, and Cheryl was glad to have her there, but Brad didn't care for Betty, and he treated her rudely. With 2 babies now, Cheryl agreed that she would stay home and care for Jess and Michael. At some point, she would certainly resume practicing law, but for the time being, it was Brad's career that was the more important. It had been hard on Cheryl to move to Houston, but there was no question that she would follow Brad wherever he wanted to go. "I've got to go," she had said to Susan. "My child is going, and that's my family." Houston was nothing at all like the Northwest, and Cheryl longed for Seattle with its clear, clean air. Houston was hot and humid day and night. In Seattle, there was always a coolness at night, even if it had been 90 degrees during the day. In Houston, the air was like a soaking hot blanket. There were bugs and critters that Cheryl had never seen. The music on the radio was different, mostly country. Restaurants featured chicken fried steak and hot Mexican food instead of salmon, clams, and crab legs. Houston was a different world. However, they weren't there for more than a few weeks before everything started to slide. The move to Houston had cost $10,000. They had put $34,000 down on their new home, and Cheryl had quit her law practice. They hadn't even unpacked when Seattle Trust and Savings Bank executives called Brad with stupefying news. They had changed their mind about the $1 million loan. "It was only a few days after Michael was born," Brad would recall. "They said they had new management and didn't want a project that far away." Brad had assured Cheryl that the Texas move was a good thing, a vital step on their way to financial independence. Now the balloon had burst, and they were still committed to buying a billion-dollar property. Moreover, Brad's boast of $1 million in the bank was undoubtedly inflated. In reality, he had credit lines of $10,000 or $15,000. He vowed to sue Seattle Trust and Savings, and Cheryl drew up a letter of detrimental reliance, formally charging the bank with leaving them in such a tenuous position. "We had to get a new loan," Brad recalled. And he did. Few entrepreneurs could be as convincing as he was. Even with his back to the wall, he was able to persuade a Texas bank to grant him an open-ended $4.4 million loan. He was back in business, and, in Brad's mind, the huge commercial complex he visualized, Parkwood Plaza, was as good as finished. While Brad busied himself putting the project together, Cheryl was delighted to be raising Jess and Michael, and she was proud of Brad. Their two little boys were as different from each other as they could be. Jess was very bright and active. He looked just like Brad. Michael was just as intelligent, but he was a calmer, sweeter baby. Or maybe it was because second babies just seem easier. Mikey looked like his mother. Brad Cunningham would have a dozen excuses for the financial disaster that Parkwood Plaza became. His huge loan had built-in dangers. It had to be repaid whether his project was finished or not. And many years later, Brad would blame the construction companies he hired, the bonding company, and the grim outlook for the Texas economy. He took no personal responsibility for failure whatsoever. If it had been up to him, Parkwood Plaza would be today a booming concern. The Parkwood Plaza project started out fine in February 1982, he would later testify. It was under construction and bonded by March. The architect started recommending withholds from construction draws. The construction company hadn't done the work. We had problems by May or June. He said that he himself discovered flagrant violations, such as high-voltage power lines buried much too shallowly under the concrete floors. The contractor put 440-volt lines 8 inches underground when they should be 2 feet under. I'm going to go ahead and tell you the truth. I was leaving one day for the airport and I saw workers unloading pipe on concrete, breaking the pipe. I told the contractor not to install the pipe. When I came back, I crawled under and saw broken pipes installed. I took a camera. I didn't trust the contractor. When the buildings didn't meet plans or specs, it gave the permanent lender a way to back out. Around June 15th or 20th, the construction company fired all the architects. I hired 3D International myself, one of the largest construction companies in the United States. The contractor kept working, and I withheld $1 million because it was defective. He had 10 days to fix it. The contractor didn't. I had a bond. By October 1982, I fired the contractor and tried to complete it myself. I had to correct the code violations. To listen to Brad explain his maneuvers to build Parkwood Plaza was to move into a world where disbelief had to be suspended. He was a superman, financing, bulldozing, building, laying electrical conduit, lifting whole walls, seemingly all by himself. I was working equipment, hiring crews, on-site, paving. It's called mitigating your damages. I finished building D and I opened a secretarial service. I hired out 9 offices. I worked on A and tried to sell the other buildings. The bonding company basically said, "Sue me." In reality, Brad had coaxed Cheryl away from Seattle and her thriving law practice into a monetary sinkhole. Despite Brad's confident promises, it was apparent that they had just missed the boat. Houston was rapidly becoming, not just for Brad, but for all but the most solidly grounded builders, a wasteland. Suddenly, in early 1982, the bottom of the Texas economy had sprung a leak through which first oil and then all good things would eventually escape. The oil boom that had promised to be endless had begun to lose momentum, and a world oil glut caused gasoline prices to plummet. Houston's real estate dreams of glory began to evaporate. Jobs were drying up, and nobody needed or could afford expensive office space. Newly finished buildings stood empty, and construction stopped on half-built units. Mirrored windows soon reflected only the end of an era, and Brad was left with mostly never-started or half-finished buildings and a mountain of debt. He had gambled, made promises with money that depended on filling Parkwood Plaza. He was in trouble. Brad blamed construction delays. He insisted that if the buildings had gone up according to his scheduling, they would have been finished and all the offices rented. What had happened, he argued, was not his fault. There had been enough money there, but the construction company had let it trickle away. Now it was drying up fast, and Brad was a man who had always liked to live high. He was not about to go backward when he had long since become accustomed to fine cars, gourmet restaurants, and the best of everything. The Cunninghams could no longer afford such a life. Things looked bad for Brad and, of course, for Cheryl, too. They discussed their predicament. He didn't want to leave Houston if there was a chance he could salvage what he had there, but they needed an income to keep him going. Cheryl was an attorney, and she was good. Brad suggested that they separate for a while, but only so they could rebuild their financial base. Regretfully, Cheryl agreed to his plan for her to move back to Seattle and practice law. She would take Jess and Michael with her, and Brad would remain in Houston to try to hold back, or at least slow down, financial disaster. In September of 1982, Cheryl took her 2 little boys and moved to Seattle. She was relieved to be out of the Houston climate and back home, but she missed Brad, and she worried that Michael and Jess would forget their father. She put a map on the wall and stuck colored pins in it, painstakingly explaining to 3-year-old Jess and 1-year-old Michael, who didn't really understand, where their daddy was. She talked about Brad constantly so that the boys wouldn't think of him as some shadowy figure. He was their daddy, and one day they would all be together again. Cheryl started work with Garvey, Schubert, and Bearer, moved into a house on Bainbridge Island, placed both Jess and Michael in Sharon McCulloch's daycare center, and set out to help Brad financially. She did well. Cheryl, so cowed in her marriage, was an absolutely spectacular litigator. She had all the raw material to become a successful attorney and more. She was a natural debater. She had the drive, and she had the staying power. She could be as fierce as any bulldog, holding on until she made her point. Senior partners at Garvey Schubert noticed her right away. She made enough money to support herself and the boys and to send more to Brad in Houston. If she worried that Brad might be continuing his penchant for extramarital sex, she didn't say so aloud. She may or may not have had reason to worry. Brad and the woman who worked as his secretary were extremely close during his time in Houston. He had never been a man who could exist long without the intimate company of a woman. Brad traveled to Seattle every once in a while. He spent more time in Yakima, where he and his father were involved in new business projects. At one point, he hired 2 men from Yakima to fly down to Houston and transport vehicles and equipment from the job site in Texas up to the Tampico property. Despite his grim financial situation, Brad continued to drive Mercedes cars. He usually picked them up when they were imported through Los Angeles. Cheryl went with him on some of those trips, and on one occasion they were in a near-fatal automobile accident. Though they survived, the Mercedes-Benz didn't. Cheryl's family never learned all the details of the crash. Occasionally, Brad caught up with his other children. He visited with his 3rd child, Amy, and explained to Lauren why he was behind in his support payments. He told her he planned to sue the construction company responsible for his financial troubles and said he was confident that he would win back everything he had lost and more. A major Houston law firm was interested in his case, and he expected them to take the suit on a contingency basis. Brad also kept track of Lonnie Ann and his first 2 children, Kate and Brent, although Lonnie Ann had done her best to hide their whereabouts from him. Brad learned that Kate was living temporarily with her maternal grandparents in Seattle. He would check into that. He was always alert to any failures in parenting that Lonnie Ann might demonstrate. Despite the 3 children he had fathered since Lonnie Ann won custody of Kate and Brent, He never forgot the ignominy of having her beat him in court. During one of his visits home, Brad and Cheryl took their boys to a Cunningham family reunion. Cheryl put Jess and Michael to sleep in a tent while the adults visited and the teenagers fooled around with fireworks. Brad's presence at the Cunningham reunions never went unnoticed. He was a kind of lightning rod who needed to be the center of attention. "He was always like that," one of Brad's cousins remembered. "A long time ago, he called a bunch of us over. He was just a young guy then, and he said he was going to show us something, but we were never supposed to tell. He opened the trunk of his car, and he had all these automatic weapons in there." During the reunion in 1983, one of the rockets from the fireworks went awry and zoomed into the side of the tent where Jess and Michael napped. Smoke circled up, and Cheryl screamed. Brad, his cousin recalled, just sat there as if nothing had happened. I remember he only said, "Hey, that's a flame-retardant tent. I paid $500 for it. It had better not burn." Everyone but Brad ran toward the fire, but it was Cheryl who got the babies out of the burning tent. Brad acted like nothing happened at all. He wasn't worried. He was just mad that the tent didn't live up to its guarantee. Chapter 20. In 1982, Kate Cunningham, Brad's oldest child, was 12, a tall, slender girl with thick, dark hair like her father's. She was also exceptionally lovely. Kate had not lived with her father, of course, since she was a toddler, and her memories of him were confusing and somewhat fearful. He was so very big, and his reasoning seemed to change with the wind. "When we were little," Kate would remember, "my father always told us to tell him the truth. He would say, 'I won't spank you if you tell the truth.' And so we would tell him the truth, and he would spank us anyway. That didn't make sense." When they were 8 and 7 and spent time with their father, Brad played frisbee with Kate and her younger brother Brent, paying them $25 for every one they caught. Kate was better at that because she was older, and that angered Brad. He wanted his son to be the athlete, not his female child. "He kicked Brent in the rump all the way to the car to punish him for being clumsy," Kate recalled. Brent took after his mother in appearance. He was a cute little kid with red hair cut in the bowl cut popular at the time. He looked nothing at all like his father, and he never would. Even so, Kate sensed that she had always been Brad's least favorite child. Cloaking his words in a thin veneer of humor, he would tell Brent, "God, your sister has no brains. Don't be like your sister. She has no common sense." "We'd be on vacation or something, and I wouldn't be allowed to swim," Kate said. "I'd have to take care of the towels because of something I'd done. I was 9 or 10. Maybe I told stories or I would exaggerate, and that made him mad." Brent felt sorry for her and tried to help. Later, when her father was married to Cheryl, Cheryl too felt sorry for Kate. She was always being confined to her room for something she had done to displease Brad. It was Cheryl who would let her out and tell her to come to dinner with the rest of them. But Kate Cunningham had a resilience about her. She was a strong-minded girl. She would need that strength. Brad remained in Houston in late 1982 and through the spring of 1983, while Cheryl tried to keep his face alive in the minds of Jess and Michael and make him a part of their family even though he was so often far away. When Brad returned to Seattle, Lonnie Ann and Lauren were forced by law to permit visitation with their children. They both longed to have Brad out of their lives, but he insisted on contact with his offspring. If his visits were sporadic, he wanted it that way. When Brad claimed Kate or Brent or Amy, he behaved with them as he did with Jess and Michael. They were his. They belonged to him. The women who had given them birth and cared for them were only convenient vessels and quite dispensable. On one of his visits to Seattle, after he had learned that Kate was living with her grandparents, Brad picked her up one evening to take her out to dinner with Jess and Michael. But when he headed back toward her grandparents after dinner, he drove right past the turnoff to their street. "Are you going to be living with us on Bainbridge?" Jess asked Kate excitedly. "No," Kate said. "Yes, you are," Brad said, and Kate realized that he must have already announced that to her little half-brothers. Kate didn't know what to say. She wanted to live with her mother, and she had only been visiting her grandparents. She didn't want to live with her father. "I went to court and got an order to have you live with me legally. I'm now taking custody of you," her father told her, adding that Lonnie Ann was not a fit mother. He said that Lonnie Ann couldn't deal with her any longer and that Kate would now be living with him. When her father said something, it was so definite, Kate didn't even consider protesting. From the time she could remember, she had sensed that her mother was afraid of her father. She had seen that her mother always backed down, capitulated, struggling to maintain peace. Kate didn't live on Bainbridge Island long. When Brad returned to Houston, he took her with him. She would never understand why. Maybe he wanted company. Maybe he simply wanted a whipping boy, or, in her case, a kicking girl. Everything she did seemed to annoy him, and he apparently had little use for anything female. It was to be the beginning of a horrendous ordeal for Kate. It was also perhaps a period that would demonstrate for the first time what a tremendously strong girl she was. She may well have inherited the best of her father's traits, his self-confidence, his refusal to give up in spite of great odds, and a hard pride. She would need all of that armor to survive so far away from her mother, her brother, and her grandparents. Brad enrolled Kate in junior high school in Houston, and she tried, tentatively, to make friends. She was graceful and athletic, as both her parents were. She won a medal in track and brought it home to show her father. Instead of being proud of her, Brad was annoyed. "He took it away from me," Kate recalled. "I don't really know why. He told me I wasn't to leave my room, that I was being punished, but I didn't know why. I won several ribbons and other awards. He took those, too. I never got them back from him." Kate was continually confused. She wasn't sure why she was in Houston in the first place, and she never knew what was going to make her father angry. Her punishments were usually the removal of privileges or of the belongings that meant the most to her. "He did that frequently," she recalled. "I wouldn't know exactly what I did. He would take my clothes away, the things you would wear out normally, and he made me wear clothes that you would use to paint the house, you know, your ripped-up bummy clothes. I was obliged to wear those. I wasn't allowed to do any preparation for school, like curling my hair, the things you did when you were young. Sometimes I could earn back my clothes, and I'd have them for a while, and then he'd take them away again, and I could never understand why. I got to the point where I'd go into school early and get ready in the bathroom. After the after-school activities, before I'd go home, I'd get my hair all wet and take all the makeup off. I wasn't allowed to wear that. Basically, he'd take away all my privileges. It was embarrassing for me to go into school with my hair all over the place and my bummy clothes. That didn't feel good. Everyone in school wasn't doing that, and you had that peer pressure. I got to the point where I'd get ready in the morning, even if I had to miss a class to do it. He didn't know I was doing that." Lonnie Ann knew that Kate was with her father in Texas, but she had no way to bring her back. She could only try to comfort her daughter when Kate was able to sneak away to a phone booth and call. It was agony for Lonnie Ann to hear her sob on the phone and not be able to help her. For Kate, the only semblance of a normal family life occurred when Brad brought the little boys down for a visit and Kate babysat them. Sometimes Cheryl could get away, too, for a short time and visit Brad. He had assured Cheryl that living with him was the best thing for Kate. Her mother wasn't capable of taking care of her. Brad spent a good deal of his time at his office. He had to. He was still fighting desperately to save the real estate empire that had been burgeoning only a year earlier. He ran a secretarial service, although the details of that business enterprise were vague. Apparently he was using office space in the one building he had completed before Parkwood Plaza faltered. Just like her mother a dozen years earlier, Kate was required to let Brad know where she was at all times, and she soon became the target for her father's rage and frustration. Eventually, she had to go to a counselor because she had begun to break under the abuse. In her sessions, or whenever they were around other people, her father jokingly, even fondly, turned away her accusations. "Stop lying, Kate. Why are you doing that? Knock it off. Be a good girl." He sounded very genuine, Kate marveled years later. You almost felt like you were crazy because there wasn't a hint of maliciousness. It was as if I was a liar or something, and it almost made it worse. Was she somehow to blame? No. He was the one who told her over and over that she was nothing more than garbage. He was the one who told her that her mother was a bad mother who had mistreated Kate and Brent, who had kept a filthy house, who had done terrible things. He had explained to her through gritted teeth that all women were liars, all women were garbage. "He said I was going to be like my mother," Kate recalled. "He said I was going to be pregnant by the time I was 18. But Kate knew what Lonnie Ann was really like. She had chosen always to live with her mother. She was sensitive. She was human. I could talk to her about things. I could come to her when I had a problem. She was a very good person." All of Brad's abuse took place behind the locked and alarmed door of his apartment. No one knew that he was anything but a concerned, long-suffering single parent. Brad would occasionally tell Kate that they were going for a drive. Then, she related, he would pull over and scream at me and tell me I was garbage and stupid and ugly, and I was no good and I would never amount to anything, that I was crazy. Those things sort of stick with you after a while. Kate was like a little mouse trapped in a cage, constantly beset with different signals. Sometimes when her father raved on and on about how terrible her mother was, she would break into sobs. And then, as they were about to go out into the world that saw Brad as a suave executive and a concerned father, he would change instantly and become that person. "Come, give your father a hug. I love you." I wouldn't hug him, and he'd say, "Oh, hug your father." And I'd go to school so screwed up. I didn't have friends because people thought I was weird. There was little point in Kate trying to have friends anyway. Brad insisted on having a timetable of exactly where she would be and with whom and pertinent telephone numbers. It wasn't worth the effort to have friends. She was in junior high, and none of the other kids had to account for every second of every day. Brad was especially suspicious of boys. Once Kate got off at the wrong bus stop and called Brad's office to ask him to come pick her up. He said he would be right there. But one of the boys in her class happened to live a few houses away, and he invited her to come and see his dog's new puppies. While she was looking at the puppies, Brad arrived to pick her up, and when he didn't find her at the bus stop, he drove off. When she called the house, he was angry and accusing. "You'd better get here in 15 minutes or you're grounded." She was 2 miles from home, and she knew she couldn't run that fast. "I tried, but I didn't make it." Brad accused Kate of having sex with the 12-year-old boy. "It was ridiculous," she recalled. "He was the class nerd. I was only 5 minutes late to meet my father." He went on about how women are like that, and he'd tell me all about his sexual experiences, which I didn't want to hear. He told me what I was going to be like when I was older, how I'd be around men. He was saying all it would take would be some man saying, 'I love you,' and you're going to let them screw you. He said I was fooling around with this boy, and that's why I wasn't there, which wasn't true, but he wouldn't listen to me." Brad continually isolated Kate and tried to destroy any vestige of ego she might have left. He didn't want her to have any confidants. He told her that none of the secretaries at his office really liked her. "You're just the boss's daughter." Kate called Lonnie Ann every day from school and cried. It seemed to her that she was never going to get away from her father. She was afraid to show it on the outside, but Kate was angry. She was also a gutsy little girl, and she began to formulate an escape plan. She squirreled away every bit of money her father gave her, going without lunch and any of the movies or other treats she might have bought. She hid her money in her closet, counting it carefully as it grew closer to the amount she would need for a one-way plane ticket. Brad kept the alarm system on whenever they were home, so Kate couldn't open any door without setting it off, but she knew where the keys were, and she finally figured out how to disarm it. If she actually made it onto a plane, Kate knew that her father would check the airline rosters out of Houston. She planned to book flights on her departure day on every airline under her own name. On one of the flights, she would use a false name. That would be the plane that would carry her far away from Houston. But Kate, as smart as she was only 12. Brad had asked one of his women friends to befriend her, and Kate trusted her. "I told her about my plan, and she told him, and I went on restriction again." By the spring of 1983, Brad's grip on his Texas fortune was loosening. But he apparently had a plan. As a grown woman, she could no longer recall the details, but Kate remembered how Brad laughed as he told her how he was going to beat the bankruptcy courts. Kate recalled that he showed her a page he had typed listing his assets. She was impressed and baffled when he filed for bankruptcy in June. "He used his credit cards because he didn't have to pay the bills. When I came back and told my mother, she didn't believe me because she said, 'No one does that.' But he did." Verbal abuse from her father had long since become an almost everyday thing for Kate, but there was one incident so frightening that she would remember it years later as clearly as if it had just happened. She had almost finished the school year in Houston. She was in her last week in the 8th grade when some gaffe of hers set Brad off into the most violent episode she had yet endured. "He had told me to come straight with him about everything, meaning any single secret or lie I could have ever possibly had. At this moment I was supposed to tell him. I told him everything, except there was just one thing that I wanted to keep secret to me. I felt it was my secret garden, that it didn't hurt anyone, and it wasn't any of his business." Brad had had to make a trip to Seattle, but he wanted to be sure that Kate remained in Houston, and he had arranged to have her stay with the family of an employee. This man, who worked in one of Brad's warehouses, had casually mentioned some facet of Kate's life that Brad didn't know about. Certainly nothing big. But Brad's overweening possessiveness was akin to his need to know the most minute information about his children, right down to what kind of cereal Jess had been given. That someone other than himself would know anything about Kate that he didn't know was anathema. When Kate got home from school that day, Brad was talking on the phone with the man whose family had cared for her while he was away. She saw that her father was coldly angry, but she had no idea why. It began as sadistic teasing. Brad took a pen and ran it up and down Kate's nose. She pushed it away, and he asked in a puzzled tone, "You don't like that?" "No." "Oh, that's too bad," he said sarcastically. He kept running the pen along the bridge of her nose, and Kate, annoyed and a little frightened, backed away from him, around and around the room, around the coffee table. I would back up, going out of my room into the living room. He was trying to push me down. I'd lose my footing and take 2 or 3 steps back. That's when he was screaming at me. I didn't even know him at that point. It was like he was a different person. There was a whole different fire in his eye, and he scared me. Brad ordered Kate to take off her clothes. They were, he said, his because he had bought them. "You didn't come straight with me," he yelled, and he grabbed armfuls of her clothes out of her closet until it was empty except for a few bummy garments. Then he threw a large pre-folded cardboard packing box at Kate as if he were throwing a frisbee, hitting her in the mouth with a sharp corner and bruising her face. He ordered her to put it together. I started to really get scared, and I was shaking, Kate remembered. And he told me I'd better put it together and that I'd better catch this tape he was throwing at me or I'd be in really big trouble. I started to really freak out. Kate managed finally to fit the complicated tab and fold box together, and Brad tossed her clothes inside. Then he walked to the kitchen and grabbed the garbage and poured it into the box on top of her clothes. He was screaming at me, she recalled years later, her voice betraying the damage done. He told me that I was no longer part of this family, that my little brothers would grow up not knowing I existed. Brad grabbed Kate and drew his mammoth fist back and told her that he would just love to hit me. But he knew I would tell, that I had a big mouth and I would tell everybody. But he said one day he was going to do it, and how bad he wanted to hit me. Brad ordered Kate to carry the box down the stairs of the apartment building. It was terribly heavy for a slight 12-year-old girl. She was tall for her age, about 5'5", but she didn't weigh very much, and the only way she could hold the box was to bend her knees, balance it on the front of her thighs, and take the steps one at a time. He tried to kick me in the butt, which was something he liked to do to my brother and me when he wanted to be ornery, Kate said. And so I tried to dodge him while I was carrying this thing. Then he told me to go put it in this big garbage bin. I was crying because these were all my belongings. This man had come over, and I was crying, and I asked him to help me get my clothes into the garbage because I couldn't reach, and my father came over and said, "Hey, get away from her." I finally got it in the garbage. When Kate went back to their apartment, Brad ordered her into her room and told her that he was putting something on the door and it would go off if she tried to open the door, and he would know. At this point, Kate was terrified. Her father had pushed and knocked her around before. He had told her how much he wanted to hit her. She crept into her closet and began to pray. But Brad wouldn't permit it. He followed her and peered into the closet, demanding to know what she was doing. "I'm praying," she said quietly. "You don't do that in there," he said, and grabbed at her. He lifted her in one muscled arm and held her above him with her back pressing the ceiling. He threw her down on the bed and kicked her. Then he ordered her to stay out of her closet and warned her not to cause trouble. Kate stayed quietly in her room. She believed every word her father had told her, and she was sure he had booby-trapped her door. Frantically, her mind raced, thinking of ways to escape. She thought she might be able to go out the window. She might go to the police and tell them about her father. I'd told him once that I was going to turn him in for emotional abuse, and he laughed at me. He said, "Who's going to believe you? You're a little kid. All I'd have to do is tell them you're just a little liar. You're just garbage. They're not going to believe you." Kate remembered that and figured there was no point in trying to escape her father. No one would believe her. Brad had allowed Kate to go to the rehearsal for the graduation ceremonies from the 8th grade, and she longed to graduate with her class. She had been in Houston over 6 months now, and she wanted to finish the school year. It would be some contact with normalcy, some way to prove to herself that all those months had not been a complete waste. But Kate never went back after her father ruined her clothes with garbage and forced her to throw away everything that mattered to her. How could she go to school? She had no clothes. Kate never knew what she had done to set her father off, to turn him into a raving, frothing stranger. She didn't realize, of course, that she had lived out the same scenario as her Aunt Susan. When Sanford Cunningham was angry, Susan had hidden in her closet, too, clutching her dog close to her. Even Brad, who seemed so all-powerful at the age of 34, had cowered in terror when he was a little boy, waiting for his father to come home and mete out the beatings his mother decreed. Kate's mother couldn't help her. Her father barely looked at her. She wasn't sure how to find her other relatives. Everyone was far away in Washington State. And then, finally, she learned she was going home. She could scarcely breathe for fear her father would change his mind. But when he left Houston, Kate was, thank God, in the car. "He drove me to Yakima," she said. After that, Brad never showed any interest in having Kate with him. She saw her father a few times when she was 15 or 16, and never again thereafter, not until she had a memorable confrontation with him in 1995. Chapter 21. June 1983 may well have been the turning point of Brad's life. Ever since he was a little boy, he had hustled, always looking upward at the next step on the ladder of success. Financial success, personal success, and, yes, sexual success. His older sister Ethel had referred to him in a derogatory fashion as the local black market kid, commenting that he was always looking for a way to make a fast dollar. His father Sanford had been the same way and was undoubtedly a model for his only son. According to his youngest daughter, Susan, Sanford had won approval from his father and uncles by being quick with his checkbook. He had always wanted a better house and a better truck than anyone in his family. Eventually, Sanford had wanted a better wife, and Brad seemed to want a better wife often. He had been married to Cheryl longer than anyone so far. He stayed 3.5 years with Lonnie Ann, 6 months with Cynthia, 7 months with Lauren. Cheryl was determined to make her marriage work, sure that everything was going to be better soon. Sanford Cunningham's best house was only a middle-class rambler on a busy street in a working-man's suburb. His son wanted much more. Unlike his father, Brad had Indian blood in his veins, but it was a heritage that he was ashamed of. As he grew to be a man, he had distanced himself from his roots as quickly as he could. Even so, no worldly possession and no woman had ever yet lived up to his perception of what he felt he needed to enhance the persona he presented to the world. No woman until Cheryl. She was beautiful and brilliant and perfect. She loved Brad completely and single-mindedly, and she had bent to his will early in their relationship. She had given him 2 fine sons, and she was once again earning a very comfortable living. Brad was not. His rise as a real estate entrepreneur had been almost meteoric, but when his soaring star faltered, it faltered badly. In June 1983, it plunged straight down to earth. He surely saw it coming. His abuse of Kate that spring in Houston may have indicated something more than pure meanness. Brad was more likely a man walking on the sharp edge of career disaster who diffused his own anxiety by berating the only person around who was no threat to him. His behavior was hardly admirable, but if it was a reaction to the crumbling of his dreams, it was easier to understand than cruelty for its own sake. Brad had kept up his public facade, going each day to his fine office in his shiny Mercedes. If Kate's perception of her father's financial picture, her memory of his boasting about hidden assets and freewheeling charges on credit cards he would never have to pay, was accurate, Brad did not go down without a plan. Perhaps he did have money no one knew about, and perhaps he didn't disclose all his assets to the bankruptcy court. He had always lived an opulent lifestyle, a few steps beyond what he could really afford. He was probably grasping everything he could on his way down. But with the Parkwood Plaza project irrevocably gone, he was a man starting over. Meanwhile, Cheryl was working hard at Garvey Schubert, where she had made many friends. Her early promise as a litigator had blossomed. She was good. She was more than good. She was partnership material. One of the partners in the firm recalled the first time he realized that Cheryl was a woman to be reckoned with. We were at a partners' meeting in Seattle, and Cheryl was conducting a deposition. We stood outside the conference room and heard her chewing out two senior members of the bar. We all thought, wow, she's feisty. We've really got a great litigator. She was creative, very bright, tenacious, and the clients loved her. Brock Adams was a partner in Garvey Schubert until his election to the U.S. Senate. The law firm that began in Seattle in 1979 had had any number of top litigators, but Cheryl Keaton would be remembered as one of the best in the history of our law firm and top-notch. She was a woman for all seasons. Her future seemed to be limitless. Cheryl had kept the home fires burning for Brad. She was still living on Bainbridge Island, and she depended on her sister Susan, her cousin Katana King, or Sally Nelson, a babysitter, to take care of Jess and Michael while she was at work. Sally worked for Cheryl for only 4 months. She said later that she was nervous because Brad had so many guns and because she saw that he was irrationally jealous of Cheryl. He hinted that she was probably cheating on him with other men while he was in Texas, but Cheryl would have needed superhuman energy to find the time and/or the enthusiasm to carry on an affair. She left the house early in the morning to catch the ferry to Seattle, worked a long day, and headed home often after dark. What free time she had, she spent with Jess and Michael, and, if he was in town, with Brad. Besides, Cheryl was carrying another child. She was pregnant for the 3rd time in 4 years and expected to give birth around Thanksgiving 1983. With the workload she was handling at her law firm, and with all the responsibility of caring for Jess and Michael while Brad was gone, she was exhausted most of the time. It was, of course, not the most propitious time for her to be pregnant, but she was happy about it nonetheless. As she always had, Cheryl continued to believe that things were going to get better in her marriage. It was terrible for Brad to lose his Houston project, but she believed at least that meant he would be home and they would be living together as a family again. When Brad was away, it was easy for Cheryl to think like that. But when he was home, all the warm, good things she had planned just seemed to slip away. She tried very hard. She and Brad socialized with Sharon McCulloch and her husband, and sometimes Brad could be charming. Even Sharon had changed her mind about him. She liked him a lot better now than in the days when she first cared for newborn Jess. If Cheryl and Brad needed a babysitter, the McCullochs allowed their teenage daughter to take the ferry to Bainbridge, with the understanding that Brad would be picking her up. When Brad wanted to be, he was the best person in the world to be around. But when he turned on someone, he was another person, the most formidable of opponents. He was so intelligent, and he had an uncanny knack at spotting a person's most vulnerable area. Then he would go for the jugular. Sharon soon saw that she had been right about Brad in the first place. "This is a man who was so smooth. It's hard to understand. I trusted him, and then everything fell apart. He was so cunning and so persuasive. It was just chilling. It was diabolical. It was eerie. He turned on me a couple of times and frightened me, too." After Brad moved back to Washington from Houston, he was often moody and angry and hard to please. Not hard, impossible to please. Jess and Michael had been so anxious for their daddy to be home with them, but when he was around, he ignored them. He wasn't working, but he continued to spend money as if he were. When Cheryl demurred, he turned on her and raged. It didn't matter that she was supporting him and carrying his child. He would brook no interference with his preferred lifestyle. Cheryl's sister Susan saw it too. Despite all the covering up Cheryl tried to do, she was a woman clearly miserable. Worse, she was afraid. Susan had been a child when Cheryl started seeing Brad, and even then she knew that something was wrong. Now Susan was a very mature 17 and had become more of a confidant to her sister. She had also become a close-up observer to the steady disintegration of Cheryl's marriage. It might be expected that a man who had seen his multi-million-dollar project evaporate would be morose, particularly when his wife's career was soaring. Despite his boast that he would win his suit against the construction company, Brad's financial picture was grim. He had had it all. He had lost it all. His temperament, never predictable, became even more mercurial. Cheryl had done everything she could to support him, both financially and emotionally, and yet he seemed to blame her for his troubles. Then, inexplicably, Brad suddenly moved out of their house on Bainbridge Island. Cheryl would come home from work and Brad's furniture would be gone, Susan recalled. There wouldn't be anything left that was really valuable. The roll-top desk, the leather chairs, the TV were gone. He would leave their bed and the kids' stuff. Cheryl was constantly off balance. Brad was home. Brad had moved out. Brad was traveling. Brad was back. As far as she could determine, he wasn't working, and he certainly didn't seem to be earning any money. He had filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. He blamed the bonding and construction companies for that. Brad warned Cheryl that his legal action had unleashed sinister forces that would have no compunction about destroying him, her, and the boys. With Brad, there was so much to be afraid of. First, there was his own anger if anyone broke his rules. Second, there were malignant entities that he said waited in the background to destroy him and all he stood for, and he was ultimately convincing when he spoke of unseen danger. He had not married a naive and gullible woman. None of his wives had been dumb. Cheryl was, in fact, an extremely brilliant woman, but Brad could convince almost anyone of anything, and that included attorneys and big business executives. For Cheryl, life became a constant walk through erratic situations. One misstep and the calmness she had always sought evaporated. In only a few years, everything had changed so radically. At work, she was still totally in control, efficient and effective. At home, she no longer knew what Brad would do, or worse, what the people who were after him might do. Still, if it was true that they were all in danger, Cheryl wondered why Brad didn't stay home with her and the little boys to protect them. When she came home to find him and his possessions gone the first time, she feared he had been abducted, even murdered. Only later would she find out that he had left of his own volition and for his own reasons. Cheryl never really understood what made Brad move out or where he had gone. She was afraid to be alone on the island, but she was more afraid that Brad or someone would come back during the day and take more things out of the house. She asked Susan to move in with her and help her take care of Jess and Michael. But I knew she wanted someone there, too, while she was at work, Susan sighed, remembering. Someone to guard the house. She was very upset, and she was pregnant. Susan loved looking after her two young nephews. They were both smart, she said. But Jess was more introspective, and Michael was all high energy with a short attention span. Michael was still a toddler then, and Jess was 3. He was brilliant, Susan recalled. He asked me once, "Where does glass come from?" And then he went into one of his meditative states. Later he popped up with, "Sand. Glass is made out of sand." Jess always had phenomenal knowledge and concentration, even when he was a really little kid. While Cheryl worried about their finances, Brad continued to drive a Mercedes. Not just one, but several. Susan, a typical teenager, thought at first that his cars were kinda neat. He had the Mammoth Unimag. He had 2 4-door Mercedes sedans, a Mercedes station wagon, and a classic red 2-seater Mercedes convertible. Susan was sure that Brad had to have money secreted somewhere. "Well, I just don't know where it is," Cheryl said wearily. "It doesn't do me any good." A woman who had always been in control, who thought precisely and rationally, Cheryl was now often scattered and distraught. She consulted a psychologist in 1983, hoping that she could find a way to run her life as smoothly as she ran her law practice and took care of her sons. Sharon McCulloch was still Cheryl's daycare provider and continued to be a close friend. Sharon admired Cheryl tremendously. "She was a super mom. I've taught school, I've taken care of over 40 kids, and I've never known a mom in my life as committed to her kids. She could be so busy, and if I called and said Jess had a little fever and asked her if I should have the doctor look at his ears, she would be there in 20 minutes. Every birthday she gave a party. Her kids were her life. She was the highest energy person I've ever met in my life. She was a perfectionist about herself. It's a little thing, but one time her bra strap slipped down, and it was just pristine white. That was the way she was. Her house was spotless. She was good at everything she did." Sharon called Cheryl the mother of the world. She had to be. Jess was 3.5, Michael was 21 months old, she was 4 months pregnant, and now Brad was talking about how he might just go to live in Yakima 150 miles away for a while. He had some interest left in tribal land over there. He was thinking of starting a car wash and a laundromat. There was some acreage he thought they should buy. Cheryl just stared at him, appalled. She decided she had to move. It was too difficult and too expensive for her to stay on Bainbridge Island. She needed to be closer to her work and to her doctor. She rented a house in Somerset, an upper-middle-class neighborhood near Bellevue on the east side of King County. Now she would no longer have to depend on the ferry service to get to work, although the commute over the floating bridge could sometimes be frustrating. Brad moved with his family to Somerset, but then he left for Yakima. Cheryl pinned up the big map again to show Jess and Michael where their daddy was. Despite everything, she was still fighting to hold the image of the perfect little family together. The boys were probably too young to understand, but she felt it vital that she keep talking about Brad, letting them know that they did have a father. If Cheryl was beginning to be afraid for Brad, she was also often afraid of Brad. Even so, she clung to her hope that somehow things were going to get better. Sometimes her sister and her friends wanted to shake her and tell her to wake up and smell the coffee. One day, Sharon McCulloch and her daughter Mary visited Cheryl in the Somerset house. "I remember that there was this huge stuffed animal there, and I said something to Cheryl about it," Sharon recalled. "She said, 'Brad bought it, and I'm going to be paying for it for a long time.'" As they left, they walked through the garage to get to their car. Sharon was stunned to see the number of guns in the garage. She was more shocked to see an elongated woven basket. It looked exactly like a coffin, an Indian child's coffin. Her jaw dropped, and she turned toward Cheryl to ask what it was. "Oh," Cheryl said, embarrassed. "That's Brad's idea of discipline, keeping that in the garage for the boys." When they were naughty, she said uncomfortably, Brad took them out and showed them the coffin. "He tells them that, well, that's where bad boys end up." Brad was into killing things, death, Sharon remembered. He would take the boys to Yakima, and they'd come home with boxes of things they had killed. Squirrels and rabbits and snakes, prairie dogs. They weren't killing anything. They were just tiny boys. But that's what Brad brought back for souvenirs of their trip. It used to just make Cheryl crazy. On one of the trips in August 1983, Brad sent back a postcard to Cheryl. It was addressed, Wife Cunningham, and the message was one word written in huge letters, sex. A card from Jess, but written by Brad, said, I'm really getting bigger. I take care of Michael almost all the time, especially at night so Dad and Sean can go out drinking and dancing. Dad said I did real good. It was, of course, a joke. Jess was only 3. In October, Brad wrote a letter to Jess for his 4th birthday, apologizing for not being there. He sent 3 gifts. The first was a tooth from Brad's backhoe that had broken off when he was digging a water line to a house he was renovating on property he and Cheryl had purchased in Tampico. You can keep this on your shelf downstairs to remind you of our backhoe. The second present was shell casings. These are spent bullets from one of Dad's rifles. A pack of wild dogs came into Tampico last week and started raising havoc. Daddy shot 2 of these wild dogs near your house, and these are the bullets from my gun. I hope you had a nice and happy birthday. I love you very, very, very much and promise to see you again someday when things are better. Love, Dad. Cheryl was all alone with the little boys for week after week. Nevertheless, she continued to make excuses for Brad. When he missed one of the boys' birthdays, she said, Daddy can't be here because he's making money, or Daddy can't call you because he doesn't have a phone. If Brad was making money, Cheryl saw none of it. And as 1983 waned, so did her hopes for a happy ending. If she sometimes felt she was being punished for taking away another woman's husband, no one could blame her. She was living at the edges of hell with a man who had become a stranger. Instead of things getting better, they were growing immeasurably worse. Cheryl knew Sharon well enough by this time that she no longer tried to mask her true emotions. She was afraid. On November 18th, 1983, the Friday night before Cheryl's 3rd son was born, the 2 women met for dinner at Bellevue Square. Sharon could see how miserable and terrified Cheryl was. They sat in a quiet booth while Cheryl poured out her fears. She was as pregnant as a woman could be, 9 full months, and she trembled and cried softly as she tried to tell Sharon how bad things were in her marriage. A no-nonsense person herself, Sharon couldn't understand why Cheryl clung to a marriage that seemed more like a prison sentence. "How can you live like this?" she asked Cheryl. "I don't have a choice." "You always have a choice. You don't have to live like this." Cheryl tried to explain. "No, you don't understand. If I leave, he'll kill me." "Cheryl, no, really. He has always threatened that if I ever left him, he would kill me." "Cheryl, you're an attorney. Those kinds of things just don't happen. You could stop him." "No. If I ever tried to get custody of the boys," Cheryl said, her voice choked with tears, "he would kill me. The only thing I could do, Sharon, if I ever got custody of the boys, is to leave the country and change my name. I'm between a rock and a hard place. If I don't get them away from him, their lives are in danger. They're not safe. He has enemies everywhere. They won't live to be adults. And if I try to get custody, he'll kill me, probably." Sharon didn't like Brad. He was as abrasive and supercilious as anyone she had ever met. She had come to think of him as evil. But what kind of intrigue was he into where someone wanted to kill him and his sons? There was no doubt in Sharon's mind that Cheryl believed he had enemies. But was it really true? And was it true that he might kill her if she tried to get custody of the boys? On the Monday following Cheryl's tearful unburdening to her good friend, she presented Brad with another son, Philip. He now had 6 children by 3 wives. Brad's first 2 children, Kate and Brent, were, for the moment, safely out of his reach. Their mother, Lonnie Ann, had her bachelor's degree in physical education. She was teaching in high school and working on her master's in kinestheotherapy. For a woman who had truly begun to believe that she was irretrievably stupid, she was doing remarkably well in college. Her coursework involved memorizing all the muscles and tendons of the body and how they worked, and she had no trouble at all doing that. Lonnie Ann was smarter than anyone had realized. No matter what Brad had done to destroy all traces of self-worth in his first wife, she had survived and had even begun to thrive. Her goal was to work with patients with sports injuries and in general rehabilitative medicine. Lonnie Ann's other goal was to get as far away from the Northwest and Brad as possible. She was grateful to have her daughter back after the nightmare months Kate had spent with Brad in Houston. She was going to need counseling. They were both going to need counseling, untold years of therapy, so they would no longer be afraid and would no longer feel like garbage. When Philip was born, Brad came over from Yakima and visited Cheryl briefly. Mary Hilfer, one of her friends, recalled that he bought a new puppy for the boys. "That was the last thing Cheryl needed with a new baby. A puppy to look after, too." Now that Brad was the father of 3 more boys, all under one roof, he didn't seem nearly as obsessed with keeping his other children under his thumb. Lauren Stoneham was vastly relieved when he didn't exercise his visitation rights with Amy in anything more than a sporadic fashion, but her relationship with Brad was no longer overtly adversarial, and he sometimes called and talked to her as if they were close friends. Lauren was certainly not going to bring up the past, and Brad seemed to have forgotten the agony he had put her through. He filled her in with more details about his high-stakes court battle in Texas, blaming the officers of the construction company, the architect, and the bonding company for the delays that had thrown him into bankruptcy. In his usual convincing manner, he told Lauren that if they had listened to him and met their commitments in getting the buildings done, his current financial disaster would never have happened. Brad explained that he had filed for Chapter 11 protection because he still had all of his assets. He just had to find a different way to tap into them. But if he did recoup any money, Lauren didn't hear about it. After 1983, Brad never paid her any more child support for Amy. That was fine with Lauren. They didn't need it. And it was a relief to know that Brad was no longer pushing for his parental rights. Chapter 22. Cheryl was the primary parent to Jess, Michael, and the newborn Philip. As her friend Sharon later said, Cheryl parented those boys essentially alone. She was also the primary breadwinner in her marriage. Brad was always gone, to Yakima, to Texas, to Canada, and to any number of other places. He had mysterious missions connected with the financial fiasco in Houston. He was setting up a business for his father in Yakima. But beyond that, Cheryl was never really sure why he had to be away so often. The map on the wall bristled with pins as she patiently showed her little boys where Daddy is. 1984 was a year of separations and strained reunions, a year of despair and even of occasional hope. Cheryl was afraid of Brad and of the truth she acknowledged in moments of solitary but searing evaluation of her marriage. She realized at last that he was fully capable of killing her if she crossed him. She knew that all of the energy and brilliance and charm that had once bewitched her could just as easily be turned against her. And it wasn't only Brad. He had warned her that there were mysterious forces stalking not only him, but his whole family. He could handle himself, but he didn't want his sons to pay a tragic price. Brad kept Cheryl continually off balance, constantly afraid. And yet part of her still loved him. Only a woman who has been battered either physically or emotionally can understand why. The bad alternated with the good, and when things were good, they were tremendously good. There is no creature on earth more persuasive than a contrite wife abuser, and no woman who wants to believe more than the abused wife. Cheryl was a woman with superior intellectual strength, but she was also a woman with a tender and romantic heart who detested the idea of a second divorce. Brad had swept her away from her first marriage. If she divorced him, she feared revealing herself as a woman who could not give what marriage demanded. Worse, this time a divorce would mean that her 3 little boys would lose either their father or their mother. She had grave doubts that Brad would let her keep Jess, Michael, and Philip. He had told her otherwise often enough, and she couldn't bear the thought of losing them. If Brad did accede to her having custody, they would probably never see him again. He had threatened to walk completely out of their lives. There would be no need to put pins in a map, because their daddy wouldn't be coming home, and it wouldn't matter where he was. She probably wouldn't even know. Cheryl was stubborn and focused as a litigator, and she was just as stubborn in hanging on to her marriage. But she wasn't stupid. She no longer believed that her marriage would one day miraculously metamorphose into one filled with joy and security. She adjusted her sights lower, and somehow she was able to quiet the hysteria she had felt just before Philip was born, able to relegate the fear to her subconscious, although it still lay in wait like a cancer, ready to burst forth and grow. Cheryl had always made friends wherever she went, both female and male, and more than ever now they helped her maintain her equilibrium. John Burke, her old friend from the Unigard insurance office before either of them went to law school, was still in touch. She rarely saw him, but they wrote and talked on the phone. Burke was married, so was Cheryl. They were platonic friends who admired each other a great deal. Eric Lindenauer was another good friend. When he had graduated from Willamette University Law School in Salem, Oregon in 1983, the firm of Garvey Schubert was anxious to hire him. He wanted to work in commercial litigation, and he specifically searched for a law firm where he would have a mentor, someone to teach me the fine points of litigation, the things you can't learn in law school. Garvey Schubert assured Lindenauer they would find him a skilled litigator to guide him in his fledgling years. That mentor was Cheryl Keaton. At 34, Cheryl was a good decade older than Lindenauer, yet they became good friends as well as mentor and student. She took him under her wing and taught him the subtle nuances that separate an outstanding litigator from an adequate one. He was amazed at her professional ability and grateful that she was so generous in sharing her experience. In the beginning, Lindenauer knew very little about Cheryl's personal life, nothing beyond the fact that her husband had business interests that required him to travel a lot. She was a private person and a very proud woman. No one really knew what Cheryl's life was like. However, the people who worked in Brad and Cheryl's home couldn't help but notice that theirs was a strange, edgy marriage. Lee Malden babysat for them Monday through Friday in the summer of 1984. She joined a parade of babysitters who would go on record to say that they didn't care for Mr. Cunningham. In a statement she gave 6 years later, Lee remembered Brad's violence and his temper. She recalled that he once removed the tires from Cheryl's car so she couldn't drive. During one of his many precipitous abandonments, Cheryl had changed the locks on the Somerset house, but Brad broke in, shouting threats. Lee Malden heard it all and was appalled. Fortuitously, perhaps, Brad continued to stay away from home for most of 1984, spending a lot of time in Yakima with his father. He bought Sanford a gas station in Tampico. Even though Cheryl was the only one working, nothing was ever too good for Brad's father. The business was doomed to failure almost from the start, and it soon went belly up. Brad was confident, however, that his plan for a laundromat and car wash would be more successful. He had also moved a lot of heavy equipment onto the property that he and Cheryl owned in Tampico. Cheryl wasn't sure where the equipment had come from or how he was paying for it. There were tractors, backhoes, bulldozers, a crawler loader, and a number of trucks and trailers. Brad was bankrupt, but he never stopped acquiring things, and Cheryl knew she too was liable for his debts. She worried about it, staying awake nights. In late 1984, Cheryl received an offer that seemed to be a lifeline she could grab onto. Garvey Schubert was growing and prospering, and the firm credited her for a good deal of its success. There were now 40 attorneys in the Seattle office, a small number in Washington, D.C., and a new branch in Portland, Oregon. Would Cheryl be interested in transferring to Portland? It would mean a full partnership for her. Of course, she would still be returning often to Seattle to work on her cases in progress, and she knew almost all of the Garvey Schubert staff who were already in Portland. Eric Lindenauer had moved down there a few months before, and they often worked on cases together. Career-wise, it was a wonderful opportunity for Cheryl. Personally, it could be either a chance to separate from Brad or, in the best of all possible worlds, a fresh start for them in a new city. A geographical solution, perhaps, to the doubts and recriminations that had well-nigh crippled their marriage. Although Cheryl hated to leave Seattle, it wouldn't be the cultural and climate shock it had been to move to Houston. Portland and Seattle both have beautiful summers and rainy winters. Seattle has Mount Rainier, and Portland has Mount Hood, snowy mountain peaks to gaze at, and both cities are built around water. In one way, Portland seemed an even better place for Cheryl to live. It was an hour closer to her old hometown of Longview, old friends, and her family. Tentatively, she broached the subject to Brad. To her surprise, he agreed that a move to Portland might be a good idea. While he still didn't have a regular job, he was confident he could find something that suited him just as well in Oregon as he could in Washington. And so, in January 1985, they moved into a rental house in Gresham. It was not a lavish home, but pleasant and roomy. The rent was something over $900 a month, and Cheryl paid it just as she paid all the household bills. Garvey Schubert's Portland offices were state-of-the-art, very plush with thick carpets, lovely paintings, and expensive furnishings. Even the lighting was computerized so that each office's lights went on when someone walked through the door. Cheryl would have her own paralegal assistant and her own secretary, and she herself would continue to mentor young attorneys fresh from law school. She was finally at a place in her legal career that she had always dreamed of. Maybe somehow things would be all right after all. Since Brad would be job hunting, he and Cheryl hired a babysitter, 19-year-old Marnie O'Connor. She was a very pretty girl, and the little Cunningham boys liked her right away. Cheryl was glad to see that, and she was reassured by how dependable Marnie seemed to be. That was important because she expected to be shuttling between Portland and Seattle over the next year or more. She would be working on a huge ongoing medical malpractice litigation until it was settled, and when she was in the Portland offices of Garvey Schubert, she knew she might sometimes have to work 7 days a week. Brad was the furthest thing from a house husband anyone could imagine. Even when he was unemployed, Cheryl couldn't count on him to stay with the boys. She had to have Marnie there, or she would never have a moment's peace while she was away from her children. Brad found a job in Oregon in the spring of 1985, and it was a position with no little prestige. He was hired to head the income property loan department of the Citizens Savings and Loan Bank in Salem. He would have a private office, and 3 employees would report to him. Oregon's capital city is 47 miles south of Portland, a fairly easy commute along the I-5 freeway. Besides that, Brad would be going in the opposite direction from most commuters, so he could expect less than an hour's drive each way as he cruised along in one or the other Mercedes. Citizens Savings and Loan had hired a most impressive department manager. Brad dressed like a GQ model, His smile was wide and confident, and his resume showed more than 15 years of experience in one aspect of real estate or another. The Houston credits alone were imposing. He clearly knew income property, and he presented himself extremely well in his interviews. Whether Brad mentioned his ongoing litigation in Texas or his bankruptcy filing is not known. The employees at Citizens who reported directly to Brad were female. Even though he made no secret of the fact that he was a married man, it was obvious that he thoroughly enjoyed the company of women, and he was a pleasure to work for. He was compelling and dynamic. He drove fantastic cars, and he had an air of wealth about him, almost as if he didn't need to work at all, but could have chosen to remain in the leisure class he had been born into. No one would ever have guessed the truth about the modest home where Sanford and Rosemary had raised Brad and his two sisters. No one would ever have suspected his Indian heritage. Through plastic surgery, education, a certain natural savvy, and the liberal use of Cheryl's income, Brad had completely recreated himself. None of his co-workers at Citizens knew, of course, that his cars, clothes, and money came not from his own labors, but from his wife's. Cheryl worked harder and harder, but however much money she made, Brad always managed to spend more. If he brought home a pizza now and then, Cheryl's sister recalled, he thought he was doing his part. Cheryl hoped that Brad's new job would help rebuild their financial base. After so many years when his only job had been his dogged attention to the suit he had filed against the Texas construction company, they were both making good salaries. Understandably, Cheryl earned a great deal more than Brad, but had they pulled together, they would have rapidly been in good financial shape. In truth, Brad's salary made no dent at all in their debts. He continued to overspend, buying whatever he wanted. Cheryl had paid all the household bills since 1983. The rent, the utilities, the boys' babysitters and schools, the groceries, although she deferred to Brad's insistence that the accounts be listed in his name. He was, after all, the man of the family. He didn't want people to know that he was living off Cheryl. Sometimes it seemed as if Brad spent money just to spend money, and Cheryl despaired of ever catching up, telling her sister Susan, "Look at all this stuff," gesturing toward the piles of toys that Brad had bought and then left to gather dust. "And I can't pay all the bills." She resigned herself to debt, Susan remembered. The garage in the Gresham house had 4-wheelers, 3-wheelers, water skis, jet skis, Brad's clothes, Brad's shoes. One time, and this makes me so sad now to remember it, Cheryl really needed some new underwear. Just some simple plain underwear, and she didn't have enough money to buy it. It was ludicrous that she should be so laden down with debt. Due to transfers of other partners, when she moved to the Garvey Schubert office in Portland, Cheryl became not only the most senior partner in that city, but also an owner of the firm, eligible for salary, profit sharing, and benefits. In 1986, her base salary was $50,000. She was also awarded a merit bonus of $4,500, and on top of that, she received benefits worth another 15% of her salary. She had been picked for the Portland office because of her leadership ability and because litigators traditionally bring more money into a firm, and Cheryl brought in more than her share. Cheryl was a business developer, another partner commented. She represented Weyerhaeuser, for instance. In 1984, senior partner Gary Strauss attended a product liability trial involving formaldehyde ingestion. Cheryl gave her closing arguments after the others had all spoken. Strauss found her brilliant, poignant, awesome in a room full of attorneys. The jury told her that afterward, that was the way a closing argument should be. This pleased Strauss. He knew how embarrassed Cheryl had been about Brad's filing for bankruptcy and his constant litigation. She wasn't very happy about all the lawyers battling each other in Brad's suits, he remembered. She had been hesitant even about accepting a partnership because of that. Even though Cheryl made Brad's standard of living possible, he complained when she had to stay in Seattle overnight, insinuating, as always, that she was sleeping with other men. Brad himself was seldom without female company. From puberty, he had had his choice of women, and they always played by his rules. Now, living in Gresham, working in Salem, with Cheryl often gone overnight, Brad essentially lived the life of a single man. It would be impossible to pinpoint whether he began his affair with the Cunningham babysitter, 19-year-old Marnie O'Connor, or his liaison with Lilia Sarnan first. It would be a moot point anyway. Brad had always been adept at balancing a marriage and 2 or more affairs. There was no reason that Marnie and Lilia should ever meet. Cheryl had no hint that Brad was sleeping with either of them. Lilia Sarnan had worked at Citizens Savings for 4 years when Brad took over as her supervisor. She found him tremendously attractive and very understanding. Lilia knew he was married, but that didn't bother her. Apparently his wife was so caught up in her career that she had little time for Brad. Although Lilia dressed like the complete career woman, Brad hadn't missed the long, slow looks she gave him, or the way she accidentally brushed against him as they were going over loan applications. He saw that Lilia was spectacularly attractive behind her horn-rimmed glasses and her loose clothes. She had perfectly aligned, delicate features and long, silky ash-blonde hair. Careful not to be too obvious in the bank's offices, Brad and Lilia began a physical affair in the late summer of 1985. They would have an oddly connected relationship that lasted for a long time. While Lilia knew about his wife, she did not know he was also sleeping with his babysitter. Whether she had any long-term plans for Brad is questionable. Lilia was intelligent and pragmatic, and of all Brad's women, she may have seen beyond his complex and contrived facade early enough to steal her own emotional response. It is even possible that Lilia used Brad almost as much as he used most of the women in his life. Lilia believed that Brad was very wealthy. She had every reason to. He seemed not only quite rich, but munificent with his money. "He was not overly generous," she would say one day with her usual understatement. "But he was very supportive of the sad situation I was in." And indeed, there would come a time when Lilia needed more than flowers, fancy dinners, and lingerie. Although she was a young woman, her health was not good, and it deteriorated further shortly after she and Brad became intimate. 1985 was an almost schizophrenic year for Cheryl. She loved her career, she adored her little boys, and she was finding wonderfully loyal friends in the Portland office of Garvey Schubert. Along with her extended family, Cheryl's friends kept her going. Her marriage was little more than a sham. All the Pollyanna philosophizing in the world wasn't going to turn the home she and Brad had rented in Gresham into anything more than an armed camp. Cheryl sometimes wondered why Brad stayed with her and the boys, but she must have suspected it was because she had become his cash cow. Cheryl could count on nothing. She walked through her days, awaiting the next assault, teetering emotionally on the edge of some precipice from which she might never escape. Brad still pulled his move furniture out, move furniture in games, but by the fall of 1985, he didn't take just his furniture, he took Cheryl's too. There was something ultimately demoralizing about coming home to a house emptied of its furniture, to see the dents in the carpet where couches and chairs and televisions should have been, to watch dust bunnies drifting lazily across bare floors when a door was opened. By mutual agreement, Brad and Cheryl had enrolled Jess and Michael in the Franciscan Montessori Earth School administered by Mother Francine Cardew. It was an excellent and much sought-after school in Portland, with a philosophy that nurtured and encouraged creativity and independence in children. Exceptionally intelligent children, like the Cunningham boys, thrived in the Montessori atmosphere. Mother Francine was a serene presence, but in no way a cloistered nun. In her many years of experience in running the Montessori school, she had seen all manner of problems with parents and children and dealt with them competently and tactfully. She had, however, seen nothing like the bitterness between Brad and Cheryl. Every encounter with them was unpleasant. Early in the 1985-86 school year, Mother Francine was informed of an altercation in the hallway. The Cunninghams were arguing loudly outside the secretary's office. She was grateful their children didn't observe that fight, but Mother Francine was appalled at one volatile argument that did take place in front of Jess and Michael. The boys had been waiting for someone to pick them up after school, two lonely little figures clinging together as they watched the other children leave the school one by one until they were the last ones left. Daycare children were to be picked up by 6:15 p.m., Mother Francine recalled, and the school set $1 a minute penalty for late pickups, more to protect the children than to add to the school's budget. One day, no one came for the Cunningham boys. Eventually, both Brad and Cheryl showed up, and each blamed the other for failing to pick up Jess and Michael on time. He was very angry. She was quieter, saying to him, "You were responsible," Mother Francine said with a shudder. "I just remember I didn't want to be there. I was embarrassed. The boys were embarrassed and agitated. They wanted their parents to leave." More and more, Jess, Michael, and to a lesser extent Philip, were pulled in two directions like stretchy, silly putty figures. Their mother wanted desperately to protect them and give them a secure world. Their father used them to harass their mother, and the boys were the most vulnerable part of Cheryl's life. She could face anything but losing them. The product liability cases that drew Cheryl back to Seattle on an almost weekly basis had begun in the late spring of 1985. Garvey Schubert represented a company that had manufactured an artificial heart valve. The attorney Cheryl faced in litigating sessions, who represented patients whose heart valves had allegedly malfunctioned, was Jim Griswold, one-time president of the Oregon Trial Lawyers Association. Griswold described such litigation as a very difficult kind of case. Cheryl and her co-counsel John Allison practically had to take a course in cardiovascular surgery in order to defend their clients. Griswold had come up against hundreds of defense litigators. He had been in practice for 4 decades. When he was later asked to describe Cheryl Keaton, he paused, searching for words. "Excellent. Outstanding wouldn't cover it. She was intense, professional. She always knew what she was doing. She always knew where she was going. She was never thrown off." At one time, Griswold was on a committee to compile a list of attorneys to be recommended to the Oregon governor for judgeships. Cheryl was on that list, termed highly qualified. Cheryl opposed Griswold in the artificial heart valve litigation for 1.5 years, and as far as he could see, she was never less than an extremely competent lawyer. Whatever emotions might have been churning inside, Cheryl kept them there. Later, Griswold would be amazed to learn what her private life had been like. Cheryl always managed to keep her personal and professional life separated. Drawing on some deep inner strength, she was holding herself together with brains, guts, hope, and her love for her 3 sons. But with every passing day, her situation was becoming more and more unbearable. Chapter 23. In the fall of 1985, Cheryl's sister Susan was living in Seattle, working toward a degree in sociology at the University of Washington. Her apartment there was always available to Cheryl when she had to be in Seattle on business for Garvey Schubert. She had her own key, and she averaged 1 visit a month. Occasionally, she could even prevail upon Brad to bring the boys up so they could all be together. She missed them so much. Sometimes Susan was there, sometimes the apartment was empty. Since Susan's fiancé, David Keegan, was in Longview and she often went to see him, Cheryl was occasionally alone in Susan's apartment. But more often they were there together. They were both grown women now and were friends as well as sisters. That fall of 1985 was the first time Brad explicitly accused Cheryl of having extramarital affairs, and once he had begun, he continually railed at her about her alleged infidelity. It is an all-too-common ploy for a man who is cheating to diffuse suspicion by accusing his wife of what he himself is doing, and it's quite possible that Cheryl did have one or two fleeting relationships with other men late in 1985 and early in 1986. Who could have blamed her? "The police asked me about it later," Susan recalled, "and I told them I didn't know if Cheryl was seeing other men or not, but I told them I hoped she was. She needed someone in her life who made her happy, someone who cared about her. She knew that Brad was cheating on her. She'd known it for a long time, but I think she tried to look away from that. She tried not to think about it." Cheryl was a beautiful woman, only 35, and she still drew attention from men. Her years with Brad had well-nigh obliterated her self-esteem. When the men she worked with occasionally complimented her, she almost looked around to see whom they were talking about. The experience of having a man actually treat her well, tell her positive things, even hold her with tenderness, was something she had forgotten. Cheryl was a vulnerable woman and terribly sad. All her successes in courtrooms and in boardrooms faded when she realized how alone she was. She was married, but her husband didn't love her. Beyond her value as a wage earner, she had become a mere convenience, an irritant. If she had an affair or two, they were brief and born of desperate loneliness rather than passion. If she had an affair, Susan didn't know about it. She smiled as she remembered a time in the late summer of 1985. "Cheryl was in Seattle and stayed with me. We went to the Red Robin, a popular upscale Seattle hamburger restaurant, and we both ordered margaritas. We were having fun. I was in college by then. Then we went to the Red Onion down by Madison Park. These two guys came over to our table, and they were coming on to us. Cheryl just winked at me. All of a sudden, one of the guys looked close at Cheryl, and he said, 'You're wearing married lipstick.' Cheryl laughed and said, 'Well, I guess that's it. I'm not changing shades any time soon.'" Cheryl hadn't taken the men seriously, and Susan knew it. Cheryl was responsible. Brad was the first dangerous thing she ever did. She was embarrassed that she was pregnant when she married him. She didn't tell anyone in the family that she was pregnant until she was 5 months. Brad saw accusations of infidelity as a way to harass and humiliate his wife. Smugly, armed with the names of 2 men he believed Cheryl had been intimate with, he embarked on a tell-all campaign that he felt sure would ruin Cheryl's career. He first called the wife of a senior partner at Garvey Schubert and told her that Cheryl had slept with her husband. It may have been true, it may not. Either way, the wife's reaction was not what Brad had expected. She was not hysterical, nor was she grateful to Brad for his report. With impeccable class, she called Cheryl and asked her to convey a message to her husband. "Just tell him that I don't care to talk to him for several days. He'll understand." Mortified and puzzled, Cheryl passed on the message. Annoyed that his sabotage hadn't worked, Brad went a step further. He contacted Stuart Hennessy, who had worked with Cheryl in Seattle, and invited him out for a drink in the bar at the Alexis Hotel near the Garvey Schubert offices. Hennessy would remember the encounter as a weird experience. Brad told him that he and Cheryl were separated and quickly went on to give Hennessy offensive details about Cheryl's supposed promiscuity. Hennessy stared back at him, disbelieving and disgusted. "Then he asked how the firm was doing," Hennessy recalled, "and he asked how much money I made." What Brad really wanted to know, of course, was how much money Cheryl was making and how much her retirement fund was worth. Hennessy stood up to leave and told Brad he didn't want to discuss it. That was private information. He left Brad sitting with 2 untouched drinks while he went back to his office, shaking his head in shock at Brad's gall and crudeness. Hennessy called Cheryl to alert her to what Brad was saying. "Cheryl was a strong person," he said, "but she was crying. She said, 'Stu, he's trying to ruin me.'" Hennessy didn't know how to help her beyond telling her that her friends were behind her and wouldn't believe Brad's lies. Neither reaction was what Brad had expected, and for the moment he was thrown off stride. He resented Cheryl's independence and success. He had hoped to humiliate her and ruin her career. She was humiliated, but her job was never in danger. She was also puzzled. If Brad had succeeded in getting her fired, who did he think was going to support them? It was her salary that kept them afloat. She had seen him do this before, act out of rage and spite himself in the process. Cheryl was horribly embarrassed by Brad's vicious lies, but she held her head up and her career never missed a beat. Even so, Susan could see that the enmity in Cheryl's relationship with Brad was intensifying, and as it did, she saw, too, that the essence that was Cheryl had begun finally to disintegrate. As water eventually erodes stone after an eon of continual dripping, Brad's relentless siege against Cheryl was working its devastation. She had been so strong for so long, but now she was growing thinner and thinner, toying with her food and only pretending to eat. Still, through sheer force of will, she was able to compartmentalize her life so that she could concentrate on her work and take care of her boys. Chapter 24. Brad's affair with Lilia Sarnan had continued even as he pointed accusing fingers at Cheryl. In late fall, Lilia was told that she needed a kidney transplant. Brad was tremendously solicitous, so much so that he offered to pay her medical bills. He gave her $4,000. She had the transplant operation on November 28, 1985, and testifying in a legal hearing sometime later, Lilia had difficulty remembering if Brad had actually paid for her surgery. Staring into Brad's dark eyes from her position on the witness chair, she equivocated. She thought that their affair had lasted somewhere between 6 months and a year. She couldn't really remember. Lilia did remember that Brad had paid the rent on her apartment in the Madison Tower for some time. Although her ground floor unit wasn't as expensive as the 18th floor apartment he would soon rent, it wasn't cheap either. But if Brad proved to be a friend in need, his passion for Lilia faded after her surgery. The immunosuppressant medicine she had to take had side effects that repulsed Brad. "She grew facial hair, and that turned me off," he said later. And so Lilia had gone on to her relationship with Dr. Clay Watson, the surgeon at Providence, although she remained in her apartment at the Madison Tower until late fall of 1986. Earlier that year, she had introduced Brad to Dr. Sarah Gordon, and apparently there were no hard feelings. Lilia and Brad were like dancers who changed partners when the song changed. Lilia did seem a little chagrined, however, when she later learned that Brad was having an affair with Marnie, his teenage babysitter, at the same time he was sleeping with her. Lilia had first known Brad in Salem when he was hired by Citizens Savings, and then Brad, Lilia, a secretary, and a young lawyer named Karen Aborg were transferred to the Lake Oswego branch of the bank. Karen would later testify that federal bank examiners had questioned the Lake Oswego books. The branch's president and most of its directors had been summarily fired, and Brad was elevated to a position of extreme trust as he and his 3 female assistants evaluated the extent of the damage. They soon suspected that they would only be tidying up loose ends and closing the branch down. It was doubtful that the commercial loan division in Lake Oswego was going to survive. but as long as the branch was still open, Brad was the boss. He was also a sultan with his own little harem. Brad had scarcely ended his affair with Lilia when he became very close to Karen Aborg. Another man might have felt ill at ease working in the same small office as two of his girlfriends, but it didn't bother Brad. Lilia was aware that her ex-lover was engaged in daily disputes with his wife. Karen was not, at least for a time. When she first went to work for Brad, she knew almost nothing about his personal life. Brad had hired Karen to work for him in Salem in the summer of 1985. She was very young, barely out of law school, and she was Brad's type. Small, attractive, slender, smart. He liked blonde or light brown hair and pretty, small-featured faces. At the bank, her title was loan closer, and later Brad chose her to go with him and Lilia to close the Lake Oswego branch. To Karen's somewhat naive eye, Brad seemed happily married when she first went to work for him. "It seemed to change rather rapidly," she recalled. It wasn't long before Karen suspected that Brad and Lilia had had a physical relationship, but she wasn't positive. It was just something in the way they exchanged glances and the sentences they left unfinished when she walked into an office where they were. She found out later that she had been right. Brad told Karen even more about his personal life. Although he hadn't told Lilia, he was quite open with Karen about his affair with his son's babysitter. "Cheryl doesn't know," he said, grinning. "We did it at my house when the kids were napping and Cheryl was at work." But he lied to Karen when he said his liaison with his 19-year-old babysitter was not a long-running affair. "Cheryl was working and I wasn't. That was before I came to Citizens." Karen soon saw, or rather heard, that the Cunninghams' marriage was not a happy one. Cheryl often called the Lake Oswego branch of Citizens, and Karen could tell from Brad's reaction that he was pretty upset. He would slam the phone down. There was a lot of anger. Indeed, there was more rage surfacing in Brad than Karen could ever remember seeing. In his business world, he was always in control, completely charming and affable. Whatever he and his wife were fighting over, Karen was shocked by the violence involved. Brad seemed to truly hate Cheryl, and although Karen couldn't hear the other end of the conversation, she appeared to hate him, too. Nevertheless, the phone scenes she overheard didn't diminish Brad's charisma for the young attorney. It was easier for her to feel a little sorry for him. His wife seemed to be a ranting shrew. Except in his phone conversations with Cheryl, Brad always struck Karen as such a nice guy. Karen sometimes went to a Portland tavern called Goose Hollow, and one evening she ran into Brad there. They played Scrabble, apparently a passion for him, and then he took her back to her apartment. In his version of their affair, he would recall that they had sex there for the first time. She would insist, however, that she was never actually intimate with Brad until after he left the bank they both worked for. And even then, she estimated that their affair had lasted only 3 or 4 months. Their friendship, however, continued. It was odd. Brad's wives all eventually came to hate his guts. His mistresses remained in his stable of friends. Estranged and former wives became prey and stalking targets. Mistresses were allowed to walk away. Brad never let up on his campaign to destroy Cheryl. Along with his other accusations in late 1985 and early 1986, he complained that he had contracted chlamydia from her. Technically, at least, chlamydia is a venereal disease, an infection usually transmitted through sexual intercourse. Righteously indignant, Brad obtained 2 prescriptions to treat himself. Why Brad insisted that Cheryl was the source of his infection is anyone's guess, given the fact that he was having sexual intercourse with a number of other women. But then Brad now blamed Cheryl for all bad things that happened to him. He no longer wanted her by 1985, but he wouldn't simply let her go. He accused her continually of being unfaithful, but he didn't tell her about his sexually transmitted infection, whatever its origin, and give her a chance to seek treatment. Indeed, it wasn't until February 3rd, 1986, when Cheryl began to suffer symptoms herself that she went to see her own doctor. She learned that she had contracted vaginitis. A painful infection of the vaginal tissues, vaginitis has many causes. It can be transmitted through sexual contact, but it can occur just as often when a woman is treated for flu or a sore throat with antibiotics which tend to kill the protective bacteria always present in the vagina. A virgin can contract vaginitis. Both men and women can carry the infection and show no overt symptoms at all. Cheryl also tested positively for chlamydia. If she had, in fact, been the source of Brad's infection, she apparently went many weeks without symptoms after Brad had sought medical treatment. In those first months of 1986, Susan sensed that something in her sister's marriage was going to explode. Maybe Cheryl could hide her growing anxiety from her fellow attorneys, but she couldn't hide it from Susan, who noticed that she jumped every time the phone rang in her Seattle apartment. Susan couldn't hear Brad's side of their conversations, but she could tell he was always furious about something from the stricken look on Cheryl's pale face. Although it had been more than 8 years since Susan had accompanied Brad and Cheryl on the frightening sailing trip to the San Juans, she again felt the same sense of dread. This wasn't the Cheryl she knew. The woman who could be instantly reduced to hysterical tears by a telephone call was not the real Cheryl, the Cheryl who never gave up, who never lost her confidence. Except with Brad. And now Brad had hostages. He had Jess, Michael, and Philip, and Cheryl had a new fear. She confided to Susan that she was afraid that one day she would go home and find not just her furniture missing, but her children, too. Susan had seen the way Brad disciplined his sons, despite Cheryl's desperate attempts to stop him. If they were out for dinner and one of the boys did something Brad considered inappropriate, like not eating all his food, or sulking, or crying, he would only say ominously that he'd take care of it. Cheryl would try to protect the kids, Susan said. She'd say, he's tired, or he's hungry, or he just woke up from a nap. But Brad wouldn't listen to her. The boys knew that they would get swats when they got home. Very matter-of-factly, he'd tote up the swats. Jess would get 2 because he was the oldest. They knew they were going to get hit. Brad created an atmosphere of fear. They were obedient to the point that it was unnatural. They called him Dad, never Daddy. Those kids were his possessions. Brad gets whatever he wants. He wanted children and he wanted boys. Those boys were like another Mercedes to him. Cheryl's struggles became so difficult that Susan began keeping a diary. On February 1st, 1986, she noted that Cheryl had had to be in Seattle overnight many times in a 3 or 4 week period during January. She got so lonely for Jess, Michael, and Philip that she asked her law firm for permission to bring her family up. They agreed, and somewhat uncharacteristically, so did Brad. He came up on the train with the boys. Susan offered to babysit on Saturday night, and Brad and Cheryl went out for dinner. Things seemed to be calm enough when Brad left for home on Sunday night, even though he was clearly annoyed that Cheryl had to stay in Seattle until the following Wednesday. But in reality, the situation had not been diffused at all. Brad started calling Cheryl almost from the moment he arrived in Gresham, as if he had been quietly fuming on the 4-hour train ride home. Susan remembered 7 or 8 calls. Cheryl was very upset. She was crying and yelling, trying to speak, and she couldn't. She cried so hard that she couldn't speak. It was so out of character for her. I begged her not to answer the phone when it rang, and he called all night, but she answered. Brad could destroy Cheryl even over the phone. As Susan listened, Cheryl began to scream and shout hysterically, "No, that's not true. No, I didn't do that. I didn't do that. You're lying to me." "Are you okay?" Susan whispered. "Everything's going to be all right," Cheryl replied, covering the phone with her hand. But Susan saw she didn't believe her own words. She wrote in her diary on February 3rd, 1986, "All hell broke loose last night and this morning. Brad and Cheryl fought, and I mean at the top of their lungs. It's very clear what she needs to do." What Cheryl had to do was get out of her marriage before she lost her equilibrium, her sanity, herself. One afternoon, Cheryl got a letter from Brad marked "Confidential." She read it without comment and set it down, but when she left the room, Susan's curiosity got the better of her. The letter said that, yes, Brad had had an affair with their former babysitter, but Marnie O'Connor didn't want him to tell anyone because her boyfriend and her mother might find out about it. Susan wasn't surprised. The guest room bed was always mussed up in that Gresham house, and Brad had a deadbolt lock put on that door. He was always saying, "Marnie likes to take naps during the day." He didn't even try to hide what was going on from Cheryl. Cheryl wasn't surprised by Brad's confidential letter either. It didn't matter any longer. On Tuesday, February 5th, Cheryl seemed strangely calm and resolute. She didn't tell Susan about her visit to the doctor in Bellevue, where she had learned she was suffering from vaginal infections. She was humiliated. That diagnosis may have been the final straw. She told Susan only, "Everything's settled today. I'm going back to Portland." "I was relieved," Susan admitted. "My neighbors within a 2-block radius could have heard their phone conversations. I was relieved she was gone." Later, of course, she would rue her feelings. Cheryl found an empty house when she arrived in Gresham. Brad had moved all the furniture out again, and at first Cheryl was exasperated with Rose, their current babysitter. But Susan reminded her when she called, "You know that Rose couldn't stop him. No one can stop Brad when he has his mind set on doing something." A few days after Cheryl left Susan's apartment, she called to say she had finally acknowledged there was no hope at all for her marriage. She wanted only to have Brad completely out of her life, although she didn't want her 3 boys to lose their father. There had to be some way for her and Brad to share custody. She could bear to see him that much, she supposed, just long enough for him to pick up the boys or deliver them back to her. In Seattle and Portland that February of 1986, there were breaks in the winter rains. The pussy willows budded out, and crocuses sprang from an earth no longer chained by winter. It was a season of hope and starting over, and it almost seemed as if Brad and Cheryl could separate without rancor. If they could somehow share Jess, Michael, and Philip, they had nothing left to fight over. "I was glad," Susan recalled, "that she was going to get a divorce. She just wasn't Cheryl anymore. For her own health and well-being, I was glad they were splitting up. Their marriage started out relatively normal on the surface, but somehow people were always uncomfortable around them as a couple." When Cheryl asked Brad to move out, he went, uncharacteristically without a fight. He found himself an expensive apartment on the 14th floor of the Madison Tower, then moved to an even more expensive one on the 18th floor. That didn't surprise Cheryl. Even though the place cost almost twice as much as the house their whole family had rented, she knew Brad. He always wanted the best for himself. She didn't care if he rented the Taj Mahal, as long as he was gone. Chapter 25. Cheryl had hoped that having Brad out of her home would bring some modicum of peace into her life, and it was true that when he finally moved out, he stopped playing musical chairs with the furniture. But Cheryl was still saddled with all his debts. Just before their separation, Brad had bought himself a huge, exotic, and expensive motorcycle, a Husqvarna. It was a racing bike, absolutely top of the line. Brad wasn't a motorcycle racer, and he kept the Husqvarna in the garage, unused. Cheryl begged him to sell it, along with other costly toys he had purchased and never used. She was desperately worried about money. Each week she felt she was deeper in debt. Cheryl called Susan on February 28th, and Susan could hear new panic in her voice. "Brad's not going to be reasonable about sharing custody after all," Cheryl said. "He told me he's going to fight me for the kids. He's been telling everyone I'm a nymphomaniac. He's trying to tear me apart. I need you to stand up for me." Susan assured Cheryl that she would be there for her and tried to tell her not to worry about Brad's threats and lies. Brad had always been that way. Nothing had really changed. But that was the problem. Even though they were now separated, he still had the power to send Cheryl into an emotional tailspin. It took every ounce of her strength to keep him at bay, and every time she felt a little thrill of hope, something happened to dash it. She and Brad made an uneasy truce in March and worked out a tentative agreement about their children. Brad would have their little boys from 7 p.m. on Friday until 7 p.m. on Sunday. The divorce itself lay ahead. Brad, who always fortified himself with lawyers, had already consulted his own attorney of the moment, Jake Tanzer, who would be only the first of 3 lawyers he hired and dismissed during his divorce proceedings. Tanzer was a highly respected Oregon attorney who had been at various times a deputy DA in Multnomah County, a Court of Appeals judge, the Solicitor General of Oregon, and an Oregon Supreme Court justice. He was in private practice in 1986, but he was not a divorce attorney. He told Brad that he could find himself an attorney who was fully versed in divorce litigation and at less than half the price. But Brad wanted Jake Tanzer. Brad's charm and convincing ways extended even to lawyers, and there would be many who were chagrined that they had ever met him. Few were ever paid. Cheryl knew that getting out of her marriage wasn't going to be easy, and she was fully aware that gaining custody of Jess, Michael, and Philip would be even harder. Every time there was a period of relative calm between her and Brad, she kept waiting for the other shoe to drop. For years she had had fear systematically implanted in her mind like tiny grains of radioactive material, so many little glowing seeds that being frightened was almost normal for her. Cheryl was afraid of the enemies that Brad talked about, of the assassins who were out to get him and his family since he brought his suits against the Houston firms he blamed for his financial downfall. But now, finally, she feared Brad himself more. She had never seen the invisible killers. She had seen Brad in a rage. Things began to happen, small but ominous things. In March, Cheryl was convinced that someone had tinkered with her Toyota van. She was almost afraid to drive it. The brakes seemed mushy, and it had suddenly begun to die in traffic for no reason at all. She got it to a garage where a mechanic said someone had messed up her carburetor so that the mixture of gas and air was way off. She asked Brad for all the Toyota keys, but he never gave them back to her. Brad had the tires for her van. He had stored them when he put snow tires on the van the previous fall. In Oregon, studded snow tires have to be replaced with regular tires by April 1st. That date was rapidly approaching, and she needed her almost new tires back. She didn't have the $400 it would take to replace them, and she didn't have the money to pay the fine she would get if she kept driving on snow tires after the cutoff date. She called Brad several times asking that he bring back her tires. Brad returned her calls and spoke with her secretary or her legal assistant, and he was more than charming. But when Cheryl came on the line, his voice changed to a venomous pitch. He was much too busy to bother with her tires, and would she get off his back? Ironically for a lawyer, Cheryl had scarcely any money for legal help in her divorce. In the early spring, she retained the best, on the understanding that she would obtain her divorce on a shoestring budget. Cheryl herself would do as much of the legwork as she could. The woman she retained was one of the finest family law attorneys in Portland, Elizabeth Welch. Betsy Welch had graduated from the University of Chicago Law School and worked for the American Bar Association for some years after graduation. When she moved to Portland, she became a deputy district attorney in the Multnomah County Juvenile Court, specializing in child neglect and abuse and in the termination of parental rights. She worked for 5 years as the administrative assistant to Neil Goldschmidt, the mayor of Portland. Then she was appointed a circuit court judge. When she lost an election, she returned to private practice where she specialized, as always, in children, the rights of children, and the untangling of the traumatic situations in which husbands, wives, and children often found themselves. By 1991, she would once again be a judge, a district court judge in Multnomah County. Elizabeth Welch was the perfect lawyer for Cheryl. She was kind, she was smart, and she was a fighter. She also had a wonderful sense of humor, but that was not something she would be called upon to use. The early days after Brad moved out had been, as Cheryl feared, only deceptively calm. He was now gathering a head of steam and was preparing to roll over her, just as he had flattened every one of his other wives. From this point on, every issue, every procedure, every hearing, every order was marked by delay, fights, and tugs of war. The divorce should not have been that difficult. The only issue to be decided was child custody. There was no money to fight over. Brad had his ongoing bankruptcy action in Seattle, and Cheryl could barely keep her head above water financially. No, they were fighting over Jess, Michael, and Philip, and Brad knew full well this was the one area where he could terrorize Cheryl. This case was at the upper end of the acrimony scale, Betsy Welch would recall. Probably as high as any I have ever been involved in. Both of the people were very bright, very strong-minded. Nothing ever went through easily. Nothing. Every single issue was disputed. Nothing could be resolved amicably. Welch tried to count up the number of court appearances in the divorce and had difficulty doing so. Whatever the judge decided, the orders always had to be redone over and over. Brad fought Cheryl over daycare, schools, support payments, everything she wanted and needed for the boys. It was ugly. During that awful spring of 1986, Brad waged a relentless paper war against Cheryl. He flooded her with letters, typed in perfect business form. Dear Cheryl, enclosed is a photocopy of my recent statement from Texaco. I have paid this bill in full. I would appreciate your reimbursing me $40.91 for your personal and business use. Together with the mobile card use, you owe me $107.85. Dear Cheryl, please accept this letter as my written request to have you return to me all my framed photographs from your office that were mine prior to our marriage. If you insist on keeping these, you may purchase them from me for $210. Please advise. Dear Cheryl, after the court order, I returned to you each and every item I had, the keys to our Toyota van, the house keys. I thought I had the garage door control. In fact, I thought it was last seen in Philip's diaper bag. I said I would replace the control if you couldn't find it. I will not pay to have the garage door control unit reprogrammed. Further, in the event you are planning to have the house door locks rekeyed, do not plan on me paying for that either. Dear Cheryl, I will attempt to work with you on getting the regular tires on the van. However, I would appreciate your returning my snow tires as soon as possible. Brad's letters to Cheryl were quite civil on the surface, but the veneer was thin. They piled into her home, sometimes several a day. There were scores of them. He signed them cordially, or thank you, or sincerely. Brad fought desperately to wrest whatever he could from Cheryl. He attempted to get the $1,000 damage deposit for the Gresham rental. He insisted that he had paid the deposit from my separate funds. Since Cheryl had been supporting the family for 2 years at that point, that claim was questionable. The landlords finally wrote to Brad's attorney and said they were writing a $1,000 check to both Brad and Cheryl. If one tries to cash it without the other, then a crime has been committed. Cheryl asked again for the return of the 4 standard tires with rims for Toyota van so I can replace the studded tires on the van by April 1st. Then one day her assistant said cheerfully, "Your husband called and said you didn't have to worry about your tires anymore. He said he took care of them." Cheryl was relieved until she went down to the parking area of Garvey Schubert and found all 4 of the studded tires on her van had been slashed. They had indeed been taken care of. Within a very few days after Cheryl hired Betsy Welch, and even before Welch could file the necessary documents for her divorce, Cheryl called her, very upset, and said that Brad had announced he would be moving back in with her, at his attorney's suggestion. As a general rule, that was good advice, and Welch knew it. There is no rule or law that says a spouse who has moved out of the home cannot move back in. In child custody cases, the parent who moves out acknowledges that the parent left behind with the children is providing acceptable care. In a disputed custody, this gives the parent who remains the upper hand. Brad had lost too many custody battles. Even Lonnie Ann, whom he had seen as the weakest link in his chain of women, had prevailed in court and had been awarded Kate and Brent. Lauren had controlled his visits with Amy. He had let his first 3 children go, finally, because he had Jess, Michael, and Philip, 3 bright, handsome sons who looked so much like himself. He was not about to let Cheryl have them. They were his trophies, his prizes. They reflected his boundless ego, miniature versions of himself who would validate his manhood, his potency, and his power. Betsy Welch immediately called Brad's current lawyer and explained why she felt it would be a fruitless and emotionally damaging move for Brad to return to Cheryl's Gresham house. But Brad did exactly what he had threatened to do. When Cheryl got home from work on the Friday evening of a long holiday weekend, she found him in her bedroom. She was horrified and she was angry, but she was helpless to get him out. Betsy Welch couldn't go into court until Tuesday morning to ask for an order to remove Brad. Cheryl knew he wasn't there for anything more than to reestablish his legal beachhead. It was a very long, confrontive, unpleasant weekend, Welch recalled. Cheryl asked him to go, but Brad refused to budge. At one point he took Jess with him and locked them both in the master bedroom for hours. He wouldn't allow Cheryl in to get her clothes, her makeup, or anything else she needed. The boys were frantic. Cheryl was frantic. But Brad stayed put as if he had never left his home at all. Although the house had 6 bedrooms, Cheryl slept on the couch in the recreation room so that she could watch the stairs from the master bedroom. She was afraid Brad might leave with the boys. It was a ghastly 3 days, and Cheryl wondered hopelessly if Brad actually intended to take up their sham of a marriage. He acted as if he was home again for good, and the thought was almost more than she could bear. Knowing that he would listen in to all her phone calls on the bedroom extension, she nevertheless called her mother. Trapped in the house with Brad, she had to have someone to talk to. As they discussed the situation, Betty made a bad joke about ways to get rid of Brad. "Maybe we should just poison him," she said. "I think I read someplace that a woman did that to an abusive husband, and they let her go." Neither mother nor daughter realized what a devastating impact their conversation would have on Brad. He looked at everything from his own point of view, the point of view of a man who had virtually no sense of humor, who believed that the end, his end, justified the means, any means, and who considered women spawn of the devil. Chapter 26. Even though Brad had told her that he had to spend the weekend with his sons, Dr. Sarah Gordon was blissfully happy, delighted with the new man in her life. She had no idea of the hell Cheryl Keaton was living in. Brad seemed to Sarah to be very kind, very honest, and quite remarkable. Often she marveled at her good fortune in finding such a man. Within weeks of their meeting, she was as anxious as he to have his divorce finalized. She was just as concerned as he was about his poor children who had to spend so much time with the woman Brad had described to her as a slut and an incompetent mother. She knew that Brad was only doing what he had to do to save his sons. Of course, Brad had never intended to leave Sarah or the comforts of his new apartment permanently. Once he had proven that he could move back in any time he pleased, he left Cheryl's house and returned to the Madison Tower. Both of them aware of the inflammatory possibilities in the divorce action they were handling, Jake Tanzer and Betsy Welch worked together to find the best solution not only for Cheryl and Brad, but especially for Jess, Michael, and Philip. Apparently, each of the parents loved the boys, and the opposing attorneys hoped that a psychologist could help establish which of the dueling parents, if either, and if not, both, should have custody of their sons. They needed to know who was the primary parent. Where would the little boys fare better? With their mother? With their father? Tanzer suggested to Betsy Welch that they contact an expert who was not under the aegis of the family court to be sure they had the most unbiased evaluation possible. Dr. Russell Sardo, quite probably the leading clinical psychologist in the family counseling field in the Portland area in the mid-'80s, agreed to consult. He would attempt to establish whether Brad or Cheryl was the primary parent. Dr. Sardo would talk to each of them separately, administer the MMPI, the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, to both, and then visit with Jess, Michael, and Philip, and hope to get a fix on the family dynamics. After extensive testing and multiple interviews, Sardo would then deliver copies of his report to Jake Tanzer and Betsy Welch. Dr. Sardo spoke first with Brad on March 23, 1986, and found him very verbal and quite comfortable in communicating. His body posture was relaxed, as if he were a man whose career had been full of high-powered meetings, as indeed it had been. Brad explained to Dr. Sardo that he and Cheryl had been married for 6 years and separated for 1 month. "I am the children's primary parent. I always have been," Brad said with assurance. "My wife loves the children very much, but I don't think she likes them. She is not a natural parent. The children were my idea." Brad stressed that he had been the one who longed to have children in their home, while Cheryl had always seen her legal career as her main goal in life. Although he assumed that Cheryl's profession would equip her to be a superior litigator and make her a trained negotiator, Dr. Sardo wondered if he might not be speaking to the skilled negotiator of this family. Brad was very glib and dynamic, and his description of Cheryl's parenting abilities was devastating. He told Sardo that she was not a nurturer. She had no patience. She was overreactive and loses control, and she was critical and condemning when dealing with her small sons. He said that Cheryl often yelled at the boys, calling them fuckers and little assholes. Cheryl's career took precedence over everything else in her life, according to Brad. She was always gone, and it was his perception that Cheryl found it very difficult even to be around the children, unless, of course, she had someone to help her care for them. Brad sighed as he told Sardo that Cheryl just didn't have the inclination or the skills to cope with the complete care of Jess, Michael, and Philip. "Perhaps hedonistic would describe Cheryl," Brad said, and he went on to describe her as a very sexual person who had been promiscuous. Dr. Sardo listened quietly now as the man sitting in his office tried to wipe out his wife with words. The Cheryl Keaton that Brad sketched sounded indeed like a selfish, dissolute woman who wouldn't be a good mother for any child. But Sardo had listened to 1,000 couples argue over their children, and he had long ago learned to reserve judgment until he had heard both principles out. Smiling expansively, Brad went on to say that he, on the other hand, had been absolutely faithful in his marriage. As remote as such a possibility might be, he said he actually hoped for a reconciliation. He wanted nothing more than to be back with Cheryl and his children in a solid family unit. It had always been Cheryl who wanted the divorce. He felt further that she was seeking custody of their 3 boys not because she wanted them, but because she is combative. Sardo was a little bemused by Brad. He was, at the very least, a very complicated man. Sardo found him quite intelligent and sophisticated, and yet he caught inconsistencies in Brad's statements, jarring discrepancies that a man of his obvious brilliance should have noted and censored before they ever passed his lips. Although Brad had stressed early in the interview how scrupulously faithful he had been throughout his marriage, he suddenly reversed himself and described a period when he and Cheryl had had an open marriage. During this time, Brad admitted he had had an affair with their 19-year-old babysitter. It hadn't lasted too long, and he had told Cheryl about it. And how did she react? We still kept her as our babysitter for months after that, Brad replied. Sardo's expression betrayed none of his private thoughts, gave no hint of the weighing and evaluating of information that was going on in his mind. Brad plunged ahead, figuratively tearing Cheryl apart so that she seemed to be a woman with no virtues whatsoever, beyond intelligence and a vigorous work ethic. Early on, Brad had described himself as the primary parent, but now he recalled that he had begun that role only after his business reverses. My bankruptcy changed me, almost destroyed me. I concluded that a career and money are just not that important, and that my primary commitment to the children takes precedence. I will not work more than 40 hours a week now. So, Sardo realized, Brad had not been the primary parent until the last year or so, if at all. His subject continued to talk volubly. A few moments later, Brad reversed himself again and said he had a job offer from U.S. Bank that he intended to accept, although he would also keep his current job. Sardo noted that Brad seemed unaware that a second job would mean he would be working far more than 40 hours a week, and that there would be little, if any, time left for his sons. How, then, could Brad be the primary parent? Sardo didn't ask the question aloud, and Brad still hadn't recognized the rampant inconsistencies in his statements. Brad had, of course, fathered a number of children, and he listed his offspring from his 3 previous marriages. Brent, who was 15, was currently living with him. With intense feeling in his voice, Brad recalled his deep concern about Brent and Kate when they were young. He said he had begged their mother to change her hippie lifestyle for the children's sake. He had been upset at the idea of his 2 little children being raised in the laissez-faire ambiance of a commune. Brad admitted he had married his second wife only because he needed to be married so he could fight for custody of Brent and Kate. He always had done and always would do whatever he had to make sure his children were in the safest environment possible. When the judge in his first custody hearing ruled against him, he had quickly ended his marriage of convenience. Sardo mentally counted on his fingers. Neither of Brad's first 2 marriages had come about because he loved his brides. Lonnie Ann Erickson had been pregnant, and Cynthia Marasco had been used as a means to an end not achieved. There were also some glaring gaps in Brad's review of his life as a parent. Although he claimed to have loved his third wife, Lauren, he didn't explain to Sardo why he had left her when she was pregnant with his child, except to hint that Cheryl had seduced him. He said that he had naturally taken care of that little girl, Amy, who was born after he left Lauren for Cheryl. When Brad walked out of Dr. Sardo's office, he was as confident as when he walked in, and quite secure in his belief that he had made a good impression. He had been calm, and yet he had shown his profound feelings for his sons appropriately. Cheryl would be nervous. She would not come off well. She was too intense, too scattered, and far too frantic in her fear that he was going to take Jess, Michael, and Philip away from her. On March 24th, Cheryl presented herself to be tested, and it was immediately obvious that she was nothing like the foul-mouthed shrew, the sex-driven huntress that Brad had described. If she was that woman, she certainly hid it well. Dr. Sardo found Cheryl's demeanor much different from her husband's. She was very intelligent and verbal, just as he had found Brad to be. No surprises there. However, Cheryl was far more responsive to his questions. Unlike Brad, she didn't immediately launch into her side of the case, but rather let Sardo phrase questions for her to answer. Cheryl said that she felt that their temporary custody truce was working fairly well. But she agreed with Brad that all negotiations in the past to seek a permanent order had been utterly fruitless. These two areas were the only ones where Cheryl's perceptions matched Brad's. And although Brad had smiled and told Sardo that he and Cheryl could work out custody without any outside counseling, Cheryl shook her head in alarm. They could not. They had tried, and it wasn't working. It wasn't working at all. It never could. She was insistent that they had to have someone mediate. Brad, Cheryl said, had become extremely difficult to deal with. Even the most minor issues would spark yet another huge fight between them. In a sense, she had been surprised by Brad's stubborn and violent response to her custody requests. "In the past, when we discussed divorce," she said, "Brad sometimes said he wouldn't even see the boys, and I couldn't deal with that." As unhappy as she had become in her marriage, she could not rob her sons of their father. But currently that was not a concern. Brad was resisting every one of her suggestions about the boys, wanting to be part of the most minuscule decisions about their lives, so much so that they seemed unable to reach any resolution of their children's future. Cheryl told Sardo that she had no problem any longer in accepting that her marriage was over. She was at peace with her decision to divorce. Her marriage was completely dead. There was nothing in the world that could revive the love she had believed she and Brad felt for each other, and she was anxious to get on with her life. As for the primary parent question, Cheryl recalled for Sardo all the times Brad had left her and the boys. She had always been the parent who stayed with the children. She told him that it was she who had been alone with her sons most of the time since October 1982, when she returned to Seattle from Houston to resume her law practice to help fund Brad's business in Texas. Until they had moved to Portland in early 1985, Brad had lived away from them, except for short visits. When Sardo asked her to describe Brad, Cheryl said that he was very demanding, very harsh, and used physical discipline, including beatings with a belt on the boys. Pondering his parenting stance, she finally characterized it as militaristic. The father Cheryl described was like a Marine DI, expecting his sons to obey instantly and without question. In his testimony, Sardo didn't mention the child's coffin in their garage or the dead animal trophies Brad had the boys bring back from their trips to Yakima. Perhaps Cheryl worried about what Dr. Sardo might think of her for having allowed such things to go on. Cheryl told Sardo that she was the caregiver, she was the nurturer, although she had always tried not to say anything negative about Brad to the boys. He was their father, and she wanted them to know him and respect him, even when he was always gone. Little boys needed to believe in their father. But even when Brad was unemployed, Cheryl said, he had never stayed home to care for the boys. He was always leaving on trips to Yakima, to Houston, to California, to wherever, always working on some mysterious projects. She had had to hire babysitters. Brad was simply not a man who would submit to being tied down with regular child care. In the weeks to come, in sessions with Cheryl and Brad together, Dr. Sardo would observe the interaction between them. When Cheryl was in the same room with Brad, she seemed to shrink and become very quiet. Sardo was surprised. Although Cheryl was the attorney, it was obviously Brad who had a very intrusive style in transacting. Sardo noted that Brad applied pressure in a great many different areas at different times, controlling the conversation as floodgates control the ebb and flow of a river. If he hadn't known better, he would have thought that Brad, not Cheryl, was the experienced trial attorney. Sardo also saw that Cheryl was actually a little intimidated by her husband. She made no attempt at all to negotiate with Brad alone. He ran the show. Very occasionally, Cheryl stood up to him on issues that were vitally important to her. There were certain lines that she had drawn in her mind, and she would not let Brad cross over. Even so, Cheryl was always the one on the defensive. It was she who sat braced for Brad's next verbal assault. In the Minnesota multiphasic personality inventory tests that Sardo administered, tests consisting of more than 500 carefully worded questions to be answered yes or no, Brad's and Cheryl's personalities emerged clearly, like mountain peaks thrusting through clouds. The MMPI test has many deliberate lie questions which appear several times. Anyone who tries to fool the test tends to answer the way he believes the test designers want him to, and that desire to please is transparently clear to those who chart test results. Dr. Sardo's evaluation of Brad's MMPI test results was that he presented himself as an individual who was very much in control, very selective about the information he was providing, and very concerned with trying to provide an appropriate picture. The picture he tried to put forth was one of sensitivity and tenderness. But Sardo also detected other traits in Brad's MMPI scores. The test revealed that he was a very guarded individual who doesn't allow intimacy with others and who has little genuine insight. Sardo noted that Brad had a strong tendency to project onto someone else undesirable traits he himself might have. Either he had virtually no awareness of his own personality, or he contrived to slough off negative traits and attribute them to others. Moreover, Brad Cunningham, whose facade was that of an extremely strong, even macho male, scored much higher than normal in feminine traits. Brad thought that he had aced the MMPI, that he had snowed Sardo completely, and succeeded in convincing him that Cheryl was a temperamental bitch who cared more for her career and her sex life than she did for her sons. Sardo had seen an entirely different woman. Cheryl's MMPI test scores supported the statements she had given in her earlier interviews with Dr. Sardo. Although she jousted very successfully with males in a profession where females were still in the minority, the test revealed that Cheryl identified with a very traditional female role. She was far less guarded and defensive than Brad in her answers. She showed herself to be a person with a great deal of energy and also as someone who could be impulsive. And most interesting to Dr. Sardo, given the reason for the MMPI tests, Cheryl's answers disclosed who she was at her very center. Despite her very high-profile and assertive career, she was at heart a mother, a wife, a nurturer. Weighing what he knew about Brad and Cheryl, Dr. Sardo next visited with their sons. Jess was 6, Michael 4, and Philip 2. and it was clear that someone had taken very good care of them. Remarkably untouched by the custody squabbles that swarmed around them like angry bees, they were active and playful little boys. When Dr. Sardo asked them who they lived with, Jess said, "Mom." Michael said, "Mom and Dad." When he asked them which parent was more fun, Michael instantly said, "Mom." Jess said, "Mostly Mom," and then quickly said, "Mostly Dad." Sardo found the Cunningham children spontaneous, alert, curious, and extremely intelligent. The two older boys said they could play chess and did so with both of their parents. In fact, the boys seemed so well adjusted that Sardo could only conclude that both Brad and Cheryl must be concerned with their children's well-being, just as each of them claimed. Despite the struggle he had observed between Brad and Cheryl, he couldn't find that either parent's behavior had been detrimental to the boys. They certainly seemed to be unstressed and happy little kids. In the couple's joint sessions with Dr. Sardo, Cheryl kept hoping that she and Brad could reach a reasonable custody agreement, but Brad would not give an inch. Time after time, Sardo watched Brad flare up and stride toward the door, saying flatly, "I'll see you in court." Why did Brad have to make this process so much worse than it needed to be, he wondered. Dr. Sardo's decision wasn't easy. It never was, but this couple was more difficult to evaluate than most. In good conscience, he couldn't say one parent was a monster and the other a saint. He couldn't even say that one parent would be harmful to the children. It was just that the odds were that Cheryl had been the more consistent parent, and he recommended that the children would probably be better off with their mother. As to reaching a rational and equitable division of the parents' time with Jess, Michael, and Philip, Sardo realized that was never going to happen. In the end, although both Cheryl and Brad had said they were seeking a way to achieve joint custody of the boys, Sardo was unable to effect any happy resolution at all. He had to decide, then, which parent would be deemed the parent. Dr. Sardo determined that Cheryl had always been the major caregiver. She had been more reliable and showed fewer inconsistencies in her statements, and she had been all alone with her children for long periods while Brad had pursued his business interests. Much of that time, Brad had been more than 1,000 miles away, and it was hard to picture him as the key parent. Moreover, Sardo suspected that Brad's sense of competition over the boys was a major factor in this bitter and ongoing dispute. He was quite clearly a man who wanted to win any battle he was engaged in. He did not win this battle. Cheryl was deemed the primary parent of Jess, Michael, and Philip Cunningham. The question now was whether Brad would let go. He wanted his 3 boys. He wanted to shut their mother completely out of their lives if he could, and he was still determined to accomplish that. Chapter 27. Cheryl had married Brad, as Johnny Cash and June Carter sang in their country song, in a fever. She had stayed with him years longer than most would have, almost blindly determined to make their marriage last. At first, his life before he came into hers hadn't mattered, and later, she was quite probably afraid to go poking around into Brad's business, too wary to search for the secrets she was sure existed. But now, as she met Brad on the battlefield of divorce, she set about turning over the rocks of her estranged husband's past. Until the summer of 1986, Cheryl had known only one of Brad's previous 3 wives, her one-time sorority sister and former friend, Lauren Swanson. After what she and Brad had done to Lauren, Cheryl could hardly expect to go to her now and ask for help. Brad had made Lauren sound like the next thing to an axe murderess. Belatedly, Cheryl understood that she had been duped into believing what Brad wanted her to believe. He had lied about Lauren just as he was lying about her now. No, Lauren had just been another of Brad's wife victims, and Cheryl wondered how many more there might be. How many women had Brad victimized in the past? More important, how many would talk about it? Cheryl had never really had a reason or an excuse to contact Lonnie Ann Cunningham before. Both Kate and Brent had visited in Cheryl's various homes, but Brad had allowed Cheryl precious little say about their care. They were not her children, they were his. Cheryl hadn't known about Kate's terror during her months with her father in Houston. Had she known, she would have tried to rescue the little girl, but Kate's ordeal in Houston was only one more of Brad's secrets. During this bitter summer of 1986, Cheryl knew that Brent was in Portland and living with Brad in the Madison Tower. Cheryl feared for him. He was a nice young man, not even 16 yet. He didn't have Brad's aggressive, super-confident personality, nothing like it. He could be so easily crushed by the sheer force of his father. Lonnie Ann Cunningham wasn't easy to locate. Cheryl discovered that Brad's first wife had done her best to hide from him for more than 2 decades. Her address was not listed in public records. It took weeks for Cheryl to find Lonnie Ann in Brooklyn, New York, where she was working as a kinesiology therapist. Cheryl called to warn her that Brad's apartment was not the best place for Brent to be living. Although Lonnie Ann was worried, there was little she could do. Brent had gone to school in Brooklyn until his freshman year in high school. With his red hair and blue eyes, he had stuck out like a sore thumb, the only fair-haired student in a school where every other student had brown eyes and black hair. "They walk around me as if I spoke a foreign language," he told his mother, and he begged to go back to the Northwest to live. Lonnie Ann had hoped that Brent was faring well with his father. He was a son, and Brad had always treated his sons better than his daughters. Although Lonnie Ann was still afraid, she did give Cheryl some details about her own life with Brad. She recounted the bitter custody hearings for Brent and Kate. Cheryl was even able to get a half-promise from Lonnie Ann that she might give a deposition to help in her own custody struggle. Slowly, very slowly, after all her years with Brad, Cheryl began to uncover the real truth about the man she had married and to learn the almost unbelievable story of the years before he came into her life. Brad had never allowed her to know his mother or his sisters. True, he had taken Cheryl to some of the Cunningham family reunions, but his mother, Rosemary, had never been there. She had long since been banished. Brad had never wanted to talk about his mother and instantly quashed any mention of her, and he preferred that Cheryl maintain a very low profile at the family celebrations and not mention her career. So she had said scarcely anything, just engaged in woman talk about babies and recipes. The men had seemed to dictate the way the reunions would go. The women brought the food and stayed in their place. Cheryl knew almost nothing about Brad's sisters, Ethel and Susan. He had said they weren't worth knowing. He had cared about his father, and he had suffered the presence of his father's wife, Mary, because Sanford wanted her with him. The rest of his family hadn't really existed for Brad. It was the same with his Indian roots. Brad didn't want to talk about them, and he never wanted Cheryl to ask questions about his relatives. In her legal cases, Cheryl had always been so meticulous in her research that she was prepared for any eventuality. In her personal life, she had chosen to believe what Brad told her about his childhood, his family, his mother, his sisters, his ex-wives. At first, she hadn't questioned him because she loved him. Later, she was cautious about making waves. But now she jotted down notes and the names of people who might testify in her divorce case. If it got nasty, and she was quite sure it would, she would have a list of potentially devastating witnesses who could recall the days when Brad Cunningham was part of their lives. Cheryl was determined to work her way back through Brad's past. She was going to find Rosemary and Ethel and Susan. She would try to get Lonnie Ann and Cynthia and Lauren to testify for her. She didn't yet know the details of all of Brad's previous marriages, divorces, and child custody cases, but she had reason to suspect they had been much like hers, and she was going to validate her suspicions. She was a woman on fire, prepared to ignore her own terror and throw herself into what seemed, at least to her, a life-and-death struggle. Cheryl was adamant that she would handle the witness list for her divorce trial, so adamant, in fact, that Betsy Welch was a bit put off. After all, Cheryl had hired her, yet sometimes it seemed she wanted to run her own case, and any attorney knows that he who represents himself has a fool for a client. But Cheryl was so caught up in this divorce and custody action that she had forgotten. "Don't worry about the witnesses," she told Welch. "I'll have the witnesses." Cheryl's decision to open up Brad's past to scrutiny may have been a fatal move, but she didn't care. She was a tigress, obsessed with protecting her young. She was no longer cowed. She was no longer afraid. She feared no humiliation. She had become the worst enemy that Brad Cunningham had ever known, and the most dangerous. Chapter 28. Brad was angry when Dr. Russell Sardo declared that Cheryl was the primary parent of their children. More than most men, he considered himself an exceptional father, and he was sincerely dumbfounded when Dr. Sardo didn't understand. He had pulled out all the stops when he talked with Sardo, certain he had won him over. Now he doubted Sardo's competence as a psychologist. Under ordinary circumstances, Brad might have raged more at Cheryl over Sardo's decision than he did, but it was during the week following his sessions with Sardo that he met Sarah Gordon, and she seemed to be everything that Cheryl no longer was to Brad. She was as beautiful as Cheryl, but she was daintier, more delicate, and seemingly more pliant. True, their first date had been a little stilted, but then Brad turned on the charm and Sarah responded. And he had quickly determined she had a handsome income, several times as much as Cheryl's. Brad plunged into an intense relationship with Sarah almost immediately and was soon courting her with his experienced and well-honed romantic fervor. As far as Sarah knew, and all her information came from Brad's lips, Cheryl was a monstrous mother, a faithless wife, and a morally loose woman. Brad would make sure that his about-to-be ex-wife and his new love didn't meet face to face. His relationship with Sarah had nothing whatsoever to do with his determination to gain custody of his sons. Sarah was the next step up for him. Cheryl was old but very pressing business. Even so, when his efforts to get custody of Jess, Michael, and Philip were met by Cheryl's inflexible stance and her temporary victory, it didn't send Brad into one of his customary rages. He was still angry at Cheryl, but he had Sarah to talk to now. She was on his side. Quite probably, their love affair made the summer of 1986 far more serene for everyone concerned than it otherwise would have been. Cheryl was still uneasy. When you have been living in a war zone and the shelling suddenly stops, the ensuing silence is eerie. She didn't trust the quiet, didn't believe for a moment that Brad had given up. He had moved back in with her once. She had no guarantee that he wouldn't move in again. In June, to forestall such an eventuality, Cheryl invited her half-brother Jim Carr to share her home with her and the boys. She could no longer afford the Gresham house, and she looked for a rental more within her means. Her law career was just as remunerative as it had always been, even more so, but she would have to put away funds to pay for the legal fight she knew lay ahead. And so she made arrangements to rent a house on 81st Street in the West Slope area west of Portland, just beyond the zoo. The public schools there were good. It would be another fresh start, and this time she prayed it would be a lasting one. There was no way she could keep her new address secret from Brad. He had to know where his sons were living, but she could move to a place where bleak and frightening memories didn't mark every room. Cheryl wouldn't be any farther away from Brad. Actually, his apartment at the Madison Tower was equidistant from Gresham and the West Slope. Nothing would change the fact that Brad still had dominion over Jess, Michael, and Philip for nearly half of each week. Having her half-brother live with her would make Cheryl feel safer. It wasn't that Jim was a muscular hunk. Actually, he was a slender young man whom Brad could easily have broken in two. But he would be another adult there in the house with her. That meant a lot to Cheryl, having somebody to talk to, someone who loved her, and a link to a time in her past when life was much simpler and much safer. But even the seemingly innocuous move of inviting Jim to move in with her set off another skirmish. Brad doubted that Carr was capable of caring for his 3 sons. He demanded that he have psychological testing to determine if he was suited for child care. Cheryl had warned Jim that Brad was prone to off-the-wall demands, so he shrugged and agreed to be tested. Jim met with Dr. Sardo for 45 minutes in July of 1986, and Sardo reported that he would do just fine with Jess, Michael, and Philip. Grudgingly, Brad agreed to the arrangement. Jim Carr was a journeyman carpenter, and he had enough free time to help his half-sister out. He and Cheryl would be able to mesh their schedules so that one or the other of them was always with the boys. The arrangement was symbiotic. Cheryl would give Jim $50 a week, room and board, and gasoline and other necessities. That summer, Cheryl and Brad continued to alternate time with the boys, pending the outcome of their divorce. July and August were almost spookily tranquil. When Brad asked to take his sons on vacation, Cheryl acquiesced without arguing. Even though the fear that he would simply disappear and take her children with him walked with her always, Cheryl knew about Brad's relationship with Sarah Gordon. She was reassured when Brad told her Sarah was going along on their vacation. Sarah had a practice to come back to and a solid reputation. Cheryl didn't know Sarah, but the boys liked her. It hardly seemed probable that she would help Brad hide the children from their mother. Her intuition was right. Brad brought the boys back on time, and Cheryl could breathe again. Meanwhile, she continued her investigation of Brad as if she were preparing for the biggest trial of her life, as indeed she was. She kept meticulous notes of every encounter she had with him. Brad was unaware that all of his phone conversations with Cheryl were written down and marked with date and time. Cheryl confided in Eric Lindenauer. She had been his mentor when he was a fledgling lawyer at Garvey Schubert, and now Eric attempted to be her protector and her confidant. Cheryl needed someone to talk to, someone with whom she could explore her doubts, her suspicions, and her fears. Eric was more than a decade younger than she was, and they had never had anything other than the most platonic of relationships, but he loved her as a brother would love her. Although Cheryl hadn't been actively involved in Brad's business dealings during their marriage, common law made her a partner. Sometimes her signature had been required on documents. More often, she didn't have to sign to be equally responsible. She was Brad's wife. She had become aware of irregularities that troubled her. She told Eric that Brad hadn't filed returns on his business income for the past 3 years. Before that, she said he had put false information on the returns he had filed. Cheryl had seen vast amounts of money pass through his hands. She had never been sure where it came from or where it went. She knew that Brad had owned heavy equipment worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, equipment that should have been listed when he filed for bankruptcy. All assets remaining in a bankrupt estate are legally supposed to be marshaled to pay creditors and a trustee appointed to see that that happened. Brad's got construction equipment that's never been accounted for, Cheryl told Eric. I'm sure he's hidden it over near Yakima someplace. He's driving brand new vehicles. Nobody who's bankrupt could have so much. Brad was still living at the Madison Tower like a man who had money to burn. Before his job with Citizens ended in mid-April, a professional headhunter had placed him in his top position with U.S. Bank. The bank had purchased his personal vehicle, a Volkswagen Cabriolet, and given it back to him to use. His new job paid close to $100,000 a year and came with perks too numerous to list. He was basically in charge of all the commercial property loans in the Spectrum division of U.S. Bank. He hadn't exaggerated to Sarah when he told her about his position. He was at the top of the heap. There was the possibility of a multi-million-dollar award in his pending suit, but he didn't have it yet, and the Houston law firm handling the case would undoubtedly take a large chunk of any payoff. Cheryl was concerned that Brad was spending a tremendous amount of money to maintain his upscale lifestyle, more money than he even made. Eric Lindenauer could see that Cheryl was on the offensive. She was through looking the other way, and she would never make an excuse for Brad again. He, of all people, had seen Cheryl in action in the courtroom, and her offensive was tough. She confided that Brad had paid virtually nothing toward their household expenses for years. Even when he had worked for Citizens Savings as an upper-echelon executive, Cheryl had paid all the bills. Maybe he'd buy pizza once in a while, she said bitterly. Eric considered Brad a major jerk. He wasn't a nice person. He felt sorry for Cheryl, and he was amazed that a man like Brad could ever have attracted a woman like her in the first place. She was one of the most brilliant lawyers he had ever encountered. Cheryl was fearless in court, one of the fastest people on her feet I've ever seen, Eric commented. Brad Cunningham was the only one to intimidate her. She was the easiest person to like. Besides Brad, she had no other enemies. Brad had quite clearly become an enemy, but that went both ways. Cheryl's intimate knowledge of Brad's machinations made her a threat to him. If he was only a blowhard full of sound and fury and veiled threats, Brad couldn't do physical harm to Cheryl. He had her on the ropes, but she was fighting back now, and she could be a formidable opponent. In August, when the time neared for Jess and Michael to be enrolled in school, the long, deceptively cool summer began to heat up. Brad's phone calls had a new, more menacing undertone, and Cheryl continued to write down every word, every phrase. She often showed her notes to her brother Jim. Called my mother a lying slut on the phone when he called back. Won't give me keys to get tires myself. If not resolved, he will dispose of tires. Jim occasionally drove the van. He used her keys that she kept on a round leather key ring, car keys and house keys. She had separate office keys. Cheryl's life was a paradox that summer. One part of her lived in the world of the devoted mother and successful young attorney. There were men who found her attractive, men who called and wanted to date her. Occasionally, very occasionally, she went out, but she always seemed to be listening, always waiting for something to happen. She was never completely with anyone, because another role she had assumed was that of quarry. There was no mystery about whom she feared. It was Brad. She had come to a place where she constantly watched her back. Eric knew that there was nothing he or anyone could do legally to protect Cheryl from Brad. It's one of the necessary incongruities of the law that one cannot call the police and report a crime about to happen. If that were possible, police dispatchers could never find enough officers to respond. Most of the frightening threats made in anger or in drunkenness are never carried out. True, restraining orders can be obtained, but they're only paper, Enraged stalkers are rarely put off by the words on a legal document. Brad obviously didn't love Cheryl anymore, but he had a new woman, and Eric certainly didn't think he might physically assault Cheryl. He never had before, no matter how angry he was with her. The police would probably have dismissed such a notion too. These were two professional people with too much to lose for them to engage in physical encounters. Eric tried to keep that thought in mind. Cheryl's sister Susan agreed. She would recall saying, "I'm not afraid of Brad, Cheryl. He's not going to hurt you. He's not that dumb." On August 13th, Cheryl enrolled Jess in Bridal Mile Grade School on the West Slope. Eric went along with her because she was afraid Brad might show up and make trouble. He didn't, and she was relieved. Brad and Cheryl divided their three sons' time as precisely as if King Solomon himself had shaved the days of the week with a fine-edged sword. He had the little boys Tuesday and Wednesday, and every other weekend from precisely 7 p.m. on Friday to precisely 7 p.m. on Sunday. Neither one would permit the other to be even 5 minutes late in returning the boys from a visitation. Cheryl complained to confidants that Brad brought the boys back in faded old clothes, although they left her house in new garments. Philip's new car seat disappeared and was replaced by an old one. The most basic chores of everyday living had become a struggle. Cheryl had a brief respite when she took the boys on vacation with her. Her fear dissipated with every mile away from Portland. She spent Labor Day with her half-sisters Debbie Bowen and Kim Roberts, Floyd Keaton's daughters by his second wife, Gabriella, and their families in Vacaville, California. But she had to leave early to get back. She had to be sure that Jess had a good start at his new school. September 2nd was Jess's first day at Bridal Mile School. Eric had arranged to pick up Cheryl very early in the morning so they could drop Michael at his preschool and also avoid Brad if he came to the house. Cheryl and Eric had just arrived at Bridal Mile School with Jess when Brad suddenly appeared carrying Philip. Moments later, they were engaged in a clash of wills that appalled the principal, Peter Hamilton. Never before and never again would he see parents so out of control. These parents hated each other, he would recall. The cause of their argument was not that unusual. Hamilton had seen any number of divorced parents who disagreed over where their children would go to school. It was the ferocious intensity of the fight between Cheryl and Brad that alarmed Hamilton. While scores of parents, first graders, and kindergartners stared, stunned, Brad was calling his wife a slut and a cunt, and he looked at her with venom and naked hatred in his eyes. Here, in a sunny hallway that smelled of wax and crayons and fresh first day of school clothes, Cheryl and Brad seemed about to come to blows. Hurriedly, Hamilton ushered them into his office where they could talk without everyone in the building hearing them. Brad was enraged because he wanted Jess to go to Chapman School in downtown Portland where he lived. Further, he was furious that his name didn't even appear on the application for enrollment to Bridal Mile. Cheryl had left the square marked Father blank. For 20 minutes, Brad and Cheryl railed at each other. Even with Hamilton's attempts at mediation, nothing was settled, except they all agreed that Brad's name should be added to the Bridal Mile registration card. There was no agreement on where Jess would go to school. The excited little boy's first day of school had been ruined, and Hamilton was so shaken by the confrontation that he jotted down what had happened on a 5x7 card. He really didn't have to. He could never forget the hatred that had suffused his office with an almost palpable cloud. He wondered how those two parents could ever have gotten close enough to each other to conceive the poor little boy who shrank against the wall as they fought over him. Brad told Sarah about the scene at Bridal Mile. He reported that Cheryl had yelled and screamed at him, that she had hit him and that, in general, she had behaved like a trampy fishwife. "My impression from Brad was that Cheryl had caused the scene," Sarah recalled. "Brad said he was holding little Philip in his arms and Cheryl screamed and caused a really big commotion. He said she almost hit Philip while he was in Brad's arms. He was very angry and upset." After all the screaming and fighting, Jess was finally allowed to attend first grade at Bridal Mile. He went to Bridal Mile from September 2nd, 1986, until Friday, September 19th. He had 17 days of an almost normal childhood. After that, everything would change. Seeing her son in tears because his first day at school had been ruined, something in Cheryl had rebelled. She would give her little boys a normal childhood no matter what it took. She would no longer allow Brad to play his terrible games with their lives. Yes, she had agreed to shared custody, but she no longer believed that either she or the boys would survive emotionally if that continued. She now wanted full custody. She wanted Brad out of her life and out of their lives. She had been gathering evidence for months, and she was finally ready to face the thing she feared most. And that was Bradley Morris Cunningham. Chapter 29. Cheryl continued taking notes of everything her estranged husband said to her, both at home and when he called her at her office. She often read her notes aloud to Jim or handed over the tablet for him to read. Eric Lindenauer was also aware that Cheryl was documenting all of her contacts or calls with Brad. Ostensibly, she was getting ready for her day in divorce court. But literally and almost unbelievably, she was preparing for another eventuality. If she should not be around to face Brad in court, she wanted a written record to exist of all that had taken place in the final months of her marriage. Jim didn't want to talk with Cheryl about the dread possibilities she sometimes envisioned, but he listened as she spoke softly to him. "She let me know that she had changed her will so that Brad would have no control over her estate," Jim said. Cheryl was no longer fearful only of losing her sons. She was afraid that they would lose her, that something might happen to her, something so subtle that it would seem tragic, but not criminal. One night Cheryl looked hard at her brother and said, "Jim, I fear for my life. Short of my collapsing and dying in front of you, I want you to assume that any accident involved wasn't an accident. Pursue it. Pursue it." 3 times Cheryl told Jim the same thing. 3 times he told her not to be frightened. The terrible scene at Bridal Mile School had given Cheryl a glimpse into the searing rage Brad was capable of. Certainly she had seen him angry before, although he had usually shown his public face, the smooth, charming facade of a man who had his life and his emotions under perfect control. But Brad had lost it at Bridal Mile, just as he had once lost it at the boys' Montessori school. No, not just. This time Cheryl sensed that he had been ready to kill her for having the temerity to register his son in the school she had chosen. She knew it was going to get worse. She hadn't even brought out her big guns yet, her list of witnesses from Brad's past. And when she did, she could envision what Brad's reaction would be. It terrified her. She was fully prepared to do whatever was necessary to keep Jess, Michael, and Philip with her. Cheryl never wanted them to be the object of the kind of wrath that Brad was capable of, but she also knew full well that she might die trying to save them from that. After Cheryl had made up her mind to divorce Brad in February, she had returned to Portland with an iron resolve. She had also been seized with the premonition that she might have less time than she expected. She had called her friend and co-worker, Carrie Radcliffe. They had attended law school together, and they both were employed by Garvey Schubert, Carrie on the business side and Cheryl in litigation. Carrie still worked in the Seattle branch of the firm. "She called me from Portland," Carrie later said, "in the 3rd week of February, on a Wednesday or a Thursday. Cheryl was agitated. She said, 'I'm going to ask you a huge favor. This might sound unreasonable and demanding, but I need to have this done.' She said she had gathered her strength and filed for divorce. She wanted to have her will changed that day and have me Federal Express it down to her so that it would be effective right away. She was not her normal self. She was very much upset." Carrie had drawn up both Cheryl's and Brad's wills 5 or 6 years earlier. At that time, Cheryl had expressly stipulated that all of her estate was to go to her spouse, Bradley Morris Cunningham. Now she wanted to invalidate that will immediately. She told Carrie that she feared Brad's reaction, but she wanted to be sure that, in case of her death, nothing she owned went to Brad. Jess, Michael, and Philip should inherit whatever she had. She also told Carrie that she didn't want Brad to be named guardian of the boys. "I told her that until the divorce was final, this will might not have the full legal effect," Carrie said. "But Cheryl said, 'I want this down. I want it in my will.' I told her that if Brad were still alive, the court would probably make him guardian, and she said, 'I know that, but I want my intent in my will. I don't want him to be guardian.'" Cheryl's first will had been pretty much a boilerplate will in Washington, a community property state. All property acquired after marriage becomes community property of the two spouses in equal shares. What each partner brings into the marriage is separate property, and that includes later bequests or inheritances. Cheryl was adamant that her new will override the community property statutes. She was filing for divorce in Oregon, which is not a community property state. Carrie did exactly as Cheryl asked, and she did it so hurriedly that she actually FedExed it with a few typographical errors. Cheryl's new will was blunt. It said she was married to Bradley Morris Cunningham, but was separated from him and in the process of dissolving the marriage. It stated her intention to leave all of her property to her 3 sons and to make no provision for Bradley Morris Cunningham. The will Carrie Radcliffe prepared was a long document. On page 9 it read, "If it becomes necessary that a guardian be appointed for any of my children, I name my mother Betty Marie Vandiver. If she is unable to act in this capacity, I nominate my former stepfather, Robert McNanny." Cheryl had considered a number of people who would take good care of her children if she were no longer around to do it. She asked Sharon McCulloch if she and her husband would take them, and Sharon said, "We considered it, and we would have if she'd put us in her will. But our children were so much older than Cheryl's boys." Susan McNanny and her boyfriend, Dave Keegan, were also willing to raise Jess, Michael, and Philip, even though Susan wasn't 20 yet. They agreed between them to reassure Cheryl of their commitment to her children. Cheryl had also tried to provide for the eventuality that Brad would become the guardian of their children. If she couldn't prevent that, she would stop him from spending the money she left them. She directed that any funds from her estate were to go directly to pay for their education, their medical care et al., and that nothing should ever pass through Brad's hands first. Carrie didn't know at that point how completely Cheryl's marriage had crumbled, or why. "Cheryl told me that she felt very strongly that the children should not stay with Brad. She talked about his having guns and firearms around. She said something about a place in eastern Washington that had filled up with canned goods, as if he had a survivalist type of mentality." Legally, the job of a guardian is basically to act as a substitute parent and provide a home and love to a minor child. A trustee is the guardian of a minor's money. Often, of course, one person serves both functions. However, it's not unusual for a guardian and a trustee to be 2 separate people. A loving parental substitute may have little knowledge about money matters. Cheryl named her longtime friend John Burke as the executor of her will. He would become the personal representative of her estate and have her will probated. She also named John Burke and Bob McNanny as alternate trustees of her son's inheritance. Cheryl knew what she was doing when she picked her old friend to look after her boy's money if she should die. She told me that of all the lawyers she knew, Carrie said, she trusted John Burke to be very strong in that position. He was somebody who could stand up to Brad. She knew that a lot of pressure would be put on this person. She said, "Brad is very manipulative and he can wear people down." Above all, Cheryl didn't want Brad dipping into what belonged to the boys. She hadn't been able to put much aside, not with the expenses she had carried for so many years, but she had a retirement fund with Garvey Schubert, and she had life insurance. If she were dead, her estate would be worth a few $100,000. Cheryl's secretary, Florence Morrell, witnessed the will that had been drawn up so rapidly. She had been Cheryl's friend as well as her legal secretary, and she had watched the steady erosion of her confidence and peace of mind about what might happen in the months ahead. Carrie Radcliffe had too. It seemed impossible that anyone could get her down the way Brad did. Cheryl was incredibly intelligent, very organized. She was a very strong presence, Carrie would say later, fighting back tears. She just took control when she came into a room. She was a wonderful attorney and a wonderful person. Cheryl continued to perform well for Garvey Schubert, but by the late summer of 1986, almost everyone in her Portland offices and many of her co-workers in Seattle knew that she was living in a state of siege. She was embarrassed by that, ashamed that her nerves were so close to the surface and that she jumped whenever a door slammed or a phone rang. She had also been losing weight steadily until she weighed less than 100 pounds. That wasn't nearly enough for a woman almost 5 feet 6 inches tall, and she was engaged in the litigation of her life. Never had she had an opponent as dogged or as malicious. Florence Morrell tried to be a wall between Cheryl and Brad. She saw how often Cheryl was upset and distraught. She was chain-smoking, but she wasn't eating. Brad called constantly, Florence remembered. At Cheryl's request, I screened all his calls. I spoke to him many times. I hardly ever put him through to her. She was so upset and trying to work. She kept notes of all his phone calls. Florence saw that Cheryl was especially uptight after depositions and her visits to psychologists in the continuing struggle over the 3 little boys. I was separated myself, Florence remembered, and we talked about our mutual problems. By that time, I was definitely stronger than she was. I'd buy her flowers and give her cards. Florence had an unsettling experience in the late summer of 1986. She came into work early one morning, sometime between 7 and 7:30. The sun was shining through the east windows. I saw Brad coming out of one of our offices. No one else was there at the time. I was startled, very startled. We passed, and I said, "Hi, Brad." Brad had had the area to himself. He smiled thinly at her and walked through the glass doors, disappearing into one of the elevators. Florence didn't see the unaddressed, unsealed envelope that lay on the receptionist's desk. Later, a receptionist idly opened it to try to figure out who it belonged to. Inside, she found photographs and negatives. They were nude pictures of Cheryl, pictures she had posed for in the early days of her marriage. They weren't provocative. They were actually lovely artistic studies of a young woman with an exquisite body. But Cheryl was mortified. She knew that Brad had intended to cause her embarrassment. Worse than that, he had apparently had free rein to wander through the offices of Garvey Schubert before they were officially open for business. When I told Cheryl, she was very upset, Florence recalled. She said, "Those doors, they stay locked until someone's at that front desk." Sharon Stewart Armstrong was a Superior Court judge in King County, Washington in 1986. She had worked with Cheryl at Garvey Schubert beginning in 1979. Sharon took over Cheryl's caseload when she was on maternity leave and during the time she was in Houston. Like everyone who worked with Cheryl, Sharon admired her tremendously. "Cheryl was an exceptionally fine lawyer, and we were very good friends," she said. "She was very, very bright. She had a fine strategic sense. She was excellent in the courtroom. She was also a mature person, able to cope with stress and strain. She was very warm and very funny. I adored her. She was a wonderful person." When Sharon Armstrong became a Superior Court judge in August 1985, her schedule was packed and she and Cheryl didn't see each other or even talk on the phone the way they often had. In 1986, Sharon knew a little bit about Cheryl's divorce, but it was August before she heard from mutual friends about the depth of her friend's ordeal. She called Cheryl immediately and was distressed to hear that the information was true. Cheryl needed friends, and Sharon offered to come and visit in Portland on the weekend of September 19th to the 21st. She would bring along another of their old friends. Cheryl was so happy to hear that and was looking forward to the September reunion. Tragedy seemed to hover over Cheryl and her friends that summer. On August 23rd, Sharon Armstrong and her husband and daughter were in a terrible automobile accident. Sharon almost lost her husband and child, and they remained hospitalized for a long time. She herself was injured, although not as critically as the rest of her family. "I couldn't go to see Cheryl," Sharon remembered. "I was still too weak and in too much pain to go to Portland. I did talk to her on Wednesday or Thursday before the weekend we planned to get together. She told me that Brad was being a beast about the divorce." Cheryl also confided that the psychologist had just recommended that Cheryl have custody of the boys and that Brad flipped out. He was going into court to ask for a second report. "After this," Sharon said, "she told me she thought he would kill her. I thought this was startling. I asked her, 'Why on earth do you think that?' She said, 'I think he will do anything to keep me from having the kids.' She said his mother and sister were very afraid of him, that they wouldn't let him know where they lived because he had assaulted them. I became concerned. We talked about how she needed to be careful. That was the last time I heard from Cheryl." Kerry Radcliffe talked to Cheryl often in August and early September, and when Kerry learned about Sharon's accident, she relayed the awful news to Cheryl. "With the Armstrongs' accident, we talked about how fragile life was. She was really looking forward to the weekend of the 20th. Now, of course, Sharon wouldn't be coming after all, but Cheryl was grateful that Sharon and her family were still alive. After that, Kerry called often to update Cheryl about Sharon's progress until Sharon herself was strong enough to call. Kerry talked to Cheryl again early in September, 2 weeks before the weekend of September 19th to the 21st. Cheryl told her about the scene at Bridal Mile when she had tried to enroll Jess. She said that Brad had screamed and yelled at her and had yanked on Jess's arm, trying to pull him away from her. Jess was embarrassed. She was embarrassed. "How are you doing?" Kerry asked. "You don't want to know," Cheryl answered, sounding so tired. "I get up each morning, gather my strength together, and I get through the day." There was little that Kerry could say. Suddenly Cheryl blurted, "Kerry, if I die, Brad did it." She asked Kerry if she could come down on the weekend of the 19th, since Sharon couldn't come. "I didn't go. I couldn't that weekend," Kerry remembered sadly. There would never be another weekend. Chapter 30. On September 16, 1986, Cheryl and Brad met at the offices of Kell, Alterman, and Runstein in the Bank of California Tower in Portland. Reporter Michael R. King would record their depositions. Cheryl would have much preferred to give her deposition without Brad in the room, but she had no choice. Brad was deposed first. Betsy Welch was representing Cheryl, and as she attempted to get some idea of Brad's financial status, she understood what Cheryl had said about his talent for being evasive about money. He wasn't sure how long he had worked for U.S. Bank or how many hours he worked. He was beyond that. "I probably don't work. When you say work, I mean I think about my job after work. I think about my job at night sometimes. But you know, my physical presence is not something I keep track of. I'm an exempt employee." That was true. Nobody at U.S. Bank checked on Brad. He came and went as he pleased. Brad had no idea how much money he had made in the early 1980s. "How much did you earn?" Welch asked. "I don't remember. I would have to look at our tax returns." "Mr. Cunningham, you haven't filed a tax return since 1981, have you?" "No. I think 82. "I hand you your 82 return. I would like you to take a look at whatever you need to look at there and tell me what your income was for 1982. "It says here it was $5,208. "I think if you look in the back, Mr. Cunningham, that's Cheryl's income for the year." "Oh?" Brad replied. "Well, it's a joint return." He had no idea what his income had been. He said his accountant did his tax work. Welch pointed out that his Schedule C profit and loss statement showed that he had had no income at all in 1982, but had claimed $159,000 of expenses. His 1981 form showed income of $1,800 in his consulting and appraisal business and claimed a $142,000 loss. Brad said his Chapter 11 bankruptcy had been filed in 1984 and mentioned his ongoing lawsuit. "The major assets of the estate, which is this lawsuit against the contractor and his bonding company and the parent corporation, needs to be tried." His case had been filed in Texas in the 295th District in October of 1982, but he had no idea when it was going to trial. "When was the last time you had a trial date?" "Gosh," Brad said, looking bemused. "I don't know. In Texas, they do things different than we do here. They don't have trial dates, you understand?" "I don't understand." Welch knew that Brad was intelligent, but he was acting ingenuous, as if he had no idea what was happening in his multi-million-dollar suit in Houston. He had no legal costs, he said, but Vincent and Elkins might take up to 40% of any judgment. "What's it about?" Welch asked. "Messed up the construction. Incredible. Violated Uniform Building Code, Uniform Electrical Code, Plumbing Code, improper construction of the concrete. I got a videotape on this stuff. It's incredible." "What's the prayer in that case? What are you asking for in money?" "I don't know. My attorneys prepared it. It's quite a bit of money." "How much?" "I don't know. 12 million. Maybe it's 14 million. Brad, the financial wizard, the entrepreneur, suddenly didn't know what was going on. He had had no income, at least according to his IRS forms, for years, but he thought he might be suing for as much as $14 million. He agreed that he hadn't filed tax returns for 1983, 1984, or 1985, but that was not his fault. It was because his tax picture was one of the most complex things I have ever seen in my whole life. I don't understand it. He was planning to get rid of his accounting firm in Seattle, which, he said, didn't seem to understand it either, and he certainly had no money to pay Cheryl. Cheryl gave her deposition next. Ted Runstein was now representing Brad, and she was frightened, jumpy as a rabbit, when he questioned her. She estimated that their basic living expenses prior to Brad's moving out were $10,000 a month. Early in their marriage, Brad had prepared the financial statements, and she had signed them. In 1982, Brad's figures showed total assets of $4,074,000 with outstanding liabilities of $1,200,000. This was during the time that the Houston project looked as if it was going to be a go. "I relied on what Brad said the values of these figures were," Cheryl said. "I had no reason at that point to believe that they were untrue." "Okay," Runstein said. "Let's go to 1984 now. Mr. Cunningham, in early 1984, commenced sharing a residence with you again?" "Yes," Cheryl said. "He had been more or less back with them in 1984, and they had moved to Portland because Brad wanted to. He felt he couldn't get employment in Seattle because of the bankruptcy and so many creditor banks in Seattle, so many enemies, as he put it." Cheryl had had to pass the Oregon bar and took a bar review course. They hired Marnie O'Connor as a babysitter. "She didn't live in until about 2 weeks before she was fired," Cheryl testified. "When was she fired?" Runstein asked. "Late August or early September." "Was this the young lady that Mr. Cunningham told you he was intimate with?" "Yes." Runstein went on to ask if she and Brad had discussed open marriage. "Brad had raised the subject numerous times, yes." "Brad had? You had not?" "No." Cheryl lost her composure. Brad was making faces and comments. She said she couldn't continue. Runstein admonished Brad to make no comments. "My question," Runstein continued, "is just prior to finding out about this young babysitter. Had you told him that you had had intercourse with someone during the marriage?" "Absolutely not. And I hadn't," Cheryl said firmly. She had never, ever gone along with Brad's enthusiasm for open marriage. Cheryl answered questions about the terrible scene on the first day Jess went to Bridal Mile School. It was still bitterly fresh in her mind. It had happened less than 2 weeks earlier. She trembled as she recalled that morning. Cheryl admitted that she had balled her hand into a fist and held it out, "real hard to stop Brad from pushing me backwards." "You were not angry at this time?" "I had been upset ever since he called me the night before. I was extremely angry at this man for causing this scene in front of my little boy. You bet I was." For a moment, Cheryl showed her old fire. It was a long and tedious deposition, and Cheryl was strung so tightly she almost vibrated. Runstein asked her questions which seemed designed to trip her up, but Cheryl remained steady. She described the weekend when Brad moved back into the Gresham house as absolutely frightening. "Does the guest room have a lock?" "Not to my knowledge. If it did, he put it in when he and Marnie screwed in it. I did notice one there as I was cleaning the room when I moved out. And I believe Brad put that on himself, as I said, probably for privacy with his babysitter." Runstein's questions now touched on a volatile area. He asked if Cheryl felt Brad should see the children out of her presence. She tried to avoid a direct answer. She could feel the heat of Brad's rage. But Runstein kept needling her until she blurted, "No, I don't think he should see them at all." "Ever?" Runstein breathed. "Considering what he's done lately, I don't think he shows himself to be mature enough to be a father figure for them." She cited the Bridal Mile School spectacle. "I think that speaks for itself." "Okay. When was the first occasion when he struck the children, leaving welts and bruises?" Runstein was fishing. Cheryl hadn't mentioned her concern about that, but now she had to speak. "You see," she began, knowing she was on treacherous ground, "I have a feeling I didn't know about that a lot of the times. The children got a lot of bumps and bruises that you think occur falling down. The one time we're talking about here occurred shortly after we moved from Seattle in 1985, when Michael was 3 years old." "What did you do?" Runstein asked, "when he had beaten the children so severely that they had welts and bruises?" "I confronted him with it. I told him that if he ever did that again, I would report him to the police, and he basically told me it was none of my business and that if I wanted to have a few welts myself, he would give them to me." Brad could not contain himself, and Cheryl turned to look at him, alarmed. "I am not going to sit here and be intimidated by him. He scares me." Cheryl was almost beyond fear now, but she plunged on. She described welts and bruises on Michael's thigh. "And did it ever happen again?" Runstein asked. "He struck them a lot of times after that, but generally so as not to leave welts and bruises," Cheryl replied. She said Brad had hit the boys on their bottoms and that he generally confined his striking of the children to times when I wasn't around. But the boys had told her. Brad was seething. Runstein showed Cheryl an affidavit she had signed 6 months earlier saying that Brad could see the children as often as he wanted. "I would agree to anything to get him out of the house, Mr. Runstein, anything to get him physically out of my house. I figured the court would take care of him if he abused the children." "Okay." Cheryl drew up every inch of her frail body and fixed her eye on Ted Runstein. "If you are trying to imply I don't care about the well-being of my children, you are off base." "You are not angry, are you?" "Yeah, I'm real angry. You're upsetting me a great deal. It's been a long day." Runstein suggested that they break for the day. The deposition adjourned at 4:04 p.m. The court reporter, Michael King, rode down in the elevator with Cheryl and saw that she was barely holding back tears. She had every reason to be upset. She had just broken all of Brad's rules. She had defied him. She had humiliated him in public. And most dangerous of all, she had officially accused him of child abuse. Brad viewed himself, above all else, as the perfect father. But Cheryl had held nothing back as she described him as an abusive father, a terrible father, a damaging father who was not fit to be with his sons. Never before had she made those accusations to his face, and now she had not only said it, she had said it for the record. Cheryl had covered for Brad for all the years of their sons' lives, sticking colored pins on maps, telling the little boys that their daddy loved them and would be home with them if he weren't working so hard, letting them believe that their daddy was perfect. Now she had spoken what she felt to be the truth. As a father, Brad was a monster. When Brad returned to his Madison Tower apartment that evening, Sarah Gordon saw the most anger I'd ever seen him exhibit. He was furious, pacing back and forth, repeating to Sarah over and over again that Cheryl had lied about everything. He was consumed with his rage over her deposition, the veins standing out on his forehead. He would talk of nothing else. Finally, he strode to his bedroom to call Cheryl. Sarah sat on the bed and listened. "He was so angry that his speech was pressured," she recalled. "Brad was actually having trouble getting his words out." "You lied at the deposition today," he growled at Cheryl through a throat tight with fury. "I'm going to get even, or you're going to pay." Sarah sat frozen on Brad's bed, her mind recording this previously hidden facet of her lover's personality. She had never seen him out of control. She had never known him to make such a call before, and she was shocked at his venom. And yet she was amazed to see how rapidly Brad's fury dissipated once he hung up the phone. It was as if he had blown out a pressure valve and everything was back to normal. He stopped pacing. He stopped repeating his epithets about Cheryl. Internally, something had changed. Perhaps he had made some decision. He had told Cheryl that he would have his revenge, and that seemed to make him feel better. Chapter 31. From the 19th to the 21st of September, Sarah Gordon spent what was, at least for her, a fairly normal weekend. She had always worked harder and longer hours than any of her friends. That was a characteristic she shared with Cheryl. Both of these brilliant women had fought for an education, fought for a career usually enjoyed by men, and once they attained their toeholds, they had worked twice as hard as any man to succeed. During the summer of 1986, Sarah was totally in love with Brad, and she would have preferred to spend far more time with him than her practice allowed. But, in a way, she was working for both of them, for their future. She continued her usual 50 to 60 hours a week on call at Providence. It seemed even more important now that she and Brad had begun to talk about marriage. He had reluctantly told her that Cheryl was a profligate spender and that he had had to file for bankruptcy. Although he had had high expectations for the eventual windfall that would come from the suit Vinson and Elkins had filed on his behalf in Houston, the bottom was still falling out of the Houston economy, and he had been temporarily brought to his financial knees. How difficult it must have been, Sarah thought, for this proud man to tell her the details of his bankruptcy filing so he could save what little he had left. She admired him for his honesty, and she had no doubt that Brad would regain his financial footing soon. The man was a genius, and he had vision. He saw what the American public was going to need, and he set out to provide it way, way ahead of the pack. Brad hadn't lost everything, of course. He had his new job as an upper-echelon executive with U.S. Bank, and he told Sarah that he had formed his own corporation, also called Spectrum, and that it was a going concern untouched by the bankruptcy. Although things were in the hush-hush stage, he said confidentially, his biotechnical division scientists had come up with a drug that would alleviate almost all the pain and symptoms of herpes. It was called Symptovir, and he said there was great excitement in the medical community about early test results. Sarah was impressed. As a physician, she knew that the drugs in current use were often ineffective. They were little more than placebos. With studies projecting that a third of the population of the United States would contract genital herpes sooner or later, any company with a better drug to treat the disease would make not millions, but billions. Sarah's talent wasn't business acumen, but she knew what Symptovir could mean. Brad would be back on the top of the heap, and she was working double shifts to help him get enough money together to rebuild his financial empire. Brad wanted her to mention Symptovir to her ex-husband, Dr. Jeff Morrow, but she was understandably hesitant to do that. He didn't really need her to pave the way for him anyway, but she was fully prepared to back Brad in his business and to help him take care of his children. From those confidences he had told her so haltingly and with such embarrassment, she realized that he had never had a woman who really loved him. Sarah cared deeply for him, and it seemed sad that a man with so much love to give had been so unlucky with the women in his life. Even his own mother had apparently been cold and selfish, although Brad spoke about her only vaguely, and Sarah didn't know whether she was alive or dead. But Brad had loved his father, and he had been desolate in July when Sanford Cunningham succumbed to his third heart attack suffered while on a fishing trip. Sarah knew that Brad was still hurting from the loss. Sanford's pickup was parked in the basement of the Madison Tower, virtually unused now. On Friday, September 19th, 1986, Sarah rode along with Brad in his Chevy Suburban van when he drove to Cheryl's house to pick up Jess, Michael, and Philip. It was his weekend to have the boys. Sarah waited in the car, as always. She had yet to meet Cheryl, although she was extremely curious about the woman who was putting Brad through such an emotional wringer. And like any woman, she was curious to learn what she could about all the women who had come before her. A wild and gusty storm hit the Portland area that Friday night, and Sarah could barely see through the Suburban's windows as sheets of water shut out the world beyond the glass. She could see that Cheryl's brother Jim's car was still parked there. He was usually around when Brad picked up his sons. Squinting, Sarah watched Brad dash into the house to get the kids. Even without sound and at that distance, she could sense that Cheryl seemed frazzled as she moved quickly past the windows, getting the boys' coats, helping them push their arms into the sleeves, running back to get someone's special blankie. Brad's mouth moved constantly. Sarah wondered what he was saying to Cheryl. She felt like the outsider as she watched the two of them interact with each other in the warm light of Cheryl's home. They must have been in love once. They had 3 children together. Sarah felt a little shiver of jealousy, but she told herself not to be dumb. Brad cared only about his sons. He had said often enough how he detested Cheryl. If Sarah just thought rationally, she knew she had nothing at all to be jealous about. Cheryl looked attractive, but she also appeared to be a nervous wreck. Her movements were stilted and awkward. If everything Brad said about her was true, she had good reason to be nervous. Sarah could see now that Brad was carrying Philip as he herded Jess and Michael ahead of him through the rain. Cheryl stood silhouetted in the doorway, looking after them as if she were straining to catch a last glimpse of the boys, almost as if they were going away from her for more than a weekend. That was odd, Sarah thought, since Brad said that the kids drove Cheryl nuts and she could hardly wait to be rid of them so she could go out and have fun. "What were you talking about in there?" she asked Brad as they buckled the boys into car seats and seat belts. "Remember how I told you I'd never eat anything at home when we lived in Gresham?" Brad said. She nodded. Sarah had heard this before. Brad had told her that just before he moved out of the house he shared with Cheryl, things were so bad that he was actually afraid to eat anything she cooked. He had to have the boys taste it first because he suspected that Cheryl was trying to poison him. He told Sarah now that he had reminded Cheryl that he was fully aware that she and her mother Betty had been trying to destroy him. "I was telling her about how I listened in on those phone calls she had with her mother when I had to go over there to be sure the boys were okay," Brad said. "The calls where they talked about poisoning me to get rid of me, how they said that nobody would ever prosecute a case where a husband died like that." Sarah said nothing. It always struck her as bizarre that Brad could be so matter-of-fact about his estranged wife and her mother talking about poisoning his food. And she had to admit, at least to herself, that it was odd that he would risk the boys' safety by having them taste food he thought was poisoned. Maybe it was like Solomon and the 2 women who each claimed to be the mother of a baby. The real mother cried out as the sword descended to cut the baby in 2. Cheryl, however lacking she was as a mother, would never have let her sons taste poisoned food, and Brad would know that. Sarah listened as Brad ranted on about Cheryl. She worried because he never censored his conversation in front of his sons. He always blurted out whatever was on his mind. The little boys were listening now, and Sarah didn't want Brad to get into the details again about some weird poison plot. Cheryl was, after all, their mother, and Brad could get a little histrionic. The boys appeared to love their mother a lot, no matter what. Sarah wasn't a mother, but she knew enough about psychology to know it wasn't good for kids to have to choose up sides between parents or to hear such accusations. "What did you guys have for dinner?" Sarah asked, changing the subject as she turned to face toward the second seat of the Suburban. "Orange juice," Jess answered. Brad rolled his eyes. He said he was sure that Cheryl did that on purpose, filled the boys up with liquid so they would wet their beds in his apartment. Anything she could do to make life difficult for him, she would do. Back at the Madison Tower, Sarah and Brad tucked the boys into bed in the room that Brad kept just for them, Jess and Michael in their bunk beds and Philip in his crib. The storm eased, and everything was serene again. Sarah was on duty at Providence the next morning. She tiptoed out of the apartment and left them all sleeping. She had to be at the hospital by 6:30 a.m. The mass of Portland is divided in two by the Willamette River, and the Madison Tower is in the western part, while Providence Hospital is in the eastern section. Even so, Sarah had only about 7 miles to drive, crossing the river via the Morrison Bridge. She drove her Toyota Cressida. It was white, and she had treated herself to the deluxe leather interior. Her commute was a quick trip along the rain-scrubbed empty streets of an early weekend morning Portland. Sarah knew Brad planned to take the boys to Jess's first soccer game that day. All of them, with the possible exception of Philip, who was too young to understand, were excited about it. Jess was going to play for the Bridal Mile Buddies. Then Brad was going to take the boys to Dunkin' Donuts after the game. Sarah hoped they all had a fun day. As it turned out, it wasn't a fun day, at least not for Brad. When Sarah got home Saturday evening, she found him fuming. He told her that Cheryl had broken the custody rules again. This was supposed to be his weekend, and Cheryl knew that, but she had shown up brazenly at Jess's soccer game, deliberately horning in on his time with the boys. It had ruined the game for Brad. He had to look at Cheryl sitting there in the bleachers as if she had every right to be there. One of Cheryl's Gamma Phi Beta sorority sisters from the University of Washington, Nancy Davis, had a son on the Bridal Mile Buddies, too, and her husband was the boys' coach, so Cheryl had sat there with Nancy. Brad told Sarah that he had picked up Philip and Michael and walked to the other side of the field to avoid her. It had gotten to the point where Brad and Cheryl seemed to be fighting over even the most minute details of custody, and, to Sarah at least, it seemed such a waste of emotion. But then she had never had a child, and she didn't like to judge Brad's reactions. They tucked the boys in, then Brad and Sarah went to bed, but her beeper sounded at 2:30 on Sunday morning, and she was called back to Providence Hospital to administer anesthesia for emergency surgery. After the patient was stable and out from under the anesthesia, she went back to Brad's apartment and caught a few hours' sleep. Exhausted, she still forced herself to get up so she could have breakfast with Brad and the boys. She was supposed to meet a girlfriend for brunch, but she was too tired. She called and canceled. Brad could see how tired Sarah was, so he thoughtfully took the boys out to play in the park after breakfast. Grateful, she crawled back into bed until 1 and was back on duty at the hospital at 3 p.m. She had scarcely seen Jess, Michael, and Philip all weekend, so she suggested that they all have supper with her that Sunday evening. The American Dream Pizza Company was kitty corner from one wing of Providence, and the boys loved pizza. At 5 p.m., Sarah left the medicinal-smelling hospital corridors and walked to the restaurant, enjoying the sunny September afternoon. Brad was always on time. That was just one of the many things Sarah liked about him. If he said he would be someplace, she could count on him. She thought he looked handsome as he strode toward her with his sons, but then Brad always looked handsome to Sarah. Later she remembered he was wearing a burgundy golf shirt, casual slacks, and a brown leather jacket. She couldn't recall if he was wearing boots or tennis shoes. At the time, it didn't matter. They had a leisurely meal, enjoying each other's company and the beautiful Sunday evening. Grinning devilishly, Brad urged the boys to drink more and more Pepsi. Cheryl had delivered them to him with their bladders full of orange juice. Now he would return the favor and take them home full of soda pop. Toward the end of their meal, Brad told Sarah that something was wrong with his Suburban. It was missing and stalling, and he suspected he had probably gotten a tank of dirty gas that was plugging his gas line. He asked the boys to demonstrate the sound his van made, and they all laughed when Jess and Michael obliged by snorting and hiccuping. "Could I borrow your car to take the kids back to Cheryl?" Brad asked. Sarah nodded. She wouldn't be needing her Toyota Cressida that evening anyway. She would be either in the doctor's lounge, in the on-call room, or in surgery. Brad drove his Suburban over from the pizza place and parked it next to Sarah's car in the doctor's lot. Sarah walked back with the boys, reluctant to leave the clean air and dappled sunlight of that lovely evening. Brad was pouring some kind of gas additive into the tank of his van when they caught up with him. "It needs to sink in the tank for a while," he said. "It'll work better that way." Sarah knew absolutely nothing about the inner workings of a car. She didn't know that a gas additive doesn't even start to work until the vehicle is actually driven and the additive circulates through the adulterated gas lines. She gave Brad her key ring. He took off her car key and handed back her other keys and the keys to his Suburban, although neither one of them expected she would need them. If Brad was nervous about driving the Suburban because the engine was missing, she certainly wasn't about to venture out in it. Anyway, Brad promised he would be back to visit with her in the doctor's lounge within the hour. It was about 10 minutes to 7 when Brad and the boys were ready to go. As usual, things were a little hectic. Brad suddenly remembered that he had left Jess's special blankie back at his apartment. "Maybe I'll call Cheryl and have her pick up the boys for a change," he said. "I can hand her the blanket then." As far as Sarah knew, Cheryl had never before picked up her sons at the Madison Tower, nor had she delivered them there. She wondered if Cheryl would even agree to that. She seemed to give Brad such a hard time about everything. One thing Sarah did know. There was no way that Brad was going to get to Cheryl's house in the West Slope area by 7, not from Providence Hospital. He still had to go through downtown Portland and then swing west onto Route 26, the Sunset Highway. Brad gave Sarah a quick peck on the cheek and again promised he would be back to spend the evening with her until about 9. Brent had been gone all weekend on a scuba diving trip to Hood Canal and was due home after that. Brad wanted to be there when he got back. When Brad and the boys drove off, Sarah waved goodbye and headed back to the doctor's lounge. Her schedule demanded that she remain on trauma call all night. The hospital provided a suite, not unlike a nice hotel suite, for physicians who were on call overnight. She would begin her regular operation schedule first thing Monday morning. It was possible that she would be working almost around the clock. If she was lucky, she would get a good night's sleep. At about 7:30, she was watching television in the lounge when the hospital operator paged her and she picked up the phone. It was Brad. "I called Cheryl," he said. "She's going to pick up the boys. I still should be over there before 8. Sarah was relieved. They chatted for about 5 minutes, and then she turned her attention back to the television. She expected to look up at any moment and see Brad coming through the door of the lounge. He had been there often enough to know exactly where to find her. But Brad didn't appear. If she was expecting anyone else, Sarah wouldn't have been concerned, but Brad was such a punctual man. She called his apartment shortly before 8 and was surprised to hear the phone ring 5, 6, 10 times. His answering machine always came on by the 4th ring, but this time the phone just rang endlessly. At 8:30, she dialed Brad's number again, and again the phone rang emptily. Until that night, Sarah had never known Brad to leave his apartment without making sure the answering machine was on. With his business interests, with his concern about the boys, with his graciousness in always being available to her, he just automatically left it on. Sarah was disappointed and a little irritated. If Brent was due home at 9, Brad wouldn't be able to come and spend any time at all with her. Their times alone together were precious because they were so infrequent, and now they had lost another evening. Sarah kept glancing at the clock. It was getting dark outside, and now she was not only annoyed, she was getting worried. There was such enmity between Brad and Cheryl. Sarah had seen Brad enraged, frustrated almost to the point of tears only 5 days ago. She felt a presentiment of doom. Maybe she was superstitious. just when everything was as close to perfect in her own personal life as she had ever imagined it might be, she didn't want to lose the man she loved. "I remembered what Brad had said about Cheryl trying to poison him," Sarah would recall. "I didn't take it seriously, but maybe Brad had had an accident. He had been in such a tearing hurry when he left. And those darling little boys wouldn't be as safe in her sedan as in the big Suburban." Every time she heard a siren approach the hospital, Sarah flinched. She didn't just love Brad. She loved Jess, Michael, and Philip, too. It was so out of character for Cheryl to go to Brad's apartment to pick up the boys. Why would she agree to do that tonight, Sarah wondered. And if she had agreed, why wouldn't Brad be there? The night no longer looked lovely. It looked dark and empty outside the hospital window. Her work in the trauma unit reminded her every day that people someone loved often never went home again, and most of them had parted saying, "I'll see you." Just before 9, Sarah tried Brad's number again. This time, to her great relief, he answered. "Where have you been?" she asked angrily. Brad sounded out of breath and a little excited when he spoke. "We've been down waiting for Cheryl," he said. "For an hour and a half?" "Yes," he said, and then elaborated. He told Sarah that he had called Cheryl at 7:30 and asked her as nicely as he could if she would come and pick up the boys, but it had been clear to him, he said, that she had not been alone. "I heard someone in the background. She probably just went out partying." Sarah slammed down the phone. She wasn't sure if she was mad at Brad or at Cheryl, but she felt guilty and foolish almost immediately. From everything Brad had told her about Cheryl, she might very well have left him waiting that long. Contrite, she called Brad back. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm calmed down now. I was just worried that you were either out killing Cheryl or that she was killing you. This is the first time since I've known you that you weren't where you told me you would be." Brad sounded upset, too, as he accepted her apology. "What were you telling me about hearing somebody at Cheryl's house?" Sarah asked. "I just heard some guy. The second time I called, she wasn't home. She probably just decided to go out and party." "Well, where have you been, Brad?" "Like I said, waiting for Cheryl downstairs. She never showed." They agreed it was too late for Brad to drive over to the hospital. Besides, Brent wasn't home yet, and there wasn't anybody for Brad to leave the boys with. Sarah told him she was going to go to bed, and he said he would tuck the boys in at his apartment. Sarah was disappointed, but she was no longer angry at Brad. It was hard for her to stay mad at him for very long. She loved him too much. Chapter 32. Cheryl's last weekend was bittersweet. She had gone to Jess's soccer game, even though Brad had told her that on his Saturdays she was not allowed to go to the games or to speak to the boys or even to act as if she knew her own sons. She had called her mother either on Friday night after Brad picked the boys up or on Saturday morning. Cheryl wanted to go to Jess's game, Betty would recall, but she didn't want to make it bad for them. Betty and Marv Troseth were all too aware of the terrible strain Cheryl had been under for most of that year. They lived in Longview, and so did her sisters Julia and Susan and her former stepfather, Bob McNanny. They all loved her, but none of them could do much to help except listen. Betty and Cheryl had grown extremely close, and they talked constantly by phone. The main issue, of course, Betty would say later, was the custody of the children. At first she was afraid she wouldn't get them. I told her that was ridiculous. Cheryl said, "He will lie in court. He will kill me to get them." I tried to talk her out of shared custody. I really preached. He wasn't fit to have them. Betty remembered that Cheryl had looked at her once and said with complete resignation, "I'll have to put up with him. For the rest of my life, I'll have to deal with Brad." Cheryl had felt cautiously confident after Dr. Sardo decided that she was the primary parent. Right up to the last week, she believed she would have custody, although she knew it wasn't going to be easy. She told her mother that she and Brad